0, 0, 0. Oh, we're on. Hello, one and all. Welcome back to the EGC Masters Summer Qualifiers. That's right, we're kicking off another S-tier tournament. It feels like it hasn't been that long since we were last here, Crackety. And yet, once again, we get to taste the tears of many players across a single weekend because these open qualifiers can prove to be quite brutal.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, this time around, we've even upped the prize pool yet again. We're up to 30 grand now, $30,000. That is going to be split among our top players here once again. So players, they definitely, they want to get a cut of that. So there's always cutthroat action here. And I mean, we're starting off right away, right? These are best of 3 very quick sets at the beginning, round of 48. We've got ourselves, I honestly got to say, I was quite surprised with how high the quality of players were. Just like even in a round of 48 that are presenting to ourselves here. We got Chrysaw up against Jiff Music. These are like top 50 to top 100 players straight away 48.
Yeah, interesting as well. Like, you know, I think Chrysaw and Jiff kind of at a similar skill level and coming different ways. I'd say Chrysaw, you remember in the early days, got picked up by the Genji or whatever they're called team, Genesis Gaming team. Looked like he was actually going to be the next one on the step up into the top like 16, top 20. Kind of went a little bit quiet for a while Jiff is, I'd say, a more recent addition, right? Like, he hadn't really been trying to qualify for tournaments until I want to say maybe the start this year. I love how quickly he's flourishing as a player, right? Like, you know where I'm going with this. When we just looked on the ladder, I knew him as like an English main, right? He played like 2 or 3 civs the majority of the time, but he's really begun to expand into a fully fledged competitive player.
Yeah, I would agree. I think Jiff, he also plays games in a very different kind of way. He is very timing focused. It kind of reminds me sort of as like an old school Vortex type player, but at the same time, also, he's got his foot like always a little bit on the brake. Like he doesn't just straight away ram the car into the wall. He waits a little bit and then accelerates into the wall. And, you know, sometimes the wall breaks better that way. Sometimes it doesn't. It's how it goes, man. But this time around, we're going to be seeing a very interesting matchup here right away. We're going to be seeing Byzantines from Chrysaw. That is definitely one of, I want to say, if not his current like main civilization. I see Chrysaw and Byzantines like all the time on ladder. But Byzantines, we've talked about it time and time again about like their new kind of found strength with the cistern scaling, how there's a little bit of the dampener early on, but later on it just ramps up really, really quickly. But there's one civilization that is really good at already harassing a little bit early on, maybe catching Byzantines a little bit off guard there.
Yeah, it's quite interesting, right? Like the Byzantines, I think they've continued to just trend upwards in terms of how comfortable they're looking now, right? In the early days, it was quite funny. I remember going, I think Byzantines got buffed. And I got counter-refuted like, yo, have you seen their win rate? They're down to 20% in tournaments. I'm like, that might be because people don't know how to open anymore because the opening is completely different. But now that things have settled down, I find Byzantine seems to be one of the most effective defensive civs we're seeing in comp AoE.
Yeah, I think Byzantines, honestly, at the moment, if you don't go Dark Age aggression against them, they can just scale out of control so rapidly. And time again, we see Byzantines just on 1 TC outscaling like every other economy civ in the game. They outscale House of Lancaster, even if they go up to like 9 manors as quickly as possible. They outscale China, Song Dynasty, pretty much anything. They're probably by far, I want to say at the moment, the best scaling 1 TC civilization in the game.
No, I'd agree with that. It's just ridiculous how effective it is. Because you have to remember, it's not just you scaling your economy with assistance. You're also going to end up buffing your production rates, your research rates, like everything, right? It's crazy. I think like the most wild one to me, I don't know if you've been feeling this more and more recently. I feel like civs that can enhance their research speeds in particular are the most dangerous of all, right? Chinese, Shushi, and Byzantines king amongst them.
Do you think that maybe we could see something like trading Malians again? Because that is something that is so slept on. That is something that we like literally never see anymore, since it was bugged for like a really long time. Malian trade has been bugged for a long time, where the tolls didn't get collected on the way back for the traders, only on the way to the market. But one of the most underrated bonuses that the Malians actually do have is that whenever they do trade, all their technologies research faster for every single trade completed. And that's just something that we haven't seen in quite a long time. I think it's gonna still be a while until we see the return to that. I just really like that kind of aspect. And you never know, maybe one day, especially like with maps like Frisian Marshes being explored more and more when it comes to the trade aspect as well, that could be a situation where you could see it. I mean, this is the kind of setup, right? Like looking at the civilizations that Jiv has access to. Granted, Frisian Marsh is also great for Jeanne d'Arc with the Chamber of Commerce, but always having the option of going for the Malian play with trade, I would never like completely count it out for sure.
So it's interesting, like we're focusing so much on trade with Frisian as well, because we got to remember this is a new edition of Frisian, and this new edition, not many people have been trying trading on it, funnily enough. So the big dramatic change is that the trade post, there's only one of them now, and it's at the center of the map. You can actually see it if you squint and like enhance. If you get like the Blade Runner technology and you enhance on that little icon, folks, you'll be able to see there's now a trade post in the center of the map. So that means less safe trade, right? Like these ideas of just going like Jean trade, etc., might still work because you're an aggro party. Any civ like, for example, Bassids that are more of a defensive trader, I think we're going to see less of that coming out in the future.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this is the kind of change that players have been asking for, and I personally like it quite a lot. It still means that very active civilizations, like the Mongols, for example, they still have that trait that they can opt for, since they're always active out on the map, and especially still civilizations like French, like Jean, that get access to early knights, they still have the potential of going for trade. But you don't have these kind of like checkmate situations anymore, where you have, for example, like an Abbasid player just spamming trade safely in their base, and it's just so far away from your opponent, so easy to hide away, that it can be kind of toxic, I want to say, and like if you're not able to punish it quickly enough, especially with like the current like Abbasid traders. Have you seen them, KP? Have you seen them running at the same movement speed as knights while debuffing cavalry? And if you get the trade wing with an additional 3/3 armor, it's kind of absurd, because in Feudal Age, like nothing outside of Spearmen, because they suddenly do bonus damage again, can really kill the traders, but Spearmen, they can't catch up to them.
Okay, so here's the strategy we need to see. 2v2s, one player picks Ibids, one player picks Abbasids. You get the Dervishes, you keep scaling more Dervishes, they keep scaling more traders. Nothing ever dies. It's infinite money strats.
Can you put Adabags inside of markets? Get bonus HP on the traders.
Wait, can you put Adabags inside of mosques, actually, I wonder?
Ooh, now we're getting into the interesting parts here. Can you put them inside of TCs?
Could you imagine? Oh my god, that's like poor man's public libraries. Dude, I still want to see a game where, like a comp game, where that tech just breaks everything. I had one in the weeklies where it was Voldemar versus Wham, and he got public libraries, and I think the health was like 120, and like he just ignored raids. They couldn't die. They legitimately couldn't die. At one stage, I think it hurt him because he's like, "Oh, I thought these guys would be dead by now. You know, you have to hit the delete key on them, so anyway, getting rid of them." By the way, let's play a fun game with chat right now. All right, I want people to figure out what country GIF Music is from based on his flag. The answer,
that's a difficult one,
is so just for anyone who's like gonna go there, it's a real place. It's not Arrakis or something like that. It's not Arrakis, right? We're not from the Dune world here. This is a real country. It does exist. It looks like a flag out of a sci-fi movie, if I'm being totally honest. Like, I think I saw this flag when I was playing the Tempest Rising campaign.
It is a very interesting one. We don't have any other player that I can remember from that country.
I'm pretty sure GIF makes up like 5% of the population of that country. Yes, it is indeed the Isle of Man. It's a very unique flag. Obviously, Chrysaw is a little bit more obvious.
Honestly, it's pretty cool just having your country be named Isle of Man. I mean, that's a pretty Chad country name to have.
But like, isn't it false advertising if you like live there with your wife?
Maybe. Depends. Who's their prime minister? Okay, no, let's not go that far.
I'm trying to figure out like how it got called Isle of Man. Like, I just got this image of this buffed up chess guy that swam all the way there and planted a flag and was like, "This is the Isle of Man." And that's
How big is the Isle of Man? Is it like just a small island?
Okay, yeah. Technically, he's right. It is not his own country, but it is comical that it has a flag.
Yeah.
So, Anyway, with that in mind, I think we're about ready to kick this one off. And it's going to be a fun one to open up with, folks. We'll talk about it in a second, but Mongols versus Byzantines has an interesting detail to keep Mongols competitive with that we were just discussing before we got into nerding about how broken Byzantine economy is. It's time to kick it off. Open qualifiers number 1. EGC Masters Summers here. We're opening up with Chrysaw in the blue on the Byzantines, going up against GIF Music, the most manly of men from Isle of Man, as the Mongols.
All right, here we go. Let's see. Early on, there's already a little bit of action going on with the Mongols, as it's always important to see what kind of building they're going for when they place down there. We do see GIF already gathering up a little bit of food. Is it just going to be a pasture? Are we going to see some Dark Age aggression? Honestly, I think Dark Age aggression is so good up against the current state. It's something that I think is necessary in many cases, and Chrysaw is exactly scouting for that. In fact, I think, wait, did he move out? Yeah, he went out to wood immediately. He wants to be able to react should his opponent go for a Dark Age barracks, but instead it is going to be that early pasture coming out. And look at that, Chrysaw immediately reacts. He sees, okay, never mind. We're playing this a little bit slower. I can now go for my gold. I don't have to worry about the aggression straight away. But KP, wait, what's going on? Do we have a fake out? We have a fake out.
It's a fake out. Yeah. It makes way too much sense. And he actually scouted it. That is fantastic. These guys are playing mind games. I mean, it makes sense because the thing is, GIF could actually wait on this rack's timing. It doesn't hurt you as much as you think because you're just going to end up accruing more stone. The suspicious part of GIF's entire play is that he walked all the way out to build this Eva in the first place. Sure, you could go feudal with it, but it's always going to make Chrysaw curious. So great read by him because otherwise, this would have been a nightmare. Look at his berry spawns. Both of them forward next to each other. And as we know, Byzantines are the most vulnerable civ in the game to an outpost rush because it's not about the gold. It's about the berries that they won't touch until feudal.
Exactly. Chrysaw scouting for quite a while here. Like, you can take a look at the scouted parts of the map so far. GIF Music very far ahead when it comes to the overall scouting done on both sides. So this could hurt Chrysaw quite a bit when it comes to being able to return in time with his sheep. Because at the moment, like, we're getting to that stage of the game where the sheep can pretty soon run out here for Chrysaw, especially since we have to take into account that the Limitani, or Limitani, they cost an additional 20 food. They are expensive. While they do cost less wood, the food, that's probably one of the most important resources early on in the game. It's a resource that you're going to be very limited on until the farms come in, especially if you don't have access to your berries if you're getting tower rushed by the Mongols.
Yeah, and that's the very big thing to emphasize here, right? In the early game, sometimes you feel like food is abundant because if you play at the deep state of the game, you have farms, but you have to think about resources in segmented phases. Like in the early game, food is the limited resource. You have plenty of gold. You have oodles and boodles of wood. You're always going to be looking at food first, and we've all experienced that the moment where we run out of sheep. In your casual game, you may be adding 20 farms, but in a competitive game, that would kill you here. And the thing is, you do at least get a little bit of a buffer for this cost increase on Limitane, right? They get an extra 10 HP. But in the grand scheme of things, this just feels painful against Mongols simply because that double production is meaning that they're very lean. On top of that, you're not really in a position now where you're scaling your systems early to get an eco advantage.
Yeah, we do see GIF Music not going for an outpost rush, at least not immediately, instead utilizing the additional wood he gathered for a pasture inside of his base. So I like the play with like an early pasture very early on as the Mongols, just because it generates you so many sheep and it makes your, I want to say, like, your food transition very smooth. Means that you're never really going to have to move out early on outside of your base. And it looks like GIF Music, he's found the army from Chrysaw, immediately pushes forward, not giving Chrysaw a lot of room to retreat to. And currently, GIF Music, he still has the army lead. Chrysaw now trying to reinforce. There was a little bit of idle time on his food income in between, just because we talked about it, the additional amount of food that those Limitani cost, and he managed to, like, just gather through all of his sheep very, very quickly early on here.
Yeah, and great micro there. There was a small detail from GIF. He charged in and then moved past, right? Understanding immediately, he went, okay, basic maths, I'm ahead. You want to be posturing more aggressively to catch your opponent on the retreat. Good reactions by Chrysaw to minimize the damage done, though. Tech up is now on the way. A notable lead for GIF. And Chrysaw, you see the paranoia. He's still worried because there could easily be an outpost rush coming, which means he has to continue to scale Limitane.
Yeah, exactly. So more Limitane. To be fair, it's not the worst at the end of the day here for Chrysaw to get forced into making more and more Limitane, mainly because that's a unit that you want to make as the Byzantines anyways. It's a great meat shield to have, not just because it's great against other spearmen, it's great against cavalry, but it also has the shield wall ability, so you're always able to have that additional survivability when you're up against mass archers or any kind of ranged unit from your opponent. Jeff Music, though, at the moment, he's the one that is able to age up first. That means that he's going to be able to click that hardened upgrade a lot sooner than his opponent is, and honestly, Chrysaw, I think he might really need to go for his own outpost here in front of his berries, because, we do see 2 villagers from Jiff Music being pulled here. That is going to be dangerous.
And that's the whole point. You mentioned the hardened status as well, right? The moment that comes in, it's all intentional. Jiff wants to force you to commit to stop the outpost going up once that tech completes.
He doesn't have the gold for it.
Wait, no, Jiff. Okay,
okay, he just got it.
Yeah, just dropped the flow.
The timing's off now.
He has got a new batch coming in, so 2 more spears arriving. It's a slight delay, but he can still make this work, but he needs to start turning around soon.
All right, hardened upgrade coming in. Where's the Khan? The Khan's not here at the moment, so we don't get any additional movement speed arrow coming in. Villagers moving forward now. Not quite enough wood yet. Never mind, he does have enough wood for the outpost.
Yeah, what's that Khan doing? I think he's just forgotten about him. He's vibing in the corner entirely. The tech up complete.
We could get Akratoy in now as well.
That's true. But the problem with Akratoy here is that wheelbarrow is such a long walk, right? Like, you'd waste about a third of it just trying to get out here.
Yeah. Maybe if you, at the same time, gather up enough resource for your own outpost, so you secure the position, then drop your own outpost there.
Yeah.
That could be the way to look at it.
He's back off holiday. The Khan's coming. Oh, wow.
All right, fight's happening.
So the spears are favorable to Jiff here due to the upgrade, but Chrysaw's now caught up with his own. And this outpost, I mean, he's not getting a breakthrough quick enough. It should be going up. It's just a case of how many troops can you take with you before you have to leave. And the Limitane, they have got the health advantage. They should be favored. But Jiff, look at the micro, man. That was elegant. He peeled back so many of those 10% HP. And it gets better now, Crackety. That Khan, who's on a coffee break, guess what he scoured? He just found the berry back
additional
up.
Berries. Yeah. Chrysaw immediately going out to try and wall that side in now. Limitane also coming in. Khan could get potentially pinched depending on which side he's going to retreat to, but we do see the additional spearmen now from Jiff Music walking in that direction. Archers also in queue for him. Chrysaw, without the additional boost to his berry, to his olive oil income from the Grand Winery, it's going to take him a significant amount of time for his initial mercenaries to come out.
Yeah, and I wonder, with that change, does he maybe go longbows instead of javelins? Because, like, now the problem is, by the time you get those first jabs, how many archers could we talk about here, right? Like, 10, 12? Like, you're just going to be hard outnumbered.
And Jiff, he's gathering a lot of wood at the moment. You can tell that he just really wants to get a big ball of archers in now as well. And yeah, I mean, this is going to be really tough now for Chrysaw. He's gathered up a lot of wood on his own, so could probably go for an archer range early on. Now, I wonder, is that a mercenary house that he just dropped, or is that an archer range? Because at the moment, honestly, I think he's going to need to get an archer range in. I mean, looking at his overall military count as well at the moment, I mean, Chrysaw, he's just very far behind. He's getting outmassed by a dangerous amount at the moment. Just courtesy of having that double production and not taking the best fight here early on. He's going to at least also need an outpost on his berries to get some semblance of safety there. And even with the berries that can we quickly check, was that a large berry pack at the bottom? Okay, so he should, in theory, have enough olive oil there for 2 batches of mercenary units.
Yeah, it's just a tricky part of the timing, right? The timing is very important here. Like, we are 9 minutes into this game. He hasn't queued up mercs. That's quite rare. Even with the new System Rush builds, we usually see the first mercs being queued up, I'd say around 8-ish minutes is quite feasible.
Yeah, definitely a lot quicker. We're seeing archers getting rushed out now, but it's still 2 to 7 in the army count. And spearmen from Jiff, there are just so many more here. Khan also just being annoying non-stop here, picking off units even. Just a very active play here at the moment, and we are getting longbows instead. And Chrysaw is getting very close to be able to click that button now.
Yep, spear count looking really good here. Try and hold the front line. Limitane gonna hold it back, but it's the archer numbers that I'm worried about. Jiff already has 5 in the fight compared to the 4 for the defender. And it feels like this Limitane are getting cleared just a tiny bit too fast. The Lombos are probably about, 40 seconds out still? And look at what Jiff triggers.
What's helping a lot.
Yeah, Steel Dagger is on the way. This is the big deal breaker now. It's not a trade you can easily win. And what makes matters worse here, Crackety, is now Longbows seem great when you're defending. The problem is you're having to defend out of your base. It's going to be that south side, which is where you could find yourself pretty easily exposed with your mercs.
Jiff, he's pushing through right now. He's just going for additional villager kills. He's going to be able to find 2 villager kills here as well. Maybe even more villagers do pull the shiv. 1 potential... Oh, okay. Villager able to survive. 2 did go down. Chrysaw, he bought himself a little bit more time, but yeah, the window is very, very narrow at the moment for him, but should soon at least get some support from some longbowmen here.
That was pretty sick. He got, I think, 3. It was 1 on the entry and then that final coup de grace moment. And the scary thing here, right, is like, we're not talking about a regular Byzantine player. We're not talking about those systems where it's like, 10% and 15%, 20% buff to economy. He doesn't have that. He has a dispersed eco. Meanwhile, Jiff actually has a handy buffer to his eco with that stone gem.
Exactly.
Okay.
We do now have the longbows coming in, so now going to be able to 2-shot the spearmen. Ooh, this is not a good trade at the moment for Jiff. He's really got to be careful here. We're also seeing, okay, he queued up longbows there for a moment, cancels that, instead goes for the Keshiks. It's going to have an armored cavalry unit here now as well. Chrysaw. I mean, to be fair, like, food is also still going to be an issue here for Chrysaw. Can we take a look at his base? Can we check if he... No, he has not managed to increase his cistern level quite yet. He has actually managed to get a little bit of an olive grove transition going here behind this. Also seeing a market coming in here inside of the base. Chrysaw, he doesn't really have that many resources to trade out.
Jiff, this is a good timing, actually. Undermesh is kicking in about 5 seconds. So good time for the fight. Maybe it's worth waiting for the first Keshiks. I mean, the awkward part is, like, usually you feel good about these Keshik timings when you've got double production, but we noticed that Jiff hasn't been holding back any stone. Each time he gets enough for just an archer or a spear, it's being committed.
Yeah. Khan Hunter now coming as well. Getting that additional little bit of attack range means that there's not going to be that big of a difference between his archers and the longbowmen from Chrysaw. Chrysaw now also able to queue the second batch of longbows. That's going to be really important. The second batch of longbows is where you're going to start being able to one-shot the spearmen, if there are any, on the side of your opponent. Also, when you start really being able to take a significant chunk of health out of those Keshiks. We do already have Pierce Armor in for Jiff as well. Ooh, this timing, though, we do have the Yammer here. The archers are moving very, very quickly. I don't think the outpost is up yet for Chrysaw. He might need to have to abandon this position. He does so in time. Isn't going to lose any villagers here, but
there's a bigger problem.
Yeah, now his gold is... Yeah, he's going to have to maybe sell some stone in order... Like, just sell anything in order to at least be able to get a blacksmith upgrade now.
Exactly, and it's key, right? Like, you can't afford to fight this without now. The numbers are just too against you. So Steel Dagger is going to be on the way, and it looks like he did trade across. He's going to try to posture. Loses another worker. That's 2 more kills. A 5-worker lead now for Jiff, rather. And the Keshiks... Did he actually reveal them? I think he hasn't, right? He's been holding them back.
I think the longbows should have seen them at this point in time when they were a little bit more at the front. I'm not 100% sure, though, because Chrysaw, he is making a couple more limit now, so I think he must know that something's up.
That comes in. Steel Dagger isn't there yet for Chrysaw. This is not an easy fight. Limitana trying to clear the Keshiks, but there's a limited number of them. The villagers are committed to try and complete the outpost, but it's nowhere near done. So great micro. Jiff just targets them down. He extends the lead. He's now 13 up over Chrysaw.
Yeah, every time Jiff goes for these dives, he doesn't mind losing the army, like trading poorly in the fights, because he always goes for the villagers first. He just wants to reduce the amount of economy that Chrysaw has, and this has really just started adding up a lot here at this point in time. As you mentioned, once again, more villagers could potentially be going down here at this time. Yeah, Jiff is gonna push forward. Once again, villagers going down before the outpost finishes. No. Oh no.
He doesn't have to leave. Look at the numbers. The math doesn't lie. There's no easy way for Chrysaw to hold this anymore. Best case scenario, he wipes this force, but the next wave is going to kill him. This game is over. Elegant execution after the crazy mind games between these two.
Yeah, exactly. And looking at the total resource gathered, not something that you typically see. The Byzantines here getting completely outgathered now. Just time and time again, being able to force Chrysaw into these difficult decisions, not going for that double villager pump onto the stone early on, not being able to scale into the cisterns at all. And in the end, still having to react to the Spearman Rush there means that, yeah, Jiff, he's going to be able to pick off an early win here. And it's kind of crazy just how much value he gained every time just running in there, even losing out the archers. As long as he's able to pick off 1-2 more villagers, he's going to be a happy camper there. We can now already see the draft for our next map, which is going to be on Frisian Marshes. And we talked about it earlier as well. JD, with the potential of trade on that map, could be very, very strong. Chrysaw here going for the Order of the Dragons. And KP, I mean, time and time again, recently, I want to say, like the Canadians especially, they made that strategy very popular, especially on Frisian Marshes, going for that 2 TC Order of the Dragon play.
It's definitely an interesting idea. And the cool thing about this map is you get so much sheep safely in the corner that you can afford it, even if you lose map control. Ideally, you'll be looking to drop one towards the fishing. And the other thing that's crazy about Order of the Dragon, we always talk about HRE because they're dominant in every way. OTD has this as well, it's the E-repairs. The emergency repairs means that breaching a secondary TC is much easier said than done. So definitely options on the table here. Meanwhile, for Jean, I'm curious if it is going to be a Chamber of Commerce. This is going to be the true test. Like, I've cast several Frisian Marshes games on the new Frisian, and we haven't seen French or Jean so far. So haven't been able to gauge whether people still believe in Chamber of Commerce when it's a bit more exposed on the trade line.
I think Chamber of Commerce definitely should still be the play here, just because like it's such a great way of scaling. You don't really need that bonus momentum here very early on up against a civilization like Order of the Dragon, just because you're not gonna like completely kill Order of the Dragon anytime soon. Also, you're not able to two-shot villagers with the Night Charge from Order of the Dragon just because they have bonus health. Yeah. So it's not really something that you can really base your entire play on, that early villager harassment that French and JD typically really love to do. Just annoy their opponent, go for these early villager picks if the opponent isn't paying too much attention here and there. That's just not something that can really happen up against Order of the Dragon. And their spearmen just absolutely shred calorie. But something that I think is just overall a really good play is going in this matchup for that 2TC Order of the Dragon play. And then if you go up with the Burgrave Palace, you're always going to have that option of just massing mass men-at-arms while your opponent is still in feudal age. Other civilizations, like typically when you've got a men-at-arm and you got access to feudal age knights, you gotta feel like, okay, yeah, even if he gets castle age before me and those are castle age men-at-arms, I don't mind, my knights are stronger. Not the case up against Order of the Dragon men-at-arms. Those dudes, they don't mind picking a fight up against a guy on a horse.
It's quite nuts, right? Because they have the same health as a knight, if I remember correctly. It's 230 HP on a feudal men-at-arms, which is...
It goes up to 290 in Castle Age. And they get so cheap with the Burgrave, and you can just spam them non-stop. It's kind of crazy when like you can really make that happen. Like, if your opponent doesn't find the transition outside, like out of feudal age, they die. It's simple as that. You can't get out of feudal, you die.
This was an interesting thing that was being discussed recently in the community. Like, I remember I talked about it on my stream, is that Order of the Dragon is quite reasonably balanced. They're not exactly an OP civ, but if you ask lower level players, they'll tell you they're broken. And if you look at the stats as to why they're broken, it is just the thing you described. It's men-at-arms. Like, it's such a confusing unit. Like, if you're high level, you're like, yeah, just micro lol, build some outposts, we'll be fine. It's annoying, but like each one of these guys costs the same as a knight. They will die. But when you're on the receiving end and you're just like a bronze or a silver, whatever, you just want to play the game. Why is this ridiculously chunky guy who just won't die in my base killing everyone? It's crazy when you look at the win rates of this civ at the low level.
Yeah, it absolutely is. I mean, the men-at-arms, they also have a lot better attack speed from the Order of the Dragons. I believe it's like 1.2 compared to 1.38 on normal men-at-arms, so they also attack a good bit faster. And weirdly enough, just because of the way it works with animations, I feel like at 1.2 seconds attack speed, they hit a lot more often than other units at like 1.38. It's something to do with like the animations. We had it as well with like the attack speed on like the attack speed buff on English units, how some units suddenly like gain a lot more attack speed, and it's very interesting. Overall, just something that you gotta always keep in mind. Men-at-arms from Order of the Dragon, never to be underestimated. But KP, you talk about like lower leagues, how they say that Order of the Dragon is absolutely broken. Funnily enough, they say the opposite about HRE at the moment. HRE is so weak in lower levels. So weak.
I keep getting that in my chat. It's like, whoa, they need to stop banning it. It's so weak. The hilarious part is actually like it has been allowed through a lot more banning phases now with the change from a 4-ban system to a 3-ban system. HRE is leaking through occasionally. Roost is usually an anchored one, or like it's kind of split. I think that one's been making it through. The most obvious one, I think Lancaster has been on the rise in terms of bans. We can even see it here. And China has just ranked up again to the point that, like, I don't think anyone wants to deal with it anymore.
Exactly. All right. Now it is time for us to soon jump into Order of the Dragon versus JD on Frisian Marshes. There we go. Game number 2 underway now, and we already have match point best of 3 matches here. So this music, he only needs to get one more win in. He wants to go past the round of 48 in this match. He's gonna have to give it his all, unless he, there's always tomorrow. You can always try again another day in the qualifier. But we do see him opening up here with the Order of the Rings, with the Dark Age play, with the early barracks. And Jiff is scout, sheepless, but he is scouting forward.
Yeah, a little bit awkward. So yeah, I mean, he just wants confirmation because this is a pretty potent play. One thing that is interesting to note is technically one of the changes to Frisian Marshes was that it should be a lot harder for resources to spawn backwards, such as the gold. But I've been noticing this. I've cast like 10, 12 games on this map so far. Berry seems to still squeeze between the 2 tree lines at the back. I actually like the idea that resources couldn't spawn between the tree lines. Like if you check GF space, you'll see it. Because I think it made rush strategies super RNG. You know what I'm talking about? Where we'd have games where someone would get the gold between the 2 tree lines behind their TC, and your tower rush doesn't work. You just lose. Whereas now, we're quite consistently seeing gold and stone always ahead of the TC, more exposed.
Yeah, definitely do like that. I remember having played Frisian Marshes. This was a good 2-3 years back. I think even up against Marine Lord, I played Mongols, he played HRA, and his stone spawned like behind his base in between 2 wood lines, and it just was not possible to get to it. And those kind of situations are obviously very, very unfortunate. So having a little bit of RNG taken out of that and just having Dark Age aggression as an option here, definitely something to appreciate. We do have Jiff Music already gathering up enough gold here in order to be able to age up. Yeah, he did pull additional workers on that gold mine. He's going to have to evacuate it now, though, as the spearman from Chrysaw arrives. Chrysaw has to be careful here. Doesn't want to lose that spearman to the TC. But yeah, not enough gold has been picked up here at this point in time for Jiff to be able to get an eye dot. Against the Order of the Dragon spearman, probably not something that he wants to do either way. You probably don't want to open up with a knight against that. Now he doesn't have that option at all.
No, and you know, there are other things on his mind like Pro Scouts. It's kind of off the menu now. Pro Scouts on this map, it wouldn't shock me per se. I do think that it's not like the S tier play, but if you remember, at least in Season 9, where Pro Scouts was taking over everywhere, it was infectious even here. And in fairness, there is 4 deer stacks, 7 apiece, but I think like there's a lot of more diversity in choice. Like on this map, you tend to have a lot more sheep. There's also the shoreline fishing if you do have map control.
Yeah. Really interesting to point out at the moment that this Dark Age Spearman play from Chrysaw kind of completely shuts down or devalues the play from Jiff Music to go for potential Chamber of Commerce. Because now, Jiff, he can't really get economy upgrades. He doesn't have the gold for it. So it doesn't really make sense for him to go for Chamber of Commerce because it's going to take a long time for it to really pay off for him. And even if he gets a trader out, there's already a spearman out that could potentially harass that trade. So instead opts for the School of Cavalry here. He's actually going to lose that mining camp. That's pretty big, I want to say, for JD, because unlike French, they do not get a discount there. So it's already like pretty great value gained here for Chrysaw.
Yeah, and it also reveals a lot about the intent. Right, Chrysaw now knows we're likely looking at an archery range opening, because if you want to get into knights, if you're looking to leverage that type of play, why wouldn't you just repair the mining camp, right? So it's interesting how much that gives over. And Chrysaw, interestingly enough, did go for an outpost early on the gold. I'm wondering if there's a possibility of just like trying to FC in this game.
We do have some villagers moving out. Where are they going to move out to? Is that going to be stone? He is moving out to stone. Now the question is he going to drop a mining camp, or is it just going to be a one-time drop-off? It looks to be just a one-time drop-off here at the moment. So I think he just wants to get that one drop-off with 3 villagers. That's going to be enough to be able to afford an arrow slits and placement on your outpost. Yeah, it looks like it's just going to be a Castle Age rush here from Chrysaw.
And getting the arrow slits is definitely worth it against Jean. It just ensures she can't sneak in and get snipes. Jean also is a little bit sucky when it comes to sniping gilded villagers, particularly, right? Like, she has enough damage against a standard villager that if you shoot them twice, you can then hit them with your Q and you kill. When it's a gilded villager, you have to hit them 5 times. And I know we do have some older figures in the Age of Empires 4 scene, but I'm pretty sure you have to be legally declared dead to have a reaction speed so bad that your opponent gets 5 hits and a skill shot off of.
To be fair, it's not a skill shot. It's just point and click.
Oh,
At
yeah,
the end
sorry.
Of the day, but imagine it being a skill shot. Nobody would pick JD.
Okay, you say that, but as a man from Dota 2, the amount of people who don't know how to play a character called Mirana who shoots arrows, but still pick her, is ridiculous. So never, ever underestimate a community's capabilities to overrate their capabilities.
That's a great way to put it. All right, at the moment, looks like Chrysaw pulled a couple of... He pulled 2 additional villagers onto gold. Looks like he has pulled them off. I think he just realized that he doesn't need as much gold for the ideal age-up timing. Instead, can rely a little bit more on food gathering. In the meantime, Jiff at the moment, he has reclaimed the gold. So it looks like he wants to go for this aggression play at the end of the day still. And yeah, we do have the archers out now. John there as well. We immediately see the divine arrow coming in, hitting the spearman. Not really doing too much to break that guy's stance. He's still steadfast there.
He didn't even flinch.
He's vibing. Yeah, he looked that arrow in the face. Or rather, okay. We're getting an outpost here. Oh, that's a great play. That is a great play, getting this outpost here, because Chrysaw, he only put the outpost up on one side. So there's nothing that he can really do at the moment or to block this. He doesn't have any military units out, and he pulled villagers off of gold. He now has to rush up the gold income in order to just have enough to be able to age up and maybe get like a couple of men-at-arms out. Yeah, I like the player from Observer Vodka to also just take a look at that quick gold, because in theory, it might just be a better play at the moment to secure 1 to 2 outposts and go to the other gold instead.
He seems hard committed. I mean, I guess if he doesn't want to be men-at-arms, it makes sense, but like, why wouldn't you? Your opponent's shown Jean range and archers, so like, you've got to be suspicious. You've got to feel like Spearman's not going to do it, and Jiff is already suspicious of that possibility. Yeah, he checks. He doesn't see any gold gathering there. Chrysaw has got enough for the drop-off there to get the tech up, but then
Jiff, he's just going to park the scout here. Yeah, he's just parking. He's put it in reverse, and now he's waiting for something to happen here.
Well, he's actually decided to kill someone's dog, and then he's going to stick it in reverse. Maybe, hide the corpse.
Shady,
I will kill this dog.
Yeah, I mean, he's annoying, right? Just get him out of here.
You remember when JD used to get XP for that crap? Oh, God.
Yeah, I mean, that was like one of the things that made her such a menace, right? Like, not only was she stronger at level 3, but it was so much easier for her to get access to that level 3. We do have Chrysaw already getting a couple of farms out, so a very nice and early farm transition from him once again just means that he's going to have very, very sustainable food income. We do get the Burgrave Palace now coming in for him as well. We're already up to 3 knights, though, soon TB4 and 8 archers with JD as well. I feel like Chrysaw is going to need, like, at least 5 men-at-arms in order to really deal with this at this point in time. But without the gold access, that just doesn't really feel obtainable for him.
No, because not just getting the men-at-arms, he needs to get the upgrade as well, right? There's multi-issues here, which has me a little bit concerned. I mean, Chrysaw, if he times this right, he's pulling away with the scout now. Like, he technically could rush out into the gold with, like, 6 or 7 villages and get 1 pull, but hasn't tried.
Alternatively, could also get a market in the corner and just try and sell some wood potentially. I think that could be a play. Like, you get 2 cells off there, and then you got enough for the upgrade. At least you're not going to have enough for Pierce Armor, which honestly, Pierce Armor is something that you really want to have up against Feudal Age archers, because until you have that, you're going to be taking double the damage pretty much from the archers. So definitely one of those upgrades that just becomes invaluable. We do have the age up now coming in. Men-at-Arms getting queued up here immediately. Did he drop a market? There is a little blue dot there. Yeah, okay. Yeah. He did drop a market, so Chrysaw, he knows that that is going to be a condition for him at the moment to be able to obtain gold in the first place, is that he has to be able to, get the upgrade in, get the Men-at-Arms in. That's just something that he really desperately needs at the moment. Jiff, he's just living life at the moment. He knows, okay, I got complete map control. I'm gonna move out onto different spots on the shoreline fish. I'm gonna send villagers out to deer, don't need pro scouts. I'm just gonna keep massing up more and more units. But Chrysaw at the moment, honestly, I think this is a sleeping dragon type moment here at the moment, because the second he gets like enough men-at-arms to feel confident in being able to move out, he's already up to 3. Against 6 knights and this many archers, I think if he can get up to 6, 7, maybe 8. He's going to be able to just siege down that outpost there. He's already got arrow slits on it, so has the support from the arrow fire there as well. 3 might just be a little bit too ambitious here, I want to say. He's going to try.
I think he just got sick of your number increasing. It started at 6, and you're asking 8 of him. He's like, what? All right, he gives up. I mean, that was... I always feel bad when you have these moments. You're like, yeah, okay, this is the moment. And then you remember an outpost actually hurts and goes, okay, like, yeah, it's not much damage on my health bar, but that was just a wasted effort.
Honestly, there's still this moment now where he could just move out to the bottom side there. Oh, but he's going to have to be really careful there. His farm... I think he's transitioning into the wrong direction with the farms at the moment. I think he just got to go into the TC direction here, at least for a little bit. Does take the fight. We do see those men-at-arms just being crazy tanky. Once again, Jif, he doesn't mind trading a little bit worse, so won't use the archers up against the men-at-arms. Instead, he wants villager kills.
Yeah, gets the recharge. Pumping those shots out like there's no tomorrow. Or it takes down one of the men-at-arms. None of the knights have been killed just yet. And remember, we will have that divine restoration for a little bit of top-off for the injured knights. So not a bad idea to just try to milk them for their full health bar and then maximize the heal.
Once again, the villagers are starting to move out, and Jif, he immediately moves for them. Oh, he got the... Wait, no, I think that got a lead. I don't think the... For a second, I thought those knights managed to, like, destroy the farm through the wall there. They might have.
It wouldn't surprise me. I've seen more absurd things with torch throws. I think we all have at this point.
Yeah. All right, finally, Chrysaw, he's making the move out to the bottom gold. But okay, I think there's a knight there.
But the scout is a scout.
Oh, it's a scout. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. If it's a scout, then it's fine. If it's a knight, it would have been much worse here timing-wise. But Jiffy's actually... Looks like he's going to commit to break through here now. This could be really dangerous for Chrysaw. His entire economy is sitting over here. He's going to lose a couple of farms. He can stomach losing a couple of farms.
Yeah, the villagers that's worrisome. He's got 3 spearmen in there as well. That's substantial. But Jiff is on point with the targeting. He's just milking this.
Yeah, he is.
Give it over.
Another spearman about to go down. But we're getting to, like, the point where the men-at-arms might just be enough. Like, we see one knight go down, second knight going down, third knight already very low health here. That's going to be 2 additional knights going down.
He's going to have to fall back. Surely Divine Restoration comes first. Only 3 knights left over. Maybe. Okay, so he's definitely going to get pushed away. This is the crazy thing, though. Like, did you see what was happening there? Like, Jiff, on that east side of the fight, one by one, he got those men-at-arms down to almost dead, right? Like, by the time he was finally killing them, they were all down to about 10% of their HP. So he wasn't optimally taking them out where he could. Unless you get this kind of overflow effect. Now, 5 men-at-arms versus mass arch is not a great affair for Jiff to be involved in. XP-wise, he's still about, like, what, 80 away? So would need to kill a few more MAA, probably 3, to lock in level 3.
Yeah, he's getting there slowly but surely, though, and something that we still haven't seen from Chrysaw at this point in time is the ranged armor upgrade. So it means that all of these archers, there's only 17 archers from Jiff, but they're doing as much damage as if there were 34 at this point in time. And I think, yeah, Jiff also managed to get some economy kills and even deny the gold now at the bottom side. So Chrysaw, he's gonna once again find himself struggling for gold access. No outpost went up there.
This is very reminiscent of game 1. Obviously different like flow in terms of like the unit types you take, but it's the restriction which Jiff applies with an even more oppressive Sid this time. Champions come out, ranged free Jean online, and this feels like the end. Chrysaw, there's no way you can hold this anymore. Jean herself now hits hard enough that she can start to snipe down these injured units, and those champions are just wasting so much of Chrysaw's time.
Yeah, it's a very big meat shield here. Chrysaw once again going for the knights, but that's a lot more of these expensive men-at-arms now going down. Jiff, he doesn't mind sticking this out in feudal age at all. Honestly, I think by Chrysaw, if he just, focus a little bit more on the gold control here, not able to come back now from these massive, massive attacks here, that's going to mean Jiff music. He's going to be able to advance past with a clean 2-0 victory here up against Chrysaw.
Yeah, great execution. Love to see it as well. Jiff, you know, you mentioned he's this kind of almost like an earlier phase Vortex. He's all about these timings, and I like to see that he has this capability of playing aggressive and fast. I think we are seeing the meta, at least in a decent number of matchups and maps, move towards that. And proof that even with the change of the Frizzy Marshes, a map that has historically been, you know, I'd say quite favorable for defensive teching civs, there are ways to punish them.
Yeah, 100%. Definitely able to see that here. Just these little decisions every now and then, not going for that second outpost on the first gold mine, not going for any outpost at all on the second gold mine here, means that Chrysaw, he just didn't have enough security for his resources. And Jiff, he did an excellent job of just punishing that time and time again, didn't keep up. He wasn't afraid of losing his knights there at any point in time. He knew that as long as I'm able to trade out evenly here, as long as I'm able to keep my opponent off the gold, he's never going to be able to afford the blacksmith upgrade. As long as he doesn't have that, my archers will do a lot of damage, and I'm fine with trading out the knights. And yeah, we saw it here, like the archers just being able to trade out so efficiently, and John eventually getting in at level 3. That's the kind of thing, right? Like, even if the trades aren't the best for you, as long as you get JD up in level, you're going to be really, really happy with that.
Yeah, and the confidence better be surgeon. He's going to need to be confident because although this looked like a clean victory for Jiff, his opponent in the next round is Puppy Paw. So it's already getting merciless in the qualifiers.
Yeah, okay. The difficulty spike is kind of insane here, honestly. But Jiff, he's made a really good impression, not just in like the last couple of tournaments, I want to say. Like, he even took a map off of Demu just today, I want to say, in the KPMM. Maybe he's up for it. Maybe he's up for it. I think his playstyle overall is just really, really solid in the current meta, I want to say, with these sort of time and tanks. I think he's got some very great timing there. We're quickly going to be jumping into another set here, as we do have Scarlet Devil facing off against Blit. It's already 1-0 in the set, and we're going to be jumping straight into our game number 2 here between them. We're going to be seeing House of Lancaster coming in for Scarlet Devil up against the Byzantines for Blit.
Yeah, so G1, a Dry River, Rus, French Showdown, and then now, well, this is going to be interesting. I think Lancaster's been looking really good on Gorge at the moment, Crackety, kind of surprisingly so. And in this matchup, surprisingly lethal. We mentioned in the first series of the day that Byzantines hate outpost rushing civs. And funnily enough, Lancaster is secretly a really good Dark Age civ, courtesy of that better sheep gathering rate. We've seen a lot of spearman openings out of Lancaster the last few weeks.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. Every time you see like House of Lancaster opening up with like 3 to 4 spearmen, and then still able to find a sub 5-minute age up timing. Absolutely vile at times.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. I mean, there's a few matchups where they can't do it. I think like if you have the English versus Lancaster one, that's an obvious one where you just don't want to do it. But not many people are picking English. I do think English is slightly slept on at the moment, but understandably nowhere near the top half or top 2/3 of the power rankings right now. But if we do get all the way through in the series, gotta say, like, look at this, like Scarlet Devil, I still think he has really good picks for the final map on Relic River. Like, Japanese makes sense for the pond play because you can go on the river on the south side. China is just an all-rounder reliable civ as well, even on a map like this.
Yeah, 100%. I think the draft's looking very solid here, especially since I think he's like Scarlet Devil is also very, very proficient in Chinaing, I want to say. Like, not just because of his IRL association with the civilization. Yeah, not just because of the heritage bonus there. That's definitely affecting him. But also just because he knows how to play that civilization to great effect. I've seen him time and time again play China on ladder. And we do know Scarlet Devil coming out of the scene with both CSO and Louis, as they do regularly play team games together. And yeah, Scarlet Devil, we saw like Louis being like the first one to really embrace the 1v1 section. Then CSO start to play more and more 1v1s as well. And now Scarlet Devil, he's kind of started dabbling in the 1v1 scene. So yeah, it's kind of going in the direction maybe Scarlet Devil could be the next Louis, the next CSO.
Yep. I mean, well, that's been the order, right? It's like Louis, then CSO, then potentially Scarlet Devil. I mean, it just feels like they brought the whole band across. It's almost like that tapped market you didn't realize. Like Louis went, guys, do you know how much money you can earn over here? And all their jaws dropped and they stopped playing team games. I say that. They still play an absurd number of team games while remaining top 100 ranked players. And in some cases, like Louis MT, going all the way deep in tournaments. So, yeah, not bad when you're balancing those two roles. Blit, on the other hand, maybe a little bit less known. We don't see him crop up as frequently. He obviously did have the presence at the King of the Northland last year. But outside that, we haven't really seen any crazy runs by him. No top 16s.
Yeah, that's true. But I think Blid overall, like he's a very very solid player, especially since we've also let's not forget we saw Blid at the King of the North LAN in Norway as well, where he also made a pretty decent impression, I want to say, overall gameplay wise. There's definitely the potential there, so not something to discount at all. Like Blid is still a very very strong player here, and I wouldn't be surprised if maybe we could see this set go all the way to 3 games.
Quite possibly. Who knows? Maybe this is the time, makes a deep run. He finally gets a Wikipedia page. That's how you know you made it, Crackety, when the text is no longer red. But let's find out if he's dead. Game number 2. And in this series, Scarlet Devil already in the lead. He's going to whip out the omnipotent Lancasters in Gorge. Lid from Sweden's response is the Byzantines.
The value cam! The absolute value cam! Look at that Byzantine value cam. Oh my god. That's beautiful.
Is it just tears in the eyes? Are you like singing the national anthem of the Byzantines at the stage? I don't know where we'd find that, but
the Marine Lord spawn has blessed Blid in this game. Like, oh my god, would you look at that gorgeous, gorgeous value camp here for Blid, being able to cover not just the gold, but also the stone mine here. Very, very efficient. And I mean, the berries are forward, but there's also berries in the back. So, you know, it's you don't have to. You can go for that. You don't have to. It depends. It depends on what's happening in this game. Speaking of what's happening, we don't have any Dark Age aggression here coming in from the House of Lancaster. So,
do you want me to make it even better? Like, you know, it's a balance though, because oh my god, look at Scarlet Devil's broken spawn. You seeing it? The gold and the stone. There's like the perfect distance to drop a Lancaster castle and still protect everything. My oh my, what a difficult to execute Civ Lancaster really is. All right, I had to throw the shade. You know I had to.
Oh man, I think honestly, like when you look at House of Lancaster, it feels very reminiscent of how HRE has felt for quite a long time, where the economy can just feel so good due to all the passive income that you get. You're kind of getting goaded or like baited into some very, very greedy plays. And that's where House of Lancaster can kind of find themselves maybe struggling a little bit because, you know, like you play your game, you suddenly see yourself floating a ton of resources. You're like, okay, I can do a tech up. Suddenly your opponent arrives with like 50, 60 military units, and you're like, okay, maybe I couldn't have done that. And you find yourself crying when you lose all of your passive income buildings, and yeah, suddenly no more passive income. That could be a situation that House of Lancaster can find themselves in. That's typically the type of situation where we do see the House of Lancaster going down. And I want to say, like, a civilization that can really get that explosive growth in military count to really just hit that timing in like the mid castle age where you might want to be tempted to go for a tech up play, that has to be Byzantines. Because if we do see like this mass system play that we've recently just come to enjoy many a times from the Byzantines, they just pump out so many mercenary units that it's kind of crazy. I recently played a game up against Giljadi. 20 minutes in, I looked at my military count. I had 100 mercenary units, 100 free units, so to say. I was like, okay, Byzantine's kind of a good civ at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, Byzantine's, like we mentioned at the start of the broadcast, it just feels like a civ that has benefited more and more as the weeks go on. I think just people have to accept that their role as a tempo aggressor in the first 10 minutes was hampered a little bit, but they benefit so much elsewhere. Like, this civ just has a lot more reliable scalability into that mid-game. You know, the other thing that we're seeing is just their willingness to play wider on the map because the system cost doesn't increase. We're even seeing things like forward production buildings now, which was taboo, right? Like, most people, one of the big weaknesses, I think, of Byzantines in the late game is they wouldn't build for production because their production rates were so good at home. But that meant they weren't actually getting advantage out of Conscriptio. They were just kind of evening out compared to these civs that would build in the center of the map.
Okay, first couple of manors coming in now. Something that's very interesting to see now is going to have to be like the amount of greed, or rather the amount of manors that we're going to be seeing coming in now from the House of Lancaster. I think more and more KP, we've seen like just like these two main strategies of like coming out from the House of Lancaster. Either you go for like three manors and a very fast castle age, or you go for 6 manors, get the Call the Nobles in, get the Demi Lancers out, and go for Castle Age after 6 manners. Rarely do we see 9 manners in Feudal Age, just because if you go for 9 manners in Feudal Age, you might find yourself getting out-teched very quickly, maybe losing out on the relics. And if you lose out on relics, that's a lot of passive income on your opponent's side that very heavily devalues your 9 manners then.
Agreed. It just keeps you more flexible and also keeps the door open for things like the White Tower rush timing. Like if you're waiting until 9 manners, 3 Earl's Guard isn't really that substantial, right? Whereas, let's say you do the 3 manners into Fast Castle, the timing of getting those 3 men at arms out, you have to remember they are villager snipers, right? You can get them out at a point in the game where maybe you both have like roughly 35 villagers, and every 15 seconds you're able to remove one of them. That's a pretty cool edge to have. And you have to remember those Earl's Guard are like very, very hard to counter early on because of the ridiculous range on those dagger throws.
Yeah, that's true. Like getting that age up in, getting 3 Earl's Guards, they're such a dangerous unit, honestly. Like you wouldn't think about it because like there's always the image in your head, yeah? Men at arms, slow unit, not that great. Earl's Guard isn't like that. They got 1.25 tiles per second of movement speed, so they actually move a good bit faster. And that dagger throw, just having that additional threat of just being able to, if there's like, I'm not sure if, I think you need 4 Earl's Guards to be able to start one-shotting villagers. It's very, very scary.
You need 3 with the White Tower, 4 without, right? Because with the White Tower, you get the +1
damage. Yeah.
Which, I mean, the Cobblepot part is like this. There's this very mixed message with the DLC if you think about it. So axe throwers do melee damage at ranged, but the dagger throwers, like they're ranged. So like the other interesting thing is like Lancaster Sith that doesn't mind the idea of like going Steeled Arrow. It's another way that you can get the plus damage on the daggers to get the free hit kills.
Okay, we do see the 6 mana play here coming in from Skull Devil, so I wouldn't be surprised if we're soon to see the Noble's ability come in, the levying from the Castle of Lancaster. It's just honestly so much, I want to say, like defensive pressure that you can get as the House of Lancaster, because you're still going to be defensive behind it, but suddenly getting 8 pseudo lancers out that you can use to like charge and harass your opponent, it's so meaningful in keeping your opponent on their side of the map while you want to go for your transition into Castle Age. And looks like that might be the thing that we're seeing next year as Blid. I'm not sure what exactly his game plan is. He made a couple of Limitnai. We do have the Javelin Throwers coming from. We do actually have the Blacksmith in. So maybe we will see a Cure Siphon coming in here soon.
In theory, very good against Lancaster, right? Because they want to stack these manners together. It gives you the potential to hit multiple manners at once with the Flame Thrower. But, you know, the tricky part is going to be right now with so little melee, it's going to be very difficult to protect against this noble timing. The other thing as well is, like, if Scarlet Devil ever feels too pressured, he can bolster his defenses with just normal spears, right? Because, like, this comp that Blid has gone for sucks against Lancastrian spears. Here they come. The press to win button.
Yeah, getting 8 of these Demi-Lancers in. Now, Demi-Lancers, they look threatening. They look ominous, but honestly, they're actually kind of chill once you get to know them. Only 8 damage on them. Like, you think they're a very strong unit suddenly charging at you. Then they meet a spearman, they're like, oh, howdy, how's your day? And the spearman just takes the spear and shoves it in their face, and it's like, oh man, that's not very nice of you, good sir. That's typically the interaction that you see, but the main value comes out of just shock damage. You charge in, you run away, repeat. And that's what we see here now, like just these couple of Demi-Lancers out on the field. Blid right now, he wanted to go for aggression and damage. Now at the moment, just because of these Demi-Lancers being out on the field, like his timing has been thrown off by like a solid minute, and that minute might be all that Scarlet Devil now needs, as we do see the White Tower coming in.
Yeah, I did chuckle a little when you're like, yeah, they don't hit for much. It's like, you're that person that goes into a gang's territory. It's like, I could take these guys on. And then you find out they're not going to fight you 1v1, right? But like, and that's the thing, you know, most people like to think like they got this really solid unit against these Demi-Lancers. They like to think that they are the Kingsmen, right? That they're Galahad. They can take on the whole pub. Most of us are not Galahad. Most of us are just a typical regular Joe that just gets wailed on. And I think that's what makes those Demi-Lancers so good, is the ability to pick and choose where they fight and just use the idea of trash to win, right? Like more crap is better than less, classic.
That's true. Okay, Chrysaw just... Honestly, I really, really hate and love this siege unit. It's such a strong siege unit, but that's also one of my biggest gripes with it. It's just so good overall. Like, we do see the Earl Scouts coming out. Little rage here at the moment. Nothing immediately going down because the... we talked about, right? Like, the Demi-Lances, they take a while to kill units. They don't do that much damage here. And the Earl Scouts are actually taken care of rather efficiently here by the Javelin Throwers. Yeah, I mean, those guys, they went down quickly. Back to killing buildings.
Yeah, he's got more coming. He has also got Knights on the way. So I think like if you can use the Earlsguard to trade out against Limitani, not too bad. But he needs a few more Earlsguard to justify that. In the meantime, on the other side, he did actually find quite a few worker kills. Look at the count. That Demi-Lancer raid, now he's up to 5 worker kills so far in this game.
Yeah, it looks like it was more effective than it at first seemed. And we're also getting some Knights in. Now, Knights not the greatest unit. And it looks like he might also lose some villagers here now. Yeah, Blid is able to pick off 2 villagers here.
Yeah, not just that, the positioning, like you know how it is with Kira they are very clunky. Luckily, manas are 2 tile. If they are 1 tile, you'd more easily be able to just kill villages because sometimes with smaller buildings, you get this overlap effect where the burn damage meant for a building forgets that it's meant to only kill buildings and murders innocent bystanders.
Yeah, those things. Sometimes you get like these shock moments, little jump scares, I like to call them, where like, oh yeah, my villagers are fine. They can torch down that Kira 1 second later, all villagers dead, and you're like, maybe not so fine.
Oh, the crazy one is like Rus versus Byzantines because it always comes down to a wooden fortress defense. And the moment you get out to repair, you just watch the health bars of your villagers disappear. Like it's... Kira Siphons are just crazy. Like the amount of times people are like, I would have won this game if it wasn't... Like, it's like listening to a Scooby-Doo villain. It's like, I would have beaten him too if it wasn't for that pesky Kira Siphon burning all my villagers.
Scarlet Devil behind this just keeps on messing more and more of these armored units. Blid, at the same time, I want to say like slowly but surely, he's managing to find his way into Castle Age. Now, it's starting to get a little bit spicy now because the army count has risen dramatically. We're now up to 9 Earl's Guards. And yeah, you definitely have to be super, super careful now if you're Blid when it comes to just where you go for your age up and what the first unit is that you make as soon as you age up. Oh, he's pulling the army back. This is really crafty,
though. Exactly. Like, look at the second wave coming in. It's the Earl's Guard. They can just get a few dagger tosses out and kill villages easily. Good reactions, though. Blid does see it early. The gold isn't being harassed right now. Remember, these are long-range dagger throws. They have more range than javelins. A little bit overkill. That guy's definitely dead. Yeah, he could have got 2 kills with a bit more micro, but Scarlet Devil doesn't care. It's a full A-click commitment in. Maybe he should care a little bit. This is an ambitious dive.
Yeah, there aren't that many blacksmith upgrades yet, especially melee blacksmith upgrades, so they do take the full damage from the midnight. Arguably, that's not that much, but apparently it is enough. Too much pressure coming in here, and Blid taps out.
Yeah, it was looking bad, but I thought he at least had 1 or 2 more fights in. But I think Blid's just experienced this roller coaster ride of pain a few too many times on the ladder maybe and didn't want to go down it again. So we do get the GG call, and it is going to be a 2-0 victory for Scarlet Devil, which is going to send him through into the next round where he'll face off against either Lemonos or a very familiar foe in CSO.
Yeah, definitely familiar foes there. So that is something interesting to also look forward to if we do get there. Yeah, honestly, I really enjoy the games in between, like, these couple of groups from the same, I want to say, like, meta bubble. When you get, like, CSO up against Louis, or when they play up against Scarlet Devil. Those are very, very interesting to look at. I do believe that we do have confirmation of a very, very upcoming set here. Yeah, it looks like next up, we're going to be taking a look at Mia Micah up against Myriad. So definitely one set to look forward to. Honestly, I'm quite excited about that one. Both Mia Micah and Myriad. That sounds like an action-packed set coming in, and also very, very high-quality players there.
Yeah, and you know, it's interesting. Myriad's becoming a decent, well-rounded player. Still got some ways to go before he's able to crack that like top 8, top 16 bubble reliably. But I don't think he's too far behind. The other one is Mia Micah, who... It almost feels like what he needs to do is stop being so cheesy, is the word I see a lot of people use, to crack that upper echelon. But I don't know about you. I kind of don't want to see that. I think the way he plays is why he plays so well, weirdly enough. But what we'll do now, we're going to head to a short break. When we come back, we should have an epic series between me and Micah and Myriad. So stay tuned. Go get yourself a drink. I'll be back in a few minutes. 0, 0, 1. Sorry, we're a robot. 0, 0, 0. We're back. Welcome back to EGC Masters Summers, folks, for Mio, Micah versus Myriad. We're getting a little bit deeper in the day now. It's semi-finals of a qualifying slot for these two bad boys. Winner will be going up against likely either Wham or Gully Deck, although series still being played. But no doubt about it, this part of the bracket, Wham is the boogeyman, Crackety, that all these guys have to prove that they're good enough to beat.
Oh man, it's always so tough. Like when you see what's potentially ahead of your run in a certain bracket, right? Because players they can kind of guesstimate who they might potentially be up against. That's why in like the high elo draft, you're like, oh man, I got the beastie bracket. Oh no, I got the Wham bracket. Oh man, I got the Marine Lord bracket. What am I gonna do? Those are like the kind of situations that you can kind of face, that you can be confronted with. But if you're able to get through them, that's when you're like, okay, I managed to beat the big beast of my bracket. There is very little stopping me now, and that's always something that you gotta think about, right? Like if you're able to get past the big hurdle, chances are you will qualify.
Yeah, I mean, in some ways, maybe you feel a little bit inspired, right? Because like, if, for example, me and Mike or Myriad, whichever one wins here on their bracket, based on the people in that bracket, like, they should technically then be the next most threatening person, right? So if Wham is to qualify today, you go to the next qualifier, all of a sudden, like, your likelihood of actually qualifying feels pretty high. Wait, I'm just double checking. How many slots are for the qualified 2? It is the same amount of slots, right? Or have I bigged them up for no good reason?
Yeah.
It is, yeah. It's 6 and then 6. Because remember, we had the 4 by default, which was the top places of EGC Masters, which was Anasan, Beastie, Louis, and Marine Lord. So for anyone who's going to inevitably ask in chat, where is Marine Lord and Beastie? They're already there. Calm down. But yeah, I think, like, if I had to take a guess at who I think is going to make it through, I mean, the most obvious ones like Puppy Paw, Wham, definitely in there. Vortex, B, CSO, and then like Lucifron. And then the other ones to me is like Kilyadi makes a lot of sense. I could see Dumu obviously being in there. I think Numidan might be slept on just a little bit. This guy always comes and goes in a really surprising way. And then outside that, Neo Micro or Myriad would slot in quite nicely. And then I'd say like Voldemar.
SAS potentially, yeah.
Yep, SAS. And then Corvinus. Corvinus is always interesting, right? Like, it hasn't been able to like crack that absolute upper echelon in a reliable fashion. But I think his creativity is what usually gets him into the main events.
Yeah, Corvinus is always an interesting one. I feel like maybe if he practiced a little bit more instead of playing Nomad all day.
He's prepping for Drongo's Outback Octagon, Crackety.
How long are you going to prep beforehand? Oh, man.
Dude, that's like the worst feeling. Imagine you spend the whole year prepping and then you lose in the first round. Like, oh. All right, wow. Scatterbrained is scattering the names now. That
we had a character limit.
No, he really wanted us to emphasize his D for some reason.
Scatterbrain D.
Is that like a grading system? Do we have like better scatterbrains? So yeah, like in terms of the rest of the brackets, like Numidan versus Elyona, I definitely favor Numu there. I think Numu and B could even be a very intriguing game, actually.
Yeah, definitely. I think those two could mix and match quite nicely. CSO versus Demu as a potential as well. That could also be interesting. Lucifron and Kiljari also striking me as a interesting set. Honestly, I feel like Kiljari, if he's able to like get past the hurdle of, I feel like he kind of blocks himself from being as aggressive as he used to be recently, and I think we need the aggressive Kiljari back. I think we need the giga aggressive Kiljari back, because I think Prime Kiljari could definitely win that set.
It's crazy for a man of his age to have hesitation, you know? Because like I would think if I got that old, I'd be like, dude, I got like days left, maybe. I don't know when I'm gonna kick it, right? So like I've got to live life like every day is my last. I ain't got time to waste on these macro games. Nah, got to be done 15, 20 minutes top. Because the other thing is you never know, like you might be sitting there in an hour-long game and like you're very old. All of a sudden your brain's like nap time and you just while sitting there. Like there's so many risks here to playing late game. I agree. I want to see full balls against the walls kill Yardi again.
Have you seen a recent demo stream with like the image of Kiljani waking up, just
Yeah.
being attached to the stream the entire time? I mean, that guy's living life. That guy is living life. He's truly embracing the typical Kiljani strategy in real life. We just got to see him embrace it in game again as well.
Yeah, and I think he's feeling refreshed. He just got back off a holiday to Greece, so that was why he was missing. That's why we didn't see him playing in small tournaments. You know, apparently, like, he's just such a superstar. He's got all the time in the world for these holidays. But you know, sometimes stepping away from the game is its own buff, right? Just kind of actually mentally resetting your mind, not thinking about it. We've seen this from other players. Some like to just like passively think about it, like Mister. For some other people, it's just they need to take their mind off it because it's just overloads. I think Marine Law has been that historically in the past, where we interviewed him and he's like, "Oh yeah, I'm just gonna like take the month to play this fighting game," right? Because it just allows him to not become over granularized, if you know what I mean. Where like you think about things too much, you can actually come to illogical conclusions.
Yeah, definitely. That's kind of thing as well. Like whenever you get like a big new patch or something like that, if you're a competitive player, sometimes the best way to approach this is to not play. Take a break. You wait a while for the meta to settle down. Then you come back and you look at, okay, what are you fools doing in the meantime? And that's like honestly like a very, very underrated strategy, I want to say, because then you don't necessarily get the bias out of like strategies in the making that can influence you maybe in like the wrong direction. Instead, you jump straight to the solution.
Yeah, it's also just like a lot of people become hyper focused on things that might be irrelevant. Like I'm always reminded of a coach in Dota 2, where you know like they've been doing it for years. They had all these ways of thinking of it, and a League of Legends pro came and asked them, "Why isn't the map mirrored?" And all of a sudden, just a question that simple made them think about it and like, "Oh wow, that opens up all kinds of different possibilities." Right? It's interesting. Like when you get those unique new perspectives. I think like Neo Micro is a pristine example of this. Neo Micro is essentially playing quite often a lot of strategies that were done years ago and then seen as like inefficient and aren't revisited, right? But he makes it work. Like we all remember was it 120 night game against Dimmu? Not the best example because that did end in an L, but he's exploring these weird tracks that either have never been looked at or were abandoned a long time ago.
I'm just gonna prophesize here. We're gonna see from Miyamaika Minework, Regnit's Mass Knights.
Or
it might not be that way.
Minework, Burgrave, Mass Men at Arms.
Ooh, that's too spicy.
I mean, it's like weird. We just don't see it on Frisian anymore, partially because H3 always gets banned. But you heard me correctly, folks. HRE has been picked. It was allowed. We head into a best of 3 between Myriad in the red as the Lancastrians and Miyamaika in the blue as the HRE to see who is going to be making it through to that qualification matchup for EGC Masters Summer. That's right. They won't qualify if they win this, but they'll be just one series away.
Look at this. What is going on here? We do have Myriad opening up with Spearman as the House of Lancaster. Honestly, Myriad, he's been doing that a ton recently. Just these Dark Age openings with not just with just about every civilization, I almost want to say. But yeah, this time up against the HRE, and Miyamaika on the other hand side, he opened up with villagers on gold. So the HRE typically they need a little bit of additional gold. Did he already scout the Dark Age barracks here from Myriad? Because that is a very, very early play out onto the gold. And no, he didn't. He doesn't know.
Really?
He's just assuming this or something. But yeah, I mean, this is the perfect play for him here, right? Like he is not going to have to worry about being able to gather up enough gold for this. And Myriad, you can tell, like he's clearly looking for that gold. And he does find it there at the top side. Is he going to go for it? He should. He's not. He is.
Yeah, he was looking elsewhere. He got a little bit distracted. So moving out now, but I mean, at this stage, it's too late. Miyamaika has what he needs. He can pull back. Does mean he's going to have to react with some archers at the start of the age up. And then curious to see if he like doubles down or if he goes back to greed. Because like, you know, there are some civs that feel confident about the idea of rushing Lancaster, knowing they're going to go for the mana spam. HRE's been a bit of a weird one, though. I don't know. I haven't actually been able to see much of this particular civ matchup.
Yeah. We are actually going to be getting an Archon Chapel here from the looks of it. It's going to be positioned right next to the TC and that wood line there. Ooh, off by 1 tile though. If you have OCD, don't look. And yeah, at the moment, Miyamika, he's got to be quite happy with that, being able to gather up enough resources. Oh my god, KP, he's rushing that up. He's rushing that Archon Chapel up like there's no tomorrow. This one's going to be going up at like 3:15. Earliest age ups in Age of Empires history is trying to be achieved here. Behind this, I believe Myriad is trying to lure in the deer as well on his side with success.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he hired one of those Polish building squads, the super efficient ones, right? That's definitely not a British building crew. Like, I see this a lot from Miyamika, by the way. Have you noticed this? He rushes with like 8 to 10 for feudal landmarks. A lot compared to anyone else in the pro level.
Honestly, I'm a little bit perplexed, mainly because we do have the buff with the Prelude by now, that he is able to inspire more villagers. Are we going to get emergency repair? KP, are we going to get emergency repair on that mining camp? It's going dangerous. Oh, yeah, okay, it's safe.
Oh my god! He pressed the button! Oh, one button! Yeah, that's just that's Miyamika's dial-up internet from Southeast Asia, okay, guys? It's just like, it's a hard life as an esports pro in that region.
That button has been clicked a while ago. You just didn't notice it yet.
Yeah, you know you got internet problems whenever you do something in game when there's a literal like circular buffer icon that shows up on your screen.
Remember playing like League of Legends like 15 years ago on dial-up internet and playing with like 800 ping? And you just have to predict every single move 8 seconds in advance in order to play the game?
So I'll say no. You are talking to a guy who like casted Dota 2, so you guessed the wrong MOBA.
You probably had decent internet.
Now we had turn rates which kind of hid the lag. I guess that's like the comparison in some ways of like I guess like League versus Dota. Yes and no, actually, because Dota is very responsive. But in some ways, it's kind of like when you explain input to someone between AoE 4 and like StarCraft. You know what I mean? Where like AoE 4 has that little bit of latency to it.
Mm.
Whereas StarCraft has been seen to be like the most responsive RTS ever, is the idea.
What is Miyamika doing?
Miyamika,
every time I see him play, it's interesting to say the least. He just pulled every single villager off wood. He got a couple of archers out. He built the mill and now is going over to gold.
All right, they're just getting their Fitbits going, guys. Yeah, medieval Fitbits. Got to make sure you get those miles in.
I'm not sure, was that you or was that Vodka?
What, the laugh? That was me. I can't.
Oh, okay.
There's something about Miyamika. It's like, for reference, this guy's ranked 50th in the world right now, and this is like how he plays all the time. It's so... Like,
and he makes it work. That's the craziest part about it. Like, it's such messy games, but the dude is relentless when it comes to aggression. Like, you wouldn't expect these kind of strategies to work, or like these kind of implementations of strategies to work. But Miyamika, that's the crazy part. He makes them work in ways that you just wouldn't expect them to.
It's like he's a marvel to watch for that reason. And that's why, like, I'm there cheering for him, man. You know, like, you know how I am. I hate this, like, let's be optimal. What's the meta build? I want the creativity. I thrive on the creativity. And the fact that he just goes and does something unorthodox, literally every game, big or small, and then still is able to be in the running, has continued to impress me.
Yeah, definitely is an impressive ability to have, because Miyamika behind us, he is going for the age-up rush here. Myriad, on a little bit of a delay after 6.5 minutes, has managed to push in the deer now underneath his TC. So it's going to have a very... You think sheep are efficient? Deer are... Actually, compared to House of Lancaster, deer are not that much more efficient, but they're a bit more efficient.
Mm-hmm. And, well, we did talk about the possibility of a Burgrave. There's no way he's gonna... I mean, because, like, he might. He's got 8 villagers' food gathering rate being buffed right now.
9, please.
Oh, sorry.
We did have that.
So was that 9 or you screaming no because he hasn't got the Arkan garrisons.
Oh, wait, does it? Okay, never mind. He still has villagers gathering food for a second. I was like, wait, no food income? Okay, so we're getting a rushed up Regnitz now. And Myriad has nothing to stop this whatsoever. He's on 3 manners trying to rush his own age up now behind this. But honestly, I think Miyamaika at this point in time, he's bound to be getting like every single relic on the map. Yeah, look at that. He's even producing prelates now from the TC.
If Miyamaika wins this game and like Myriad goes back and reviews the first 5 minutes of this, he might stress smoke so many cigarettes that he just dies on the spot.
Honestly, yeah, like this is so crazy. Like Miyamaika, he's like trying to take every single shortcut in order to go for the Aja play here that he was able to do. Like, oh god, he's on my gold. Pull every single villager off gold. Okay, he's off gold now. Now I pull every single villager back to gold. He's like hyper reactions that are coming out of him. And now I'm honestly kind of worried. Okay, like Myriad, King's College now up against a mass knight player like Miyamaika might just be the only correct option here potentially. And we are getting the King's College in.
This is good. It's going to give him the opportunity to get into Colivesses, which is just basically having heavy maces on horseback. Really big deal. And even prepping additional stables. So Miyamaika also, because he didn't go mine work, doesn't have the added benefit of the barded armor.
The Prelude, I mean, even if he doesn't make it back alive, just getting that relic in so deep into his side of the map is already a lot of value, especially since he already has the monastery out through the Regnitz Cathedral, so he can afford just pumping out a couple of additional prelates. And I mean, we talked about it, right? Like his economy isn't really being inspired right now, but it doesn't really matter long term because he's going to be able to inspire all of these many different locations as the game goes on.
I mean, I don't really blame his people for not feeling inspired. Fast Castle Night Spam from HRE is hardly an inspirational build, Crackety. It's done all the time. Oh, you mean the fact that we literally don't have anything buff?
Yeah.
Hey, he's got it in. There we go.
Yay!
We got there in the end. Thank God. The gold, however, is painful. He's got a lot of people out there, but no prelate buffing at all as the race is on.
Yeah, we're also getting crossbows in now at the moment. Looks like Myriad also pulled the Muster Noble's ability, so we do have some Demi-Lancers accompanying the Lancers that are going to be coming out in a little bit. No Call of Esses yet, but that will also surely soon be coming in. Once you get that in, even the Demi-Lancers will do significant damage up against the Knights from Miyamaika. Could get another Wololo in here.
The Archer wouldn't be able to protect him quick enough, I don't think, so he just runs away. Knights are now arriving in Myriad's base, and Koliv Esses is on the way, so he will have the clear answer. He's still got plenty of Knights to prowl with on the other side, so like Miyamaika, I wonder if he's going to notice this quickly. Like, the thing with Koliv Esses, I find quite frustrating, and I think I'm not alone in this. There's no visual indicator that it's been researched. You have to look.
Yeah. I mean, how are you going to spot a collar from this far away, right?
Oh, no, I've checked. There's no collar even when you zoom in. It's a scam.
Oh.
Right? Like, yeah,
Has
this is like one of those...
the devs yet?
I mean, I think we just did, I hope. This is like when you make one of those eBay orders, you're like, oh boy, I'm looking forward to my Switch 2, and you open it up and it's just a big rock.
Goddamn scammers, dude. Ooh, first time gonna go down, and the color of Esses is in. I'm not sure if Miyamaika
and this is where it gets
this.
messy. You just don't. It's like, it reminds me of old school Raw Bloodlines, right? Like, remember how long it took people to remember to check for that in the old French builds? Like, nowadays, it's instinctive, but Lancaster is so fresh, a lot of players still get caught off guard by this.
Honestly, this is kind of crazy just how this is escalating now at this point in the game, because behind this, Miyamaika, he was primed for play to get 5 relics in this matchup. Now, he might only be getting in 2. He's still trying to pump out more and more Knights. We're also seeing Archer, veterancy on Archers actually being upgraded behind this. I think there's a lot of wrong calls being made right now, and yeah, I'm a little bit afraid here for him, because is he going for like a mass Archer play now? Like mass Knight and Archer? This is like the one civilization where that doesn't work up against.
No, because like Mira would just keep going Knights and then eventually switch into Yeoman, and Sing Shot will trade out better on the backside. Like, yeah, it's a questionable choice by Mio. Maybe he feels a little bit stuck. I feel like I've seen a lot of people feeling stuck recently against Lancaster.
Yeah, I mean, it's only going to get worse. Myriad, he's already up on 9-6 knights here now, and not 9-3 even. 9-3 knights. The 6 knights are, like, for the most part, still in queue. And no crossbows on the way. I think, yeah, he doesn't have a scout. He doesn't know what's about to hit him. But this army from Myriad, and I know Myriad is not a guy that's afraid to dive his opponent's base. He will put on those goggles, and he will not look back.
Yeah, full propulsion mode activated. You know, I'm starting to think it might be appropriate. The acronym for this tournament is EMS, because it looks like we might need to call emergency medical services for Mia Micah. This is worrisome. He's still just committing to knights. The archers are starting to come in, but it's not making this look any prettier.
Yeah, not at all. Archer's definitely not what Mia Micah needs at the moment. And there we go, Myriad. He's not looking back. Doesn't have Pierce armor, but it's just going to dive anyways. And it's enough. Mia Micah has to call it. No way out.
All right, we may have a very quick series on our hands, but that is the Mia Micah way. You may question it. It may not seem like the build you wanted to see. You got to give him props for at least double downing where most people would shy away.
Honestly, in the mid game, I want to say, well, what do you can really qualify as the mid game here? But like 8 minutes into the game, I honestly saw Mia Micah in quite the favorable spot. Like, he had 2 archers out. Myriad only had 2 spearmen. I think it was just about the speed at which he tried to gather up the relics and the archer positioning that just didn't quite allow him to get to like that maybe 3-4 very fast relic grab in this situation. Honestly, I think that could have been much better achieved with crossbows potentially than there on as well. I think then you're in a position where you can potentially just fast Imperial Age. But yeah, I mean, Mia Micah, that mass knight play that he's so famous for, it just doesn't work against those color of S's. What are we looking at?
We are looking at the teeth being kicked out of poor Chrysaw again. What a...
Oh, God.
Just
but
flashbacks,
yeah,
right? Because next game's going to be...
can't make the knights.
Yes, exactly. Like, it forces you away. It's like being against HRE and building men-at-arms. It just doesn't make sense. Like, this is the weird thing, is that Lancaster is secretly a cavalry civ. It's very subtle, but very potent. Look at this. Look at Mia Micah's chaotic
This is
eco.
prime Mia Micah-ing. Mia
I was going to say, it's very StarCrafty now that I think about it. You know, it's not like in StarCraft, that, you know, a little bit of harassment comes in, you don't hesitate to pull all your workers away immediately, right? And then you just push them all into whatever you need. This is very fluid with just a 2-resource game. Whereas obviously AO4, it's a little bit less efficient to do so. Especially after you stopped off to build a mill with, I think it was 8 villages.
Yeah, these kind of situations can happen, right? But honestly, I'm still very impressed with Mia Micah's transition timings overall, and like at which point he got that castle age in, what kind of position he was in overall. It's just the follow-up with the army composition didn't quite work out for him, but it's not going to be a Mongol game that's going to be coming up next. Instead, we will be seeing Rus up against the Delhi here, and KP, this one is quite interesting, I want to say, because Delhi's obviously broken, but so is Rus. So it's kind of like, if 2 broken civilizations match up against each other, will we really be able to draw any valid conclusions beforehand?
Yes. So the most valid conclusion is that if your busted civ loses, you can make a Reddit thread complaining that the other busted civ should be nerfed, and your busted civ should be buffed. And that is how we get war elephants that are garrisonable.
Wait, they're already garrisonable.
No, we're going to garrison them more. You know, like we're going to stick a platoon of spears on the top of that bad boy.
It is very scary when
go.
you see war elephants suddenly garrisoning inside of a building and pop out on the other side, because suddenly they go from 1 tile per second movement speed to 99999 tiles movement speed because you just teleport them on the other side of a building.
That's OP, and that's going to get nerfed because like now we're going to get someone building 15 castles in a game with like the APM of a god, and they'll just produce an elephant and then move it through the keeps all the way to your base. Like it's going to happen. No, I meant make the elephants garrisonable, as in like you can garrison on them.
Oh.
Yeah. So you can
Something
like,
that you just can't do yet is garrison an elephant inside of a ram. Imagine that.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised considering we can somehow fit 5 of those elephants in an outpost. So
it's unrealistic, dude. What? I need my 16 elephants inside of my battering rams right now.
The immersion's been ruined, man. The immersion was ruined for me a long time ago. Like, have you ever looked at a castle and seen the size of a door and the size of an elephant, and then watched it go inside? It doesn't make sense. It does not make sense. Right? Like the only way the elephant's getting in is 2 possibilities. You have either slicked the entire door frame with peanut butter to push it through, or you've chopped the elephant up and reassembled it when it comes out.
They used the stairs on the backside of a keep. That argument would work in AoE 2. Unfortunately, in AoE 4, we can actually look at the backside of a keep and see that there aren't any stairs there.
You know, like, I think the better argument in like AoE 2 with that is it's actually like it's just a Hollywood prop. Right? It's just a flat 2D. Oh my god, I want that from an RTS now. For some reason, I actually want that from an RTS now, where like when you kill buildings, they just fall over like a cardboard prop.
Oh man, like a paper. I can't say the word because the company that makes that game is notorious for doing things to content creators. Yeah, paper type series. Yeah,
the paper plumbers. Yeah, that one. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, you know what? Like, I just had a flashback to when I played those kind of 2D, 3D games as a kid. You know the ones where it's like 2D sprites on a 3D environment? They were surprisingly horrifying. Heroes of Might and Magic for Blood and Honor. Nope. I remember I'd walk in, Minotaur in 2D. That was more scary than a 3D Minotaur for some reason. Left that place, never looked back. I uninstalled that game. I threw the disc out the window, found it 10 years later, and finally enjoyed it. An amazing game. But as a kid, I could not. I found Deus Ex concerning as a child.
I mean, there are plenty of games that can very much traumatize you as a child that were out there freely accessible on the market, right? But luckily, Age of Empires is not a traumatizing game. I say that until I have to play against...
Nest of Bees?
Not necessarily Nest of Bees, but just mass elephants.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean that can come in as well. Maybe we'll see some elephants as well this game. Honestly, it's an interesting one, right? Like, I imagine there are like different strategies here, and I know Myriad, he loves to switch up his strategy iterations depending on the matchup. Honestly, I think we could see a ruse game here where maybe we don't see Pro Scout coming in, and instead just see a much faster fast castle age into Cav Archers. That could also be an option here, I think.
Quite possible. I think the usual standard here is you can be forced to add in a Rax as Roost, which is a bit annoying, but it doesn't really offset the idea that you can go for Fast Castle. Now, where it gets interesting, I've seen some strategies where you just kind of open up Men-at-Arms. Can be a little bit weird against Ghazi, but can also feel better than having to spam or such instead Ghazi. There's even a world in which we see Roost players playing H2. I've been seeing that a little bit more in the last week or two with like just a classic Archer plus Knight comp. And then you just focus on the Knights so you can scale it. A bit like a French build. So yeah, like Roost is definitely a very robust Civ still. One of the few Civs that just didn't really feel the ire and pain of the nerf hammer from the Pro Scout changes.
Yeah, Pro Scout changes. I mean, for Delhi, not really much has changed. The price went from free to free. We're about to find out if we're going to see any Pro Scouting coming in. Ladies and gentlemen, game number 2, now between Mia Micah and Myriad. Ruse versus Delhi here on Riot, Saudi Arabia, as we are in the EGC Masters Summer tournament.
Game number 2, and we're going to see if Myriad's going to be able to take it number 2 or Mia Micah, because that game number 1 was fast, a little bit painful. Mia Micah has got a Civ that in theory should be the aggressor out the door, and from what I've been seeing of Mia, I think that's where he looks most comfortable, when he's able to be the pace setter, which is especially intriguing when you carve out this guy's legacy. He was a Zerg player. Zerg is historically a Civ. I think in a lot of people's eyes, there's the macro Civ of StarCraft. Not the way that Mio played it. You know, everything about how he wants to play, a lot of people try to classify as cheesy. But with that, usually cheesy involves aggression. Delhi, definitely kings of that.
Indeed, and looking at the sacred sites here, pretty even split on the map when it comes to positioning. I'm not sure how Mia Micah plays Delhi, honestly. Like, we talked about Mia Micah having a unique type of playstyle. So I'm wondering if we're going to get any different type of iterations here when it comes to the Delhi meta here from Mia Micah. Could be Mass Ghazi Raiders.
TOV. No, I'm kidding.
Ain't no way.
He's different. He's not crazy. Yeah, he still likes to win games.
Yeah. Imagine, like, skipping out on a landmark that saves you over 100 resources per minute. That would be crazy.
I mean, imagine just missing out on God knows how much saved in research tech across a game at a faster pacing. Nah, that doesn't make sense. Roos, though, like, I've been quite vocal on this again. I think Roos need to be shot in the kneecap. That's right. I said it out loud. I think the change that needs to happen with Roos is that hunting cabins should not be able to spawn scouts until age 2.
Yeah, I mean, being able to get these scouts out so quickly, it can be very difficult, even for, like, you know how Delhi, they got this, or Delhi and Abbasid for the most part, they got this benefit from, like, just being able to gather up really quickly from the berries, where they're able to send their scout around for a little bit longer. Typically, like other civilizations, they gotta go back at some point in time and drop off the sheep. That has actually been changed as well when they reduced the food count on sheep, but instead gave us more sheep at the beginning as well. So you have a little bit more leeway there, as you 100% have enough sheep to at least be able to go for the age up. But it kind of devalues that kind of option with the Delhi and Abbasid just being able to scout around for a lot longer. And it definitely adds a lot more value to the Roos just being able to produce a couple of extra scouts early on, as we do see Myriad being able to gather up the lion's share of the sheep here.
Yeah, and this is the thing as well. It's not just the gathering the sheep. It's so many different things. Like, with them, they have the ability to see what you're doing. They discover the map quicker. They do everything. And I think, like, that's the thing. There's no civ in the game harder to hide a play against than Roos.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, there we go. Age Up has now finished. We are going to get the Dome of the Faith. I mean, yeah, it's just such a strong landmark here. And we do see Myriad already going for a little bit of a deer shove here, as he's going to make sure these deer are going to be very, very close to his base. And now it's not really that important for him. Well, it actually depends on whether or not he's going to go for Pro Scout. He has a lot of villagers on wood, so I would imagine that he is going to go for Pro Scouts. Something that you could do with these triple scouts here at the beginning is don't even go for Pro Scouts. You just shove in the first 7 deer. And then just go for a much, much quicker timing on the age up. Looks like Myriad is going to go for the Pro Scout, though, and just being able to get those deer in before the upgrade has even come in is a lot of value that is coming his way here. Mika behind this, already getting the first couple of free upgrades now in queue with a feudal age, multiple scholars being trained from the Dome of Faith in order to speed that up even further. Most importantly, we are getting that sanctity in. Actually, wait, that scholar next to the Dome of Faith, it's not garrisoned at the moment. I don't think he clicked the hotkey.
Oh, no. No, not this again. And the other ones are rallying across
standing there.
to the... Okay, then. It's going to be one of those games. Well, what makes it somewhat more painful is he's already rushing Blacksmith, so this is going to hamper his timing. And, like, Myriad, I mean, dude, he could actually still cancel this right now. I think it'd actually be worth it, because, like, Mika hasn't even attempted to lame the deer whatsoever. Which is
also seeing Spearmen come out now, so we'll be able to, like, if there's Ghazi Raiders, they're not going to be able to really do a lot here up against the Spearmen from Myriad. That's going to be a difficult timing now here for Mika, I want to say. Pro Scouts has just completed, so in theory, Myriad, he can now just stop. Yeah, there we go. Now he's just going to use the Scout in order to carry the deer over underneath his TC.
I like that as well.
Yeah,
he's efficient about it. Yeah, just uses one Scout for this because, like, they're already close enough. And then the rest go for the risky resources before the Ghazi start to arrive. And well, he's already got the solution to Ghazi anyway, right?
Look
so, like, I wouldn't be surprised if Myriad postures. Wait, again?
That's a Mika build.
Why do we keep doing this? He's like, now I can build scholars out of both. You think it's just straight up FC?
It might just be a fast castle from him. But Myriad, honestly, like, this is one of the crazy things from Myriad, right? Like, the way he plays certain civilizations, it's always kind of like with a twist on it. And the twist here is he's not just going to go use his advantage that he's already gotten and just go up to Castle Age. No, he's actually making knights as well. Knights and spearmen.
Yeah, so I guess the idea here is going to be to maybe just try and snipe the initial scholars. I don't know if he's going to want to commit to this long term, just because like Spear Ghazi would make sense for Miyamika. Maybe he's gambling on the idea that Mia wouldn't want to build archers, presumptually, considering the Roos can spam archers quicker. Very curious, though.
Mike at the moment trying to trade out with his Ghazi up against Spears. As long as there aren't that many Spears, it's fine, but just the timing there, the reaction not quite there. If he can pull these weak Ghazi Raiders back in time, he does have the option to fully heal them back up, but did actually lose 2 Ghazi Raiders here. It's going to hurt him quite a bit, and yeah, behind this, he is going to lose another Ghazi Raider and try and secure the Sacred Sites. I think the Scholars have just moved out. There we go. First Sacred Site is now starting to get captured up, but losing 3 Ghazi Raid. Yeah, it's too much. He lost too much there.
I mean, Delhi is a civ that requires clean execution in the first few minutes of play, and apparently it's just not there for Miyamika, so he has been speedrun out of qualifier #1.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. I'm not sure what exactly happened there, but looks like Miyamika was not quite feeling up to the task of going up against Myriad here. Myriad actually playing this quite well. And honestly, I like these little variances, these little iterations that Myriad has on his kind of like civilization plays, like not going up to that fast castle age, but instead just choosing to go for a couple of units there as well, as we do have May in the chat calling Delhi OP in quotations there. Love that. But yeah, this was a very, very quick set, which does mean, though, that we are going to have enough time to be able to jump into the set between Voldemar and Sass.
Yeah, which is going to rebalance the game length average of this entire qualifier, because at this rate, we were probably trending towards about a 10-minute average for the broadcast. Voldemar and Sass, on the other hand, a little bit different, right? Voldemar and Sass, I would say, both players that try to open quite aggressively. It's more the closing quickly that can backfire a little bit. So I find, and you may have noticed as well, with Sass and Voldemar, the intent is to get a quick finish. But quite often, I think they have longer game averages than most players I watch.
Yeah, because they try to finish the games off quickly, but at the same time, both of them are fighters. They're gonna really like stay in the game, try their best to come back if they feel behind, or even if they like did a successful push, sometimes they overcommit, lose their advantage, and try and rebalance again. That happens a lot more often with them, I want to say, than with any other like players, or like with most other players that we do see. But game #1 here that we're going to be seeing, it's going to be on Dry River End. It's a hybrid map, and Knights Templar in for Sass. So we're going to have a very, very strong economy here on that side.
Yeah, I don't know how I rate Mongol's chances here. I mean, you'd think, oh, wow, like you can't just build the docks, Crackety, because then he'll build the spears and kill you. Yeah, the funny thing is that Knights Templar can build the docks and then build the spears as well. They are very, 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 very good at doing that, surprisingly enough. We've seen it, for example, Four Lakes, another map where Knights Templar can just end the game before you even reach feudal. It's crazy.
Yeah, it definitely is. I mean, Knights Templar on water, it's a very explosive growth. Just all that wood gathering, like bonus wood gathering that you have. On top of that, you also get some food gathering. It perfectly synergizes, and we're just going to be jumping straight into it. We're going to jump ahead a little bit to the point of action here, as we're already 2.5 minutes in. We are going to try and catch up to the live game. Looks like we're just about caught up as well. Voldemar here opening us up with a Dark Age Spearman play, sort of as expected. Sass behind us actually didn't go for any dogs. Instead, he's going to go for a fast age up. Kingdom of France on the way, so we'll have access to those Chevalier for him.
Yeah, and that's fine, right? Like, now Voldemar has no value out of the Spearman play. I don't know if you really want to try to outpost rushing on the timing, because your opponent can actually get archers out before you be able to build up the tower, right? So, like, you might just have to accept it for what it is and back away, as much as that sucks to say. Is he going to... Okay, so if Sass just rushes with, like, 3 on the archer range, this is just going to be...
Far? I mean, it's going to take an entire minute for the outpost to go up. If there were 2 villagers, I want to say, like, maybe he can rush it up. But with only 1 villager, that just does not feel like it's something that's going to happen. And Sass, he's already got so many resources here as well behind this.
Yeah, he's content. Now you just need to rush those archers out. Might need some assistance to kill the villager before this completes. It's going to be tight, right? Because obviously you need to produce these archers every like 15 seconds. 23. I think... Yeah, he's going to start poking. I reckon even just hitting the villager with a scout once or twice could be worth it. First one out.
And Spearman trying their best here. Okay. Yeah, I think he's going to have to pull the villagers here.
Yeah. I mean, he did force a little bit of delay at first to the villager, but like that's the thing. You needed to make him run longer. Second archer has arrived. Now it could feel a bit snug, but the problem here, you're seeing it, Sass doesn't want to take damage on his archers. The Voldemar, it's like the outpost should be going up. Just
3
about.
archers now, though.
Wait, maybe?
Villager getting forced back. I think now, yeah, now he can commit. The outpost not going to go up.
Just in the nick of time, those extra firepowers come out, so is he able to do it? It looked like that reluctance to get in would have killed him off, but no, instead, Voldemar in an awkward situation now. And this is huge, remember, like Knights Templar, the weakness at this point in the game is that they're missing 3 villagers. Now, you've offset a third of that disadvantage.
Yeah, this is going to hurt Voldemar significantly here now behind the Sass. He also will have the option of going out onto the ponds now. Also able to snipe a sheep away there from the Khan. Could actually maybe get more here. The Khan kind of picking it out. Ooh, this could be... Wait, actually, the Khan could go down?
Oh, no. Yep.
Oh.
Somehow still saw it. Actually, I think that was the Khan's fault, right? Because he shot back. Oh, no. Oh, now we got Stables Racks. So just kind of like the norm. This is a weird matchup, actually. You'd think the Keshiks would win. But surprisingly enough, like Archer Keshik versus Archer Chevalier... Archer Chevalier is a lot more scary, right? Because of the scaling health for the Chevalier. And also just the Archer count is always superior for KT.
Exactly. Sass already has 6 archers out at this point in time. We should at least be getting a double-produced Keshik in here at this point. But Sass, he's already started expanding out onto the first pond. First stock is coming up here for him. Also sees the villagers on gold, so will know, or will at least guess that there is a Keshik play coming in soon. Oh, and getting the kills in on these spearmen now is so valuable. Because now the Chevalier, they won't have a direct counter, or at least not as many counters out on the field.
Oh, he'll even get a worker kill. The Deerstone move. A little bit of an error there. Voldemar was trying to extend his aura, but with it disabled, it enables even more kills. It looks like there's going to be a pushback here, right? First Chevalier is arriving. Yeah. Voldemar's not going to die to this now, but what's important is the space it's created. Like you mentioned, the dock is now up. And that's where we're going to start to see this ridiculous inflation rate on Chevalier count.
Yeah. Ooh, Chevalier a little bit over ambitious here. Will get taken down immediately. Ooh, Sass, that's a great reset now for Voldemar, actually. I mean, this is what we talked about earlier, wasn't it? Like the player just being a little bit too ambitious sometimes for trying to finish off the game and then losing their advantage. And that's kind of exactly what we're seeing there.
Yeah, it's wild. Like in Sass's position, he should be feeling confident that he's got the pond. Like he's got double pond, right? But it's almost like confidence is an insidious killer. In this game, it just proved exactly why. Like there was not really a necessity for that type of dive. And now it's enabled Voldemar to start playing ponds as well.
Yeah, Sass so far, he hasn't gotten the pilgrimage started yet. So no pilgrims behind all of this. Gathering up the gold so far. And he's just continuously making archers at the moment. In a moment where Voldemar, he's got the superior Keshik mass. Oh, this is terrible at the moment for Sass here. Trying to get the villager.
He might be able to still get it. Yeah, he should. There we go. Chevalier moves through. But Dock is already up. Voldemar kind of ticked his box. And like Sass is just hemorrhaging a lot of military at a critical point here. Just to try and exist in the middle of the map.
The army value, it kind of speaks wonders here. Just that first double-produced Keshik just got him so much value in now. And look at that. Offensive Deerstones now being moved forward just when Sass at least has managed to get his first Pilgrim out. So we'll be getting a little bit of gold trickle. But he's so far behind at the moment when it comes to the army mass. And Voldemar, he's just going to start flooding now. I think Sass, he might just have entirely misread the situation now that he's in. Is rushing an outpost up?
There is an upside, and that's that the economy he's scaling is not being harassed at all, right? As in the fishing eco. Yes, the gold gets blocked, but you can play this game without the gold. A little bit. Like, it doesn't feel great, because obviously you want to try to mirror the Chevalier to Keshik, but you can always, like, bloat food and then come back for the gold in a slight delay. yeah, a little bit worrisome considering how, I don't want to say absolutely over this game was, but it was heavily in favor of SAS after that failed outpost.
Yeah, now we see Voldemar. He's got a little bit of a semblance of map control now and is going to find the dock here. And with the dock, is there a villager nearby on the dock? It's not. It's maybe next to the second pond, but SAS, he's going to need a ship now. He's going to need an archer ship now.
It's on the tree line. It's on the tree line just north of that. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So
he's actually nicely embedded. Yeah.
Yeah. Is going to now spot the Pilgrim play, though. We are getting an archer ship behind that. That's going to be a lot of map control here for SAS around that pond with the archer ship. I don't think that Voldemar really has the tools in order to take that down. Dog might get...
He can set on fire.
Though.
Like, he needs to split a little bit when the archer ship comes out. Like, you can actually just commit if you micro this right. Voldemar says, who needs micro? Just monkey A-click. There we go. So set of plays. But that smuggled villager, yeah, it could come back. And it's already on the way. Yeah. SAS, he pulls him back towards his base, and the villager has snuck across to the dock to repair it. But in the meantime, it is going to cost SAS.
Yeah.
He's moving back now. That villager actually might get caught before he completes the repair. Unintentionally, by the way.
Yeah, but with the ship there, it's going to be... I mean, Voldemar should see the repair coming in. He's not going for it, though. I think he didn't notice.
I think the problem is you glance and you see that it's still on fire, and you're like, yeah, that's sure, that's fine. What? SAS, he sneaks around with the Chevalier, so it's going to be a double kill on the gold.
How do you go for that when you're, like, under so much pressure? I can't... And the Pilgrim just snuck by. The Pilgrim just snuck by this army as well. He's making his way through. He's going to get some more gold.
Because for Voldemar, he's playing the tech game into Undermesh, but mirrored by SAS with the Sealed Arrow, right? He's not falling behind here. And it's important. What SAS needed was just enough gold for these type of blacksmith techs because he can't reliably scale Chevalier. That's the other reason why he didn't bring them to defense. It would have been redundant. He's just finding values raiding while Voldemar is trying to use his Keshiks as an all-in unit.
Yeah, but Voldemar, he's stretching himself too thin, not reacting on the archers. Might lose a couple of archers there, and archer mass is still very much important here. He's down to 4 archers. SAS able to find... This is a tennis game at the moment. It's just going back and forth right now between them.
Yeah, it's almost like, you know, when you get one of these situations like, I have the sphere of domination. But, like, you spend too long proclaiming it and someone steals it. And there's like, I have this. It's just happening constantly. It's just like it's almost like you're watching them monologue their victory and then lose it to their opponent.
Ooh, villager over here might go down. Will get taken down, so Voldemar wasn't able to take down the dog, but at least able to snipe a villager at the same... Dude, SAS, how is he finding these villagers?
What the
Time
hell?
and time again. Isn't going to be able to finish this one off, though, but... Yeah, 7 villager kills so far already.
It's impressive timing. I think he's maybe been using like the stealth forest to just hide between and go unseen. Voldemar is going to get an outpost up in the area, so that's going to make it a little bit harder in the future, but damage already done, right? Like, SAS has the 3 worker lead, actually make it 4, plus the Pilgrims as well. He's in a very cozy position, and on top of that, he has access to gold again, so if he wants to just mass knights, that's now on the table.
Yeah, we're seeing blacksmith upgrades also being prioritized for him. And just the army board at the moment so big. Oh, that's a lot of walking time for Voldemar. Does notice, though, he's going to drop down a Gur now. And he's going to have to remass a lot of archers very, very quickly here, I fear. It's just that massing archers, that's like one of the main strengths of Knights Templar. And yeah, look at that. SAS, he spotted it. He spotted the villagers out there. He's going to go for him.
Has to, right? Like, with this type of position, it makes sense. He's going to dive in. There's just so many here. So we'll garrison a few, but that doesn't feel safe. I mean... There is a world in which SAS could have just torched that down.
Gold from SAS?
Wait, is he in? Keshiks are going to find a few targets.
2.
Neither one of them is going to be coming home. They just keep harassing. Oh, my God.
Every single time here. And now he's even doubling down. He wants to get that outpost down. SAS, he's going to be forced to send his entire army back now.
Voldemar.
That's a lot
He's
of
getting
gold.
outposts up. Yeah, and this is the other interesting thing, right? It's like Voldemar is learning his lesson. These Chevalier have been the undoing of his lead. So he's building outposts, he's respecting it between the deer and the gold. So this should make it much harder now for SAS to find those type of equalizer kills or advantage kills. The issue in this game is it feels like SAS already now has the advantage. So fixing your issues, great. Would have been better when you were in the lead. Voldemar needs to do something to feel ahead.
Yeah, and he is at least scaling out onto more ponds now as well, so he did just get a second dock up. The economy is now even between the two, but we do still have pilgrims, and Voldemar is going for another dive yet again with those Keshiks, but there are spearmen around this time. More spearmen coming in as well. Yeah, it looks like that time Voldemar isn't able to catch up.
Yeah, and for some reason the spears decided to just go in wave by wave like they're a creep in a MOBA. But it's enough. It does get him away. Meanwhile, the Deer he actually did get it. He has to back away, though. So we'll remain at half HP. But that's now starting to look like a bit of a liability for Voldemar. And also is not involved in the fight. Guys, please. Nice. Deerstone for the retreat.
The Deerstones actually also serves the purpose of just blocking the A move for a lot of units when they're out of range of the actual main fight. Sass, though, he blocked up to a significant mass of Chevalier now. And, oh no, the pond! It's now under siege.
I wouldn't be surprised if Sass just goes for a ram or two to make this even cleaner. Like, he has a dominant position, right? That Deerstone is not going to make it home. The Archer Leader's just getting out of control. And, you've got the Khan Hunter, but without the aura... All I'm seeing is a situation where the numbers will always be against you, right? Like, Knights Templar are vicious for that wood efficiency.
Yeah, and behind that, okay. The Deerstones has to pack up, but it's already burning. Soon to be going down here, and Sass, he's just all over the place with his units. We're getting a demo ship, though. We're getting... Oh, KP, this is so dangerous. This is so dangerous. This is why you want to never linger around the pond.
Wait. No, no. He gets it!
He gets like 6 spearmen there for one demo ship and grazes the Chevalier as well. That's great value here for Voldemar, but he needs a lot more trades like that in order to, oh my god, establish a lead as Sass. He's still pulling ahead further and further in the economy. More and more raids just coming in. Already 13 worker kills so far in this game, 46 to 42. You never want to be behind in the economy. Up again. Oh, is he? Okay,
no, I
would have said, almost.
He looked like he was going to, and then he got hit by a spear, and I think there was a mini stun effect there. So he stopped walking for just like a fraction of a second. So yeah, it does get denied. Fishing's being taken out, though. I mean, Sass, here's the thing. Like, it was annoying to lose those spearmen like that, but the spears are just torch power. Like, in terms of the fighting, he's got enough Chevalier to mirror the Keshiks. That wasn't the issue. But, like, one thing I will credit him with, Voldemar, he's looking competitive on numbers at least here. I'm a little bit concerned there's too many spearmen against this many archers, though.
Yeah, the issue is always that when you're up against archers and knights, you're going to need a big amount of spearmen just to be able to still have some after the archers are done peppering through your spearmen in order to deal with the knights. So I do get the overall idea of just having this many spearmen in. But Voldemar is actually finding the window for his own age-up play. Sass, at this point in time, he just pulled a lot of villagers over 2 gold. But Voldemar is going to be the first one to reach the age-up.
Step readout, as has become the operative nowadays. Kurotai just kind of falling off in popularity. But the price is high here. Voldemar, if he starts losing these docks... I mean, it's not as much just a case of I've teched up first as then what happens? Who has more eco? And that's where Voldemar could find himself a dead end. Spearmen are going to reach in. Sass, he's not stepping away, actually. He's just standing his ground with the archers.
To be fair, he did have more archers. Now it's kind of even between them. He is just waiting for his archers to be able to clean up most of the spearmen. Also, in the mount that he has, he's actually able to take pretty good fights even up against the Keshiks that were out there. Age up about to hit, though. Sass, he's not too far behind with being able to click his own age up, but it's going to take a quarter of a minute, like 3/4 of a minute now for him to get that age up in. Public of Genoa now on the way.
Yeah, and this is just about the economy. You don't really do this for the crossbowmen. Like, it's okay if your opponent's going certain, use like men-at-arms, but most of the time, I always find this kind of comical Knights Templar. A lot of the commandery choices you make never tend to be about the unit. It's more about the perk.
I mean, to be fair, the perk with Republic of Genoa is good for both the unit and the economic benefit that you get.
It's true.
Meanwhile, the I think you're mostly referring to the what's the one again with the javelin throwing. The Genitors.
Oh, the Genitors. Yeah, the healing ground sacred site fits that criteria. Also, just like, the other one is like axe throwers. People try to make them work, and then usually when we actually see them going for Antioch, it's just like they just don't bother to build anything. It's like, oh yeah, it's just a 10% buff to damage later. It's a very weird one. Like, I think the interesting thing is when you get to Imperial and you look at the units there, where like the bonuses are so good, it would make sense that you'd only take the age up for the bonus. But the units are just so damn good, you can't resist them, like the Teutonic Knights and the Slashed Cavalry.
Yeah. They are just insanely valuable. Ooh, some Chevaliers being left to die there. Upgrade is coming in now on a lot of units. We're getting veterancy on the Archers, the Chevalier, as well as +2 pierce damage. Behind that also now a follow-up into Men-at-Arms and Crossbows from SAS. Meanwhile, Voldemar still just content with massing Archers. Now, veterancy Archers are quite good even against armored units, just because they do at least a lot better than feudal Archers against feudal armored units. But it's still not nearly as strong as a crossbow would be. As we do see Archership going down here, no repair coming in.
It is kind of like surprising against Chevalier, though, right? Like, this is something I noticed about, for example, Chuganu in the matchup as well, is because you have lower armor than standard knights, it hurts a lot more. Like, you're not as tanky as you'd normally expect to be with this many heavy cav units.
Wallolos coming in. SAS, there's no nearby army from Voldemar, so he's just going to wait for it to run out, then is going to pick up that Shaman here. Behind that also is going for his own religious units, wants to pick up some relics. First one has just been picked up, so we do have a little bit of a relic war at the moment. Should end up being a roughly even split here, 2-3, I would imagine, at the end of the day. SAS behind us, he's just content, just massing up more and more military. He knows that he's got the economic advantage at this point in time. Voldemar, he's massing up a good amount of food. Could be that we might be seeing an Imperial Age play here soon from the Mongols.
Interesting, because SAS is definitely lining up to try and dive in. We've even got Templar Brothers on the way. You know, it's when I see games like this, actually, like, we see it usually on Kawasan, but I do wonder if Angevin Empire would have made sense for Knights Templar in this particular game. Like, that heavy spear timing into mass archers and just flimsy Keshiks would have given the dive point. Instead, he's just had to go for the atypical Men-at-Arms.
Do we have a demo ship here? Isn't going to find any connection. It's just standing there.
Pay attention to me! Come closer. I've got candy. I can help lower your mortgage rates. No, none of it's working.
Same time, he's going to find some villager kills here. And Voldemar finds himself forced to reinvest, so it looks like there's actually not going to be a fast Imperial Age timing here from him. Isn't going to be able to hold that position here as well now.
No, the gold's way too loose if you look at the map, right? Like, you'd have to set up a bunch of outposts here. Very difficult to do, and also secluded. Like, you could invest all these springworm placements in the world, but then your main base gets dove instead. So I think Voldemar definitely made the right call based on the spawn. And now, I mean, this is where it feels weird. It's like doing things like the Men-at-Arms when you're already so far behind. Like, doing crossbows now when you're far behind. Like, usually what players have done over recent years is they've evolved to try and get a step ahead of what they're now countered by. Instead, Voldemar is essentially doing the same thing, just slower.
We do have the movement speed upgrade here on the packed up buildings for Voldemar, so he's actually going to be able to run away with that step redoubt. Going to be able to move to another gold vein here potentially, but he is very far behind at the moment in the military count and the army value overall. He's going to try and do a great job here with trying to snipe out some of the reinforcements. Does mean that SAS at the very least is going to have to pull his military back, but the infantry still free to roam around and start to put up a little bit more pressure, as he soon should be actually able to have enough mass to just dive the town center. Voldemar, he doesn't really have any like mass Springleton placements, anything like that in his base, so this is going to be very dangerous now. And it looks like, yeah, Sassy smelling blood, he's going for it, and the entire food economy is now idled as well.
And not in that, look at Voldemar. He paused crossbow production. He leaned harder into spearman. He got baited by the Templar brother, and now doesn't have a clean answer to this many Men-at-Arms. So dive continues. He is going to have to use the attack speed arrow to try and contest. Templar brothers are getting ready to do that backstab from the north side. Going to be moving in. Great micro there, Voldemar. Garrisons to move to the north to defend. But he's still just raw losing this. The maths does not lie. SAS have almost double the military now. And the dive is so close to that tree line, Eco, which has got 20 plus workers just waiting to be butchered.
Voldemar, he's trying to build up some outposts now, has to rush them up, needs to be able to garrison some more villagers, but the military count is just falling way too quickly. No room in these unfinished outposts for the villagers. No way to save them, and now SAS, he's just flooding more and more units across the map. Meanwhile, Voldemar's army is completely thinning out. There's no way back. SAS looks to be able to win game number 1 here now.
Knights Templar and their archers. I think that's going to be the story of the game here. These guys have been carrying this fight. Yes, the men-at-arms, the knights, they bait all the attention, but he delivers the coup de grace with the power of those archers, as often the Knights Templar do.
Oh man, look at the military value lead here, just escalating more and more there. It's just a big wave of red, as we do have Sass actually being portrayed here as the red. And yeah, I mean, he's just flooding. That's just Knights Templar economy at the end of the day, right? Like on water, on these hybrid maps, they're truly a civilization to be feared, I want to say. And honestly, I think that Knights Templar can also be really strong on land maps. Just that we don't really see them being used on land that often, just because they're so much stronger on these hybrid maps.
Yeah, I think the problem is, like, when you play them on land, they're predictable, right? It's always archers. And, you know, you could argue they're predictable here because it's Chevalier Archer, because you've got this fishing and this predictable undo fishing. But it's that whole idea, like, it's okay to be predictable if the trade-off is very high in value. And that's the thing about fishing. Like, yes, your opponent knows you're probably going to do it. They have to do something to stop it. But it's worth the risk because of just how much it offsets any weakness that Knights Templar are meant to have economically.
All right, next up on the list, we are going to be taking a look at Carmel, where we're going to see China up against the Rus.
How do you feel about this one? Because I find China in particular has looked really good here on a map that has so low gold.
Honestly, I think, yeah, in general, just having all of that bonus gold is great, is absolutely great. Rus also really good when it comes to gold access, of course. So both civilizations definitely S tier for this map when it comes to gold generation that they can achieve. When it comes to the army composition, though, and like the potential of what you can do with the army, I want to say Rus has the upper hand, mainly because you get Boyar's Fortitude in, and also your cavalry archers are just a beast unit to have as a backline, able to pretty much do well against just about anything. And just so much mobility, because Carmel, at the end of the day, it's a very open map. So mobility is key here. And we are going to be jumping just about right into our game number 2, just a little bit between Sass and Voldemar.
Should be an interesting one. Sass, definitely no stranger to the potency of the Rus. I mean, I feel like this is one of the civs that I just see as synonymous with him, like Rus and French, for me, are the ones that come to mind. But Voldemar, like, we can't discredit him, right? A lot of people refer to this as his signature civ. I still think it was secretly a Bastards over the years. But they definitely both putting their best foot forward here. If we do go to a game for Infrision, you know, we have got a lot of potency in the HRE Lancaster matchup. Probably a little bit more flexibility this time around if we do see that compared to the Mia Micah game.
Yeah, 100%. There is going to be more flexibility there. I'm wondering overall what's like the game plan going to be here in this one. China versus Rus. Honestly, I'm not sure. Just because timing-wise, I feel like Rus and China are very similar. It just comes down to the army composition at the day and like how you take the fights. Like, this is a purely skill-based matchup, I want to say, when it comes to the eventual outcome.
It's interesting, actually, because like in this particular matchup, I've seen Chinese players look to get out of Knight Spam very quickly. Like, the most common matchup I think we see on Carmel is Chinese versus Shushi. And in that one, the Chinese players have actually had a superior win rate because they very elegantly have been shifting into spear crossbow mass, which China like is ideal, right? It's what you want to aim for. So I imagine for Sass, like, it's going to be a classic FC into horse archers, and they're just going to try to frustrate because like Carmel is a very small map, but that's where that extra taxation or that gold at home keeps China alive, where other civs would be at risk and die.
Yeah. This is honestly, Rus is also just such a great civ when it comes to like their food transition overall, because once you age up with the high trade house, you're just getting so much free deer that is safely inside of your base. Even if both players decide to pro scout and both players like get a ton of deer, it doesn't really matter if you run out of deer. Actually, want to say like, you're not going to run out of deer after like 25 minutes. Yeah, Like, you're not going to run out of deer after like 25 minutes. Like, China might have enough food to last them 25 minutes into the game without having to go for farms. For Rus, it's like 30, maybe 35.
When you think, here's an interesting way to think about it. The high trade house is like if you combined the Madrasa and the trade network. Like, you have both Ottoman feudal landmarks. It's very intriguing. And also, like, I still think a high trade house is a little bit overtuned. Like, the amount of gold you get, I feel like you never see a bad high trade house. Like, you have to actually be trying to throw the game actively to get what would be considered a bad high trade house.
Yeah, that's just due to the way they changed the game, right? It also makes it impossible to get like these old, insane high trade house spawns that we had. Like, there were maps where you could get like a 400, 500, sometimes even 800 gold per minute high trade house on certain maps. And yeah, it's absolutely crazy. But yeah, they did rein that in, and now you are only going to get capped at like 200 gold, which is still very, very strong for high trade house. And it looks like right about now we should be able to jump into our game. And I believe we're going on for a little bit. So we are going to try and speed ahead a little bit.
We'll catch up to live.
Early on.
Yeah,
I mean, this is Pro Scout meta. Unless there's something absolutely incredible happening, we do want to speed it up a little bit just to catch up to a live game.
Let me put it this way. There is far too much deer on this map to not Pro Scouts. And look at this glorious start. Sass already one game up. He even gets the ideal spawn, the 2-testicle tree line, if you will, where they kind of cluster together for the maximum value hunting cabins.
Oh man, yeah, that's a great way to put it. Voldemar, he's also got a pretty decent wood line here, but yeah, you gotta give it to Sass. That wood line is absolutely amazing. Already starts pushing in a couple of the deer. Just, Pro Scout isn't in yet at this point in time, but might as well just put the amateur scouts to use there as well. It's just a little bit of better timing here for you when it comes to the deer, because Pro Scouts has been nerfed when it comes to the movement speed. They're not as quick as they used to be. They do have some years on their back, so will take them a while to bring those deer back. So already having a couple there definitely feels great. Behind us now, both players actively Pro Scouting. Actually, are they both actively? Is Sass actively Pro Scouting? He isn't Pro Scouting. Sass, he's just going for the straight fast castle here. We talked about this, right? Like, that is one of the options with Rus. Yeah. Just completely ignoring the Pro Scouts and just going for the fast H-up. High trade house, not the most ideal position here, but should still be getting a good amount of gold overall. Probably more like I want to say like 120.
Yeah, well, he will clip the small tree line. Yeah, well, like I'd say, well, this early probably like 119 because he only has bounty 1, right? Yeah. I have to do you by 1. I'm sorry. But yeah, it's like the thing with this as well is high trade house is absurd, because even if that is just like, let's say 100 gold, that landmark is not 100 gold a minute. It's actually 135 gold because of the deer gathering, which gives you gold for collecting food. Like, I think that is the subtle detail that when you try to tell a Rus main this landmark needs to be tweaked, it's just overtuned, they argue against you. The number doesn't look that big. It's actually, in most cases, 10 to 15% at least higher than what it appears. And 137, like, come on.
That's very good for that spot. And Voldemar, he's doing a very, very good job here. He did realize that, I put my mill out a little bit too far, so he does opt for an outpost here. That way he isn't going to get his entire food income idled out, because honestly, that could just be a checkmate move if something like that were to happen. So great call there, going for that outpost. And at this point in time, it's just going to be more and more mass cavalry archers at the moment out for Sass. Behind that is also starting to pick up some relics. Is going to be able to do so very quickly courtesy of those warrior monks.
Yeah, I like the idea of maybe even visiting Pro Scouts on a heavy delay with this type of build. It reminds me of like what we've seen a few civs doing that we expect to Pro Scouts, right? Like China, for example, has a build where you open archers and do Pro Scouts 2 or 3 minutes later because you block your opponent. So like there is an idea here. Unfortunately for him, Voldemar already has the answer. The horsemen, in decent enough quantity, the horse archers aren't really achieving much.
Sass now has enough resource to go for his own Pro Scout play, so we'll click that now. Behind that, still just messing up more and more cav archers. Horsemen aren't necessarily the greatest answer to the cavalry archers. They are the counter on paper. In practice, though, kiting back tends to just be good enough for the Cav Archers with their insanely high base damage to do quite fine up against the Horsemen. Also, having Warrior Scouts in, you can in theory use them as a meat shield up against the Horsemen. The Warrior Monks don't take any bonus damage there, so they're actually a very, very great unit to have. They're also buffing up your Cavalry Archers even more, giving them some more damage in for those fights, just helps tremendously. SAS behind this now also opting for a stable, so it looks like we are getting that peak Rus army composition of knights and more cavalry overall.
Yeah, just enabled by this pro scout timing now. Like, I like this overall. Voldemar's just going to insulate himself with the Barbican, just to inflate his economy a little bit. But, like, I got to give it SAS. Like, this is a very creative kind of turn. Like, most Rus players will just try to be a little bit more greedy towards the food early. But although the Horseman reaction is in, like, these Knights is now, like, the go-to answer. Now, Voldemar, the Crossbow Spearman comp is the most desirable, but it's going to take time. And that equals vulnerability on a map like Carmel, at least with gold, usually.
And now looking at
oh my god, look at this Chad.
Sanctity? Not Inspired Warriors, I mean? No, not Inspired Warriors. What
Saint's Blessing!
Saint's Blessing, that's the
one you need.
We got so many religious buffs.
Just call them the Rus Golden Horde. I mean, it was a cool idea, by the way. That Warrior Monk absorbed a lot of blows at the start, but quick reaction out of Voldemar, especially with the veterancy coming in, gives him a reasonable trade still. First Knights are now arriving, and he does scout that with limited cost, right? Like, he basically catches it at the absolute infant point, and you already see the pivot. It's just spears, crossbows now for Voldy. Oh, wow. Okay, so he's going for the 1-1-1.
Yeah, he is, and he knows that right now he can just try and flood a lot of military units out, because at the moment it's all about getting that mass out. And behind this, though, SAS is now trying to go into, well, that's not the mass that he really needs. He's making a couple more scouts now for the food income, but Valdemar's food income at the moment is just going through the roof. He's got Song Dynasty in as well, so scaling-wise, he's going to be very, very much favored here. SAS, he's going to have to be really, really dangerous. We are starting to see more Horse Archers coming in, and Horse Archers are great, even up against crossbows. Still, don't take any bonus damage, have the same base damage, but potentially more HP, so are going to be a lot tankier once you get that Boyar's Fortitude in. SAS, he's going to have to be really careful here. Voldemar, he's about to dive the base now.
Decent timing as well. Gold exposed on the forward side, which he has to add to the Gather if he wants to do a Knight comp. Maybe a little bit debatable, actually, considering he's already got enough passive gold, but TC's now assisting. Wooden Fortress as well. This is a difficult sustained dive, and I'm getting flashbacks to game number 1. This is about to be a tug of war to see who can dive harder.
Yeah, Voldemar behind us, the army count. It's pretty strong army value as well. Very, very far in favor for him. We are now also getting in some blacksmith upgrades for SAS. Voldemar already has the first couple on his side. Also starting to see up some siege now, so Nest of Bees are going to be an option here. Cav Archers starting to poke a little bit here and there as well. SAS, he still has to be very, very careful. Could get those weak knights back to heal him up, but yeah, the crossbow's doing a lot of damage here as well.
I'm noticing an infrastructure issue for SAS here. All the housing's on the front side. So, like, if Voldemar does just actually, like, sidestep into, say, one ram, there's a lot of value here just to deny SAS scalability.
SAS at least has more than enough wood, I want to say, to remass. The issue at the moment for him is actually food. Where's all the food from SAS? He's got so many deer underneath his TC, but the Gather ring, like, the income at the moment.
Yeah, like, it's crazy. 8 scouts and the food income feels this week. I mean, I guess it's the threat of just getting dove, because, like, one of the problems you can see is SAS, a lot of the deer got dropped on the front side of the TC because he gathered from the south side first, which puts him in contested territory. That's now being recalibrated. Like, he does have deer on the north. He just hasn't shifted most of the workers over there yet for some reason.
SAS at the moment, I mean, even with all the passive scaling that Voldemar has, never underestimate the power of 4 relics and 2 sacred sites. Like, SAS is getting a lot of passive gold in. The issue is he just doesn't really have anything at the moment to really spend his gold on. We're seeing another hunting cabin coming in here, but it's right next to 2 hunting cabins, so that shouldn't really generate a lot of additional gold here. Not quite sure what that is about, but we are getting the market in now for SAS, so should be able to at least buy some other resources here. Voldemar still, though, with the diving goggles on. He is not falling back at all.
Nestabees is here, though.
In melee range as well.
This is the problem, though. The Nestabees has now arrived. It's going to be a little bit of a slow siege. I wouldn't mind Voldemar just still going for a ram. There's just so many cheap, efficient things to take down here. Also, a block of the wood is a block of the strat, right? Like, SAS won't be able to build horse archers at that stage.
Assassin's
we have
just
double...
really struggling for food.
Wait, we have double Sacred Site locked, by the way, which is...
Yeah.
It's... like, the probability is low, right? But the concept is pretty cool because Voldemar doesn't have great mobility with his army. So you can try and bait him to come decap and then hit him with the cavalry.
Yeah, for that you have to win any kind of fight, though. And at the moment, Sass doesn't have any kind of army to begin with.
No, and I mean, what is scaling doesn't really feel that threatening, right? Like, adding horsemen in, your opponent's half of his army is spearmen, right? That's already answered. Like, the problem I'm seeing right now for Sass is every time I look at his unit bar and look at Voldemar's, I keep going, okay, that's great, but what is the answer to the spears?
Yeah, he is at least getting Boyar's Fortitude in, so the cavalry can survive a little bit long against the spears. It's still not ideal. It's still far from ideal. Sass is going for some good raid attempts, though, here and there with the knights. Makes it a little bit more difficult for Voldemar. Voldemar, he's been fighting this entire time, by the way, with Feudal Age Spearmen in Castle Age.
Oh, yeah, you're
These
right.
Spearmen have been Feudal Age for a while.
He's not even supervising the veterancy, which is the other crazy part. Like, it's not just it took so long, it's just that he's speedrunning the blacksmith text, but neglecting just getting more raw HP and damage on the key component of his army. What a funky build this is turning into, but credit to him, like Voldemar, between the worker kills and the Song Dynasty effect, you're seeing the ugliness of this economy situation. Voldemar, 20 eco units ahead. Wait, no, is the nest of bees? No,
you can't get the nest of bees down there. That is not the dive you want to go for at this point in time, Sass. This is very, very quickly turning into an ugly situation here for him. He already lost a whole bunch of cavalry archers there, and you need them in great numbers in order to start really being able to one-shot both the knights and the horsemen, and especially the spearmen on your opponent's side. Good army splits here, though. Isn't really going to be able to dive onto the nest of bees. Well, actually, he might be able to get it down. Yeah, he's getting the nest of bees down. That's great value.
Also, crossbows to the left just kind of just get stabbed into a little bit by the horsemen. New spears are now arriving, but look at the military gap. It's shrinking.
It is, rapidly so.
And the horsemen, it just feels like, yeah, the spear count, there's not enough on the forward right now. I feel like they were getting dragged around a lot of other time just running. And it meant the horse archers were trading out efficiently because the crossbows are trying to kill horsemen instead of trading with that backline. Back on target, though, Voldemar now is able to sweep that backline. There's no more horsemen to play with. And this is where Sass starts to lose fights more dramatically. And the food income, it's not really at the point where you can just spike out 15, 20 horsemen, right? It's only 800 food compared to 1,800 food a minute.
Yeah, this is the issue, right? Like Sass, he's been struggling with the food income for a while now. Voldemar behind this, also getting some good raids in on the wood line. So at the moment, Sass, he's just so far behind in the economy. 25 villagers now at the moment that he is behind. And Sass, he's not, like Voldemar, I mean, he's not letting up. More and more units just flooding forward. These small little wins that Sass had, they just don't really matter here in the grand scheme of things. And look, there's just so many deer in the map of Sass, but just not enough villagers to really effectively gather from all of them. That means that Sass, he hasn't found any worker kills at all so far in this game. He's just not in a position at the moment to really even out the economy behind this at all.
No, and it's getting worse. We've got additional blacksmith techs coming in, steel arrow on the way, which can be supervised to actually circumvent the ranged armor too if he wants to. Sass is actually getting into textiles now, just feeling that friend. These are, I'd say, ambitious walls, but like when I say ambitious to someone, they still think they can achieve it. Like that is just not a wall that should ever be going up.
Yeah. And this is so rough now at the moment here for Sass. Voldemar, I wonder how much longer he can stay on food inside of his base. We should be getting to the point now in time very soon where he is going to run out and where he's going to have to move out onto the deer on the map. He, in fact, already moved out to one of the boars on the side. So that is, in theory, an area that could be harassed. But with the rams coming in now, I don't think we're going to get to the point in time of the game where it's going to run out.
Yeah, I think you're thinking about this the wrong way. You're like, okay, when's he going to have to move out? What do we know about these two? They're always trying to move in. They're always trying to become the other player's base. So there was no way he was going to get enough time to think about migrating the area. And instead, this big fat dive is coming in. And triple ram, I mean, there's just no clear answer, right? Sass, he's got barely any melee units. It's all horse archers. Like, he can't actually address this. It means things like the Wooden Fortress defense is going to fail him. He's in trouble. And on the verge of defeat and us hitting a game number 3 decider. Unless SAS can somehow pull off what feels like an impossible miracle.
Yeah, villagers now having to move to safety around the TC, and there's just such a big army blob here at the moment. Army value, big lead at the moment here for Voldemar. SAS is trying to split up the army, go for a little bit of surround on multiple sides. Might at least be able to pick off some of the reinforcements here, but he's going to have to be very wary of the main army blob.
This is the Nest B count.
I mean, they don't take bonus damage from the crossbows, but it's just still so many.
No, and on top of that, look at the Nest B count. There's 2 more in the way. It's going to be impossible for the Horse Archer to contest at this rate. And SAS now switching into Mancos. That is a game-losing play against Clocktown Knobs, who will just lose that fight. And we've been here before, SAS. Come on.
If you go into melee range, at least it can't fire on you.
We can still take a few of you with him. We'll be able to clean it up. But same happens the other way. The Mango gets caught by the spears. And now the housing.
Siege trade.
This is what we were waiting for, right? The point where you get bot blocked is about to happen. And I love the way Voldemar done this. He swept the tree line, takes all wood away. SAS doesn't have the resources to replace these lost houses. He's going to be pop blocked.
Yeah, and the cavalry archer, there's just not enough value to be gained out on the map. Voldemar, on all the outer resources where he's gathering from, he does have outposts in order to defend his villagers. Once again, Ram comes out. That's the only siege workshop available to SAS. And at the beginning, we called the wood line quite nice here for SAS when it came to the high trade house. But at this point in time, it kind of became a curse for him, just the majority of his wood being that far forward. He did migrate a lot of villagers downwards to another wood line. But at this point in time, it's almost a 2-to-1 economic difference between the 2 players. And yeah, I mean, SAS, we see a lot of units inside the queue, just not on the field.
I think what Voldemar done so well with this comp here is being 1-1-1. Like, the reason why this unravels, SAS, there should have been a logical order to this, which is you see crossbow spearmen, they're playing Bruce, you just build archers. Like, archers will carry you through. Now, Nesta Bees down the line's a problem, but that's hard to do very early on, especially this aggressively. What Voldemar understood is the necessity of ponies. Those horsemen, I think, kept SAS away from even considering archers as a possible viable solution.
Oh, the move out onto the wood line has been spotted now by Voldemar, so in theory, he could just pull all of his forces down there and take down the wood economy once again from SAS. There's still the Nest of Bees here at the front side. Up to 5 Nest of Bees at the moment.
Going once,
and there's just
going twice.
Not an easy answer to this.
Yeah, he's even built a siege workshop in the center of the map so he can rapidly produce them. Like, this is just going mass siege now. And the walls? Yeah. Okay, Waldemar's arrived. You know, the best part is
these
with the
players
color
being
scheme.
Fighters, but yeah.
That's true. Sometimes they turn into wallers, but the best part is with the color scheme for the EGC Masters Summer, it looks like Voldemar has walled the entirety of the map.
It blends in nicely.
He's like, I have trapped us here. You cannot leave the boundaries.
SAS, he's got a good cavalry army now, but against this many Nest of Bees, the cavalry archers, it's just so tough to find any reasonable means to engage, and they just always have to be on the move. This time around, though, I feel like the cavalry archers are going to get cleaned up once and for all, and SAS, he's going to have to try again in game number 3.
Is there any, like, holiday coming up that could appropriate this many fireworks? No? Okay. I mean, I was looking for a logical reason. We're up to 9 Nest of Bees, and most of them are indeed in this fight. It's going to be 7 charging in. SAS, at this point, resistance is futile. You must submit to the kids, Chinese.
Ram also, not a Ram, that's the Mangonel, the one Mangonel, the last hope there, also getting taken down for SAS. Now, Voldemar firmly sitting inside of his base, and no real motive to leave anytime soon.
No, I think we just stay here and take out even more houses. Ram showing up to make it even easier. So SAS believes in miracles. I think maybe like he's like Age of Mythology logic. There might be a meatball that could drop on my own base, but we know the truth of it. Like, there's no getting away from this. I think the only reason he hasn't called GG is he's got that tree line being gathered. Like, about
that.
So we're going to game 3. I think now's the point where we accept it, as long as Voldemar attacks him.
As long as Voldemar doesn't crash, right? But
That's
to be fair, even if
true.
it crashed, at this point in time, you would just attribute this victory to it. Yeah, there we go.
I would like to refute that this was clearly his victory. Okay, there was still a reasonable percentile chance that I can win. Okay, how do you back up that there's a reasonable chance? I'm playing Roos. Oh, okay, yep, remake.
Oh man, I mean, this was a. I want to say like this was very much doable here for SAS overall. I talked about this in the beginning, how it's just plainly like a matchup where it's about the army composition that you go for and the fights that you do take. The economy is pretty similar, but we did see SAS struggling a little bit there with the overall food income in the mid game and just wasn't able to blow up enough units. And in the end, Voldemar, he just managed to continuously produce in a situation where you just needed army out on the field against those cavalry archers, and yeah, it worked out for him here. These horsemen also did a great job. He did a great job of just microing those, not waiting for the hit animation, but instead just immediately running after them with the horsemen. So yeah, horsemen overall just taking great engagements here, trading very, very effectively, and yeah, just all of this little bit of early idle time there, especially underneath the TC, it just forced SAS into a situation where he had too much idle time on his villagers and wasn't able to effectively produce the entire time. And you can tell here, like, even though the idle time has been achieved, and even though he's been diving the TC, he didn't take that much damage from the arrow fire from the TC. And it just goes to show that if you're able to idle out the economy for a long time, sometimes like losing a good bunch of your own units can be worth it.
Yeah, and that sends us into a deciding game of Frisian with an unexpected pick, I want to say. I mean, the other option available over French would have been House of Lancaster, which has been fairly popular here. French versus HRE, like, is there not just a risk of a Burgrave timing from HRE here?
You always have that risk of a Burgrave timing, but honestly, like on a map like Frisian Marshes, it's not really, I want to say, like the greatest play. Like if you go for Burgrave, it's kind of like enabling the French to just sit back, make the units that they want to make anyways, and yeah, like I typically don't see it, but it looks like we're already jumping in, and it looks like there's already been some action going on.
Ooh.
Okay,
Wait,
looks
what?
like yeah, we're jumping right
We're
into this.
testing
What, okay.
time lapses here. You know, we're going to take little snaps every minute. And it's going to be very weird because based on the last game, you'd hear Tesco tree line and then just jump into a giant fight. So we have got Knights opening from SAS, pretty much the expected. No Chamber of Commerce build, but not really surprised against HRE marching drills, especially with this new Frisian Marshes with the trade post in the center. Very difficult to get away with trade. But Voldy, I mean, Spear, Horseman, it makes a lot of sense, right? I think this is a build we've seen HRE use quite a lot in the past against French.
Yeah, absolutely. You just use your superior economy in order to get in as many units as possible. And then even though you don't have a straight answer to the knights outside of spearmen, you're just going to be able to flood so many units that even though the knight archer composition micro-wise is easier to pull off, you just have enough units to push past that and still get effective trades in once you're able to surround the archers.
And well, we are going to get a new scout added in. I don't think that's going to be pro scouts, just SAS doesn't want to play blind, which makes sense, especially with that stealth forest between the two bases. Ooh, did he?
Oh, he's getting it out. Oh my
so
god, that is so much value right there just being gained. Chivalry is still a good while off, though, at this point in time. SAS getting a whole load of other economic upgrades in behind us. And actually, Voldemar, he's getting for pro scouts now on a delay.
Interesting.
That is, yeah, very interesting, I want to say. Second stable now being added up. We're on 2 stables, 2 barracks. And
wait, can we check his
looks
sheep
like
count?
Voldemar just...
I think he just
Yeah.
didn't get much sheep, and that's why he's doing this.
Did he? How many sheep does he have? He's
down
got...
to 6.
Oh, yeah, he's
not a
running
lot.
out. He's running
check
out
SAS.
fast.
Because like, it's always deceptive because H3 gathers quicker, but I think SAS is... Yeah, he's got 12. So, like,
Yeah.
I think they got somewhat a comparative amount. It's always deceptive because obviously H3 just eats through those a lot faster with the Archon. But clearly it was either this or you'd have to move out to fishing. I don't think you really want to have to go farms here because, like, French has a really good all-in time if you go farms because of the forward spawning golds.
Okay, now behind this, at the moment, Voldemar, he's got a really, really large mass of spearmen. Sass is trying to blow up into some archers now in order to be able to deal with that. Ooh, this time around, the knight is not going to be able to survive. Sass also adding in some spearmen this time around, actually, so is going to have a 1-1-1 army composition of his own. And this actually makes it incredibly difficult now for Voldemar to go with his, like, spearman horseman type army composition, because spearmen are just so incredibly efficient up against horsemen, and also they're going to be a great meat shield here, meaning that the archers, they're going to have a much easier time kiting back and forth and taking down the spearmen.
I wonder, Voldemar, like, do you want to play this too long? This is always the awkward thing when you do delay pro scouts. It's kind of like you're saying I have to be in the age, I'm staying in the age, right? Normally, like, a lot of H3 players, like, with the way this scales, you got to feel like French just having knight scaling is going to feel a lot better for that castle timing around, like, 15 minutes. Whereas H3, I think, traditionally like to be up before that just because of the relic win condition. But for now, I mean, it's looking pretty good. He's constricting his opponent off of the map, which could mean that we're looking at, like, at least a 3D stat game. Obviously, the fourth already being chow timed by Sass.
Chivalry now coming in for Sass. He doesn't have that many knights in yet, but with the rising mass of knights that we are going to be seeing here for him throughout this game, definitely a nice upgrade to have. Also means that he can now, in theory, warrant just running out onto the map and trying to go for some raids. At the moment, though, Voldemar, like, what is this absurd amount of spearmen at this point in time? We are getting close to the count, though, where Sass is going to be able to start one-shotting them with his archers. This is a crazy amount of spearmen.
Yeah. Like, it's ridiculous. I've seen a few players like to do this. More crap beats less crap is the basic logic, right? And, all those archers to contest, like, you're talking about HRE spearmen. They are faster. They gap close insanely quick. And all of a sudden, like, you can talk about this fact that you're doing 5 damage plus 5, but the spearman's 8 base anyway. It's, like, not that terrible of an exchange if you're able to keep on top of your opponent, which HRE definitely can.
Pathing typically becomes a problem there at some point for the spearmen especially. So, like, the melee brain at some point will just start taking over. And Sass now, he's got a really solid front line of spearmen as well. 6 spearmen means that these 3 horsemen aren't a threat at all to the army from Sass, who is going to, unfortunately, lose out on one of his knights there.
Yeah, I mean, one thing that is nice with the spearman transition is, like, his spears, although slower, are better in a different way. They already do have that melee tech, and he has Steel Dagger in the way. Undermesh reaction's already in from Voldemar. Umber wants a piece of the action, not going to be able to find it. Like, Voldemar, like, what does he really see as his win condition? I think we'll probably see him age up the moment the last of the deer are home. But that feels like a long off objective here.
Yeah, definitely is going to be long off now. This is quite a tough one. He's now also switching into his own archers. Like, this is a situation now where Voldemar, he's kind of trapped himself in an army composition that he can't really do much with at the moment. He did manage to cover for the Pro Scout, so food-wise, he is going to be in not that bad of a spot. The issue is, though, Sass, he's going to be in an even better spot because he's got all the economic upgrades in the game. Voldemar doesn't have any, and he can move out onto the map, onto the fishing ponds there as well. And yeah, it's just a lot more food out there to be gathered for sure.
Sass, I mean, the only weakness, of course, is, like, you can be exposing those resources where Voldemar's going to be safe, but, like, does he feel that safe? I mean, I think this is the weird thing about HRE. It is a hungry machine that never stops eating, right? Pro scouts with most civs, you give yourself a little bit of wiggle room for a few minutes, but if you're not constantly getting deer back here, especially with free, you're gonna not have enough food at all. Like, the gathering rate is actually a negative in some ways for HRE here. That's coming in. Archers. I able to back up. Messy fight. Sass, I think he may have overread his position, though. He's outnumbered.
Yeah. He's outnumbered hard, and now the archers in this count are no longer able to one-shot the spearmen, so he's gonna have to just abandon the couple ones that he has out here remaining. This is...
Even the archers...
just overly ambitious here, the way he took the fight. I think he just thought, okay, I got the better army composition, but the second these couple of archers came out for Voldemar, the spearmen that Sass had in his army got completely discounted and weren't nearly as great of a meat shield as he would have needed them to be here now in this situation.
I think he underestimated the movement speed at the initial engagement, right? He got gap close so quickly, like we discussed before. And then on top of that, Voldemar done a great job of concaving the fight. He's surrounded. He didn't just stand there and get that muddy A-click we talked about. He moved fast onto it. And Sass is now in trouble. He just moved out in the fishing. No way you can stay here against this many spearmen. They'll just burn down any tower defense you've got. So he has to retreat into the base where I believe Sass has barely got any food safely underneath the TC.
Yeah, food definitely could be an issue for him. Does still have some in the banks, though, so it's not the end of the world for him. Still takes a great trade over here. Managed to fall back
I think he's still
time
fishing
before he loses any time.
Yeah, he just got harassed. Yeah, he just got harassed in the tower. So Voldemar now knows, which means we're probably going to see his food income go down to like 200 a minute. Oh, boy.
I think at the moment, though, Sass is still very much fine. Like Voldemar, he is now also doing his own farm transition behind this. And the pacing has kind of slowed down. Thing is, Sass, he still managed to keep his knight number alive.
You're a funny guy. I mean, the others are alive. It's like 20% of his knights dead. Yeah, it's pretty painful. The interesting part, though, is I think Voldemar probably felt it as well. Like, there should have been maybe a better push coming. But the problem, like you said, he had it in the farms, which feels really weird when you do pro scouts. But he never went beyond that free. So it's like a trickle. I think what would have maybe been intriguing is Voldemar moving out to fish. But until the knight count is culled, you won't feel safe to do so.
Count looking up again, able to keep one-shotting once more. Issue is, though, that the food is starting to be harassable here, and Voldemar does utilize that chance. Is going to be able to pick off some villagers here. Sass really needs to be careful with those, being able to keep them alive. Still doing a great job of focusing down the spearmen every opportunity he gets. It's just that there are so many of them out at the moment, KP. He's struggling at the moment trying to clear this one out, but this might be it. This might be it. Now he finds a chance, able to collapse onto the spearmen, even with the knights, even though they are getting countered with a complete surround, and the archer support is able to clean up the entire spearman mass. And still, a couple of these knights, very low HP, are going to just start healing up again.
Great read. He understood that in that situation, he kept doing that standard trade where you like posture, melee, walk away, would have lost. Like the archer numbers just speak for themselves. So he just leverages the position quickly to accept that he'll be able to heal off the fact with these knights. He needs the spearman gone. So great read, gets a stay of execution, forces Voldemar home. But look at what he's now doing. We've got more spears coming, but this time, more importantly, horsemen, meaning he, next fight, can anticipate and mirror the exact same move that Sass just used against him.
Sass, he finds himself once again in the position where he moved out just a little bit too far, but is going to be able to stay alive. Though army value still neck and neck between the two. Right now, it is very much deceiving, potentially, just because knights, they hold so much value, and Sass just being able to heal them up time and time again. Voldemar, though, behind this. The farm transition is almost finished, but the deer are about to run out, so food income at the moment at 1,200 should also be going down to roughly the same numbers that Sass has in a little bit.
Yeah, I think that's like the other deceptive part. Is like talking about military being even, etc. It's the farms, it's the food state as the time goes on. Sass has to keep taking bigger and bigger risks, and as he continues to do so, he's going to split his military wider on the map, while Voldemar is just condensing more and more.
Horseman raids now coming in. Sass on this pond doesn't have an outpost, so villagers are going to have to go for a little run now, for no reason at all.
Quick enough. No reason to crack you. They were going to die. What's an acceptable reason in your eyes?
It's a reference, KP.
Can't believe you think so little of French people. Look at them. Look at their stupid little brains as they die. Oh my god, they just walk straight into them.
Yeah, that hurts. That hurts. And Sass, he's lost 4 villagers so far. With the economic benefit that the French... There must have also been some TC idle time, right? Because Sass, with the French, he should be ahead further at the moment. KP, there's so many horsemen now. The 1-1-1 army composition here.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say Voldemar has enough food to keep this pump going. Like, it doesn't look like it right now on the income, but there's more farms coming, more pro scouts play. Still got the free dragging at home. Numbers tell no lie. I mean, if Sass retreats from here, it's going to be -3 village again. He can't afford to because he's on the berries on this very screen. There's nothing really at home for him to gather. And the brute force move comes in. Voldemar now would double the military. Yes, there's a lot of knights left. But the spear count still looking reasonable here. The horsemen, they just A-click in.
At the same time,
it's thinning.
Spearman there is starting to thin out. Maybe.
The problem is, against any other civ, sure, you chase them down, you punish, but it's HRE with marching drills. They just run away so quickly when things get bad. He even stops off to take a few more worker kills.
Yeah, so Voldemar is going to be able to just run away now. On the retreat as well, it is going to be so difficult to catch up to these guys. 1.38 hertz per second movement speed, and the reinforcements also come in so much quicker behind it all. Voldemar, though, he doesn't have a bank to immediately go up to Castle Age now, but yeah, as you said, like, he just spent another 600, 700 wood. More farms coming in, even more farms now as well. This guy is soon going to be
almost ready
to Castle Age.
Yeah, I mean, SAS has done a good job of like keeping a decent night count, considering everything that's happened, right? So like, it's not the end of the world if they have to tech on both sides, but fair to say that Voldemar is prepped for the long game in a way that SAS currently isn't at all.
Yeah, SAS also, where's his next gold mine at the moment? I think he's already on a second one, right?
Yeah. I mean, that's French Knights for you, right? Like, it just eats for everything.
So gold could become an issue for him here long term. He's going to have to really move deeply into the map, and if he doesn't have map control at that point in time, could become very dire for him. Still trades out very effectively at the moment. SAS actually has a lot higher army value, and Voldemar, with the army posturing from SAS, is getting forced to reinvest time and time again. So once again, further away now from Castle Age. And did he actually buy resources? Because his gold is very low, and he just was at 700. I don't think there are that many upgrades that you can get reasonably in order to... Yeah, he must have a market, right? Yeah, there is a market to bought resources. Voldemar actually buying resources to stay. Yeah, look at that. He's just buying wood.
Okay, yeah, so he's buying wood to build more farms. So he's just converting gold into farms right now. It's interesting because, like, he doesn't really need... I don't think he needs more archers at this stage. I think there's a bit overkill. Like, if he just sorts his spearman count, SAS is in trouble. Right, like, there's 44 archers now.
SAS I guess... actually aging up. Oh my god, this is dangerous.
Wait, what? I mean, HRE.
Timing-wise, it makes sense, but Voldemar, it's just so unexpected just how much he's doubling down in the situation. And yeah, SAS, he's respecting it immediately. 5 more knights, 5 more archers are getting queued up. This is so dangerous. Just so many units out on the field, and SAS, he is thoroughly respecting that play.
And you say that, he's holding a lot of food again. Don't think he's going to respect it for long.
Yes.
Because Voldemar, it almost seemed like a bait and switch. He's halted production.
We
got docks?
Play from SAS?
I mean, I guess it's safer than sticking villagers out there. And there we go, Guildhall. Wait, what? So he's not even trying for the Royal Institute timing. This is very greedy from SAS.
Yes and no, I want to say. Like, overall, it is greedy considering just how many knights he has. He does have the option, the opportunity to go for that. But if the game goes longer, like, I think it's more of a greedy way to look at it, actually. Like, the Royal Institute would be greedy because he thinks he could kill Voldemar off with that. And at the moment, there's just so many units out. I don't think that's too realistic. Like, you need so many resources for the upgrades and so much time as well to come in there. Voldemar now also just going for his own age up. We're only on a single Prelude, though, and I don't think he pre-moved that one. Yeah, so there's no immediate relics coming in here.
Yeah, but
SAS
it's fine
have a decent timing, though. He's selecting wood for Monastery.
The good news is Voldemar got Marine Lord spawn. Like, have you not noticed that one relic that seems to have just gotten a bit drunk on the night out? Like, all right, boys, we all know our positions on the map to spawn in. Right, Tim? Yep, got it. I'll be there. Tim, where are you? He's spawned right next to the HRE base. That's pretty absurd.
At the same time, though, like, if a Scholar grabs that one from SAS, it's going to be very tough for Voldemar to see that one due to all of the Stealth Forest upgrades are coming in quicker here for SAS with the Veterancy on the Knights. Veterancy is in now.
Well, an Archer's just the priority fully.
Up.
Yeah, like Voldemar, he's doubling down on that. Instead of spreading himself on the Veterancies, it's all about Archers right now. He has got a few Knights on the way. Interesting.
Ooh,
curious choice.
Count on that. It's going to be much lower compared to what SAS already has on the field, right? Because that's the dangerous thing. SAS, he already made the army composition that he wants to have in Castle Age, in Fuel Age, and a lot of the units at the moment from Voldemar aren't that high quality. He doesn't have the resources as well to spend into upgrading these Spearmen now, but Spearmen he kind of needs in higher quality.
Knights still haven't arrived either. They're taking a millennia to spawn. The Archers are going to posture. Start to push back against this. He's pinching some knights. I mean, this is not a bad exchange, actually. Like, the raw DPS at ranged, I think, is what matters most. Sass is hesitant to actually commit in with the A-click until all spears are gone. But by the time they die, you may have no supporting archers left.
You say that, but there's only 6 spearmen remaining now, 15 archers in the meantime. There are a couple of knights out now, and Sassy did prioritize Pierce Armor level 2.
Mm-hmm. He's got range 2 coming in, but like I don't think it's about range for him, right? Like he's already been beaten in that department for at least the time being. Voldemar, close to 60 archers now. Even adding in men-at-arms, just trying to get as much trash to melee for him, just to block any attempt by these knights to dive.
There's still so many knights on the field and in production for Sass. He's also making horsemen now as well. Might be necessary, as I don't think his gold mine can last a lot longer. Sass also needs to be careful about trying to get some of these relics in. First one is on the way for Voldemar. Not going about it too quickly, and Sass actually did build a monastery a little bit forward on the map, so it's going to have a quicker walking time for his own monk to bring those relics back.
I think at this point, if you're Voldemar, okay, he's raiding with everything, but he could have just sent the knights, right? And kept the army on that line between their base. But he just hauls ass down to the south side.
Absolutely everything. I think this is all just going to come down now to army positioning in this next fight. If Sass gets a good surround in, he's going to be in a great position. A lot of the army value here from Voldemar, it's just these trash kind of units, the archers and the spearmen. But knights are now going to find some villager raids there as well. He's going to be able to get a good amount of pickoffs. He's been able to keep the economy completely dead even here between the two. Something to take note of, though, is that if the economy count, villager count, is even between the two, that in theory is actually better for the French, because it means that if Valdemar suddenly tries to go for Imperial Age, he's not going to get a lot of value out of the Swabia if he's already at like max villager pop there. Sass just has to be like really cautious here when it comes to the army mass out on the field. Valdemar now also switching to crossbows. I feel like the timing here for Sass, it's kind of closing in kind of rapidly when it comes to taking a fight.
He's moving fast. I mean, the retreat is just always ugly. If it wasn't for formation shuffling, Sass would be losing a lot more here. But even then, archers are barely holding on, and that's worrisome. Like, the spearman was already an issue. The crossbows just as equal of one. So really, like, the weird thing for Sass, he might not be fully aware of, he needs to be pretty hard into the archer count still on very limited resources. We're down to less than 1,000 food income now due to the harassments. And the map just isn't feeling safe. I think if Voldemar just takes these remaining knights and sends them south, he can build himself a very healthy eco lead. But for the time being, he's just going to focus on the full retreat.
Crossbows left behind.
Sacked? Spears are going to turn now.
They're running through now.
They're about to get vetted. There's a timing here. I think he's trying to bait Sass into a bad fight, because Veteran C is now coming in. Spearman's about to hit. Sass doesn't take the bait, though.
Yeah, and Sass behind this now has enough resource for his own keep inside of his base to buff up all of his production buildings. Devoutness now coming for Voldemar, so we'll get a nice little economy benefit there for himself. Keep should be coming in any moment now for Sass. Definitely is going to need that one. At the moment, Voldemar, he is much closer to reaching pop cap.
Yep.
Knight in base there from him, but no villager kills.
Yeah, like now with this pacing, it takes him, what, like about a minute to reach Imperial, because he's basically going to be locked in with everything. And there's a few eco upgrades you could get. This Bloomery, like, not the worst of ideas, but...
Scout.
Wait, did he see... I don't know if he saw though.
I think he must have. He saw that there's an outpost.
Yep,
he saw
nice
that there's double mining camps. There we go, yeah.
Oh no, Sass, that's about, like, what, close to a third of his economy? That's all his gold as well.
And he's overacting.
Archers trying to poke at this. I mean, the count is so high, even knights aren't safe against this. And the other time's been forced. He actually doesn't even chase the workers. He just understands, like, blocking the gold's more important. But he'll want to check deeper because Sass is doing a wide rotation towards the 8k vein currently.
Yeah, it's going to take some time. And Sass, his food income right now is dead. There is nothing coming in right now food-wise for him. Actually, surprisingly, very little food income for him at the moment. And Valdemar behind us actually soon able to go up to Imperial Age. There we go. Palace of Swabia. Now, we talked about it. Swabia isn't that strong at this point in the game just because Valdemar is already so close to pop cap. Actually, he is pretty much at pop cap at this point in time. Isn't going to be able to flood that much more economy in.
I think Elsbach would have made sense in the center.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How many resources does Sass have in his guild hall at the moment? In the back of his base?
Probably about 1,000, maybe? Yeah, 1,200.
Yeah, roughly 1,000.
So he's got some way to
That's
go.
gonna be really rough then.
Yeah, because it's even worse, right? Like, his food income is so abysmal. It's not like you can just say, okay, I have the food to tech up. Okay, but now we need the food to do things afterwards. Like, that is the big question mark for him currently.
Yeah. He's getting more villagers out to stone now, though. So with that, might be getting some more defensive keeps. He does have one inside of his base, which is gonna definitely be needed here. And if he's able to get the timing in, to get that Red Palace in, definitely, I think, is going to need it on that large 8k gold vein. If he's able to get that, then there's still a great chance for him, as his base is going to be nearly impossible to raid. There we go. He just redeemed it. He just redeemed the food. He knows what he has to do. He knows that he needs that Red Palace on the bottom there, on the large gold vein. Else he just will not have the gold to stay in this game. Just needs the food at the moment for it. Villagers at the front line are going to get sacrificed. Actually, he's going to run through with them. Red Palace should be coming in now at the bottom side. Does have a keep inside of his base. That is something... Wait, does he? Does he? Does he not have a keep inside of his base?
He has.
Oh, he does. He does. Okay.
But against this many torches in Imperial Age, not as effective as you'd think. Archers now come with a dive. Spearmen are going to mirror the movement of the Knights. But once they get pushed back, you can just get torches out and stand here, technically. I think he's going to commit deeper, though. Yeah, look at him go. He understands there's a lot of economy here. I mean, why not? You're at 200 pop, right?
Up behind this.
It's not complete yet. And he's thrown away the entire army to this. 16 Knights remain. Barely any horsemen. The archers not able to contest this many spears. There's still, what, a good 20 on this dive? And this is pre-elite, by the way. It gets worse than this. The elite archers are actually the mainstay. Voldemar has leaned fully into that range comp to try and dominate this. It's reached the TC. There is now an Arbalest emplacement in there to slow things down a little bit. Voldemar, he needs to start finding some worker kills, though. That's the thing about this dive. It's been good at reducing the army. But Sass is wasting a lot of his time now.
Yeah, he is. Like, the army at the moment, like, Voldemar, he just lost so much military force out here at the moment. It's kind of crazy because Saspiandus did not lose that much economy behind it all. He's still in a very, very formidable spot when it comes to that. We're seeing more elite upgrades now coming in on both sides here behind this. Sass has managed to fully secure the 8k gold now behind all of this. And he does spot that Voldemar is out there on the gold. And guess what? That's exactly where the Knights and the Horsemen are running off to at the moment.
I mean, this is wild. Like, this game looked like it should have been over. But Voldemar, I'm starting to wonder, like, maybe the Archer upgrade wasn't worth it. Like, I understand the elite tech, but he went for the Blacksmith upgrade as well. That was the difference between being able to prioritize the Spearman upgrade, which you think he'd want against those Knights to clear them. Has got the triple outpost defense to try and minimize damage taken, but that is painful, man. Yeah, you've got Palace of Swabia, but this is something worse than dead villages for Palace of Swabia. It's idle villages.
Exactly. Same time, though, reinforcements from Voldemar are very, very fast, just courtesy to having that movement speed upgrade here for them that passively built in. So, yeah, I mean, he was very quick when it comes to following up here with his reinforcement. Is now going to be able to move back out onto the gold vein. Some raids coming in from just a couple of horsemen here as well, but Voldemar already having the units here to respond to that. Sass, overall, I gotta say, like, this is not the worst position to be in at the moment as the HRE. Sure, you're not getting as much income in overall, but what you will have is a lot cheaper military.
And the other interesting thing is, like, Sass, has he alleviated the farm issue entirely? I think he's got, like, a good, 25 up? Some of this is still fishing, so it's not entirely genuine. Yeah, like, it's a reasonable count. Okay, 35. There we go. Yeah. Now, obviously,
he does have the full level 3 food upgrade, though.
Which is definitely helping pad this a little bit. He did also set up a TC down near the goals, so I guess he has an option to build a secondary farm cluster there if he feels threatened.
Yeah. I think at this point in time, Sass also is going to need some Arbaletria, just because they're great against this sort of like spearman spam as well. They don't do as much damage as the archers. They don't have that much DPS in comparison, but they will take a lot less damage with the Gambison upgrade. And just overall, you can get more tech speed up on them, and then suddenly they will actually start doing more DPS than the archers.
Interesting switch now. Voldemar going full men-at-arms. Sees the comp, laughs at the lack of Arbaletria. Not something you're usually able to do in this matchup. I feel like at this point, French are either like Knights or Arbitrary.
Oh, yeah. Upgrades are coming in.
we do have culprits now, so this is where he's going to be able to start shrinking that production rate.
Yeah.
And dealing with the castle. Like, I mean, maybe like Voldemar, like in hindsight, looking back, I think what he was appreciating or expecting is that his production rate, his remax, was going to be so much better that it didn't matter how bad the dive trade was going to be. But I feel like he was slowed down maybe a lot more than he was expecting.
Yeah, some raids still coming in at this point, and this time around Voldemar doesn't have anything to react to that. So it's going to lose some villagers out on the food income here. And the archers are still going to be able to trade off quite nicely. At this point in time, it's just mostly crossbows as well from Voldemar. Not that many archers, and Sassy's got a lot of horsemen here.
Finally, the knight slaying the farmer is going to be found. And on top of that, the horsemen are getting rid of the culverins. So Voldemar pushed back from the edge of the base again. He does have sacred sites locked in, and Voldemar has been activated. But this is getting weird, man. Like Sass, in a game where it looks like you'd think French were dead, he keeps coming more and more alive by the minute.
Yeah, this is starting to become really difficult now for Voldemar. He was just trickling the units a little bit too much, and in the end, losing expensive siege in a moment where you need all the gold for upgrades. Granted, he still does have a lot of gold, but he needs to upgrade. He needs to upgrade a lot of his units. Does he? I think he must have upgraded the crossbows at this point in time. I want to say
for Voldemar, no.
These are still castle age crossbows.
If you look at the top, you can see the triple pip. It's elite horsemen, elite spearmen, and elite army tactics, but it's definitely not elite crossbows. Even elite archers. Like everything else but the crossbows.
Oh man, this is starting to become really, really difficult then. Sacred Site is still 8.5 minutes away at this point in time, and we are getting the Royal Bloodlines upgrade in now for Sass, at which point these horsemen will become the tankiest horsemen, or at least the most cost-effective meat shield in the game, as they will cost like 90 resources from, like, with the influence of the keep, 90 resources for like a 250 HP meat shield.
It's pretty crazy. I mean, the thing that we have to keep in mind as well is like HR is a timing sieve, really. Like they peak a lot faster. It's why, like at the highest level, they've performed really well, as people understand how to use the sieve at their timings to maximum value. We're passing that maximum value point. As we go deeper and deeper in this game now, we're going to start talking about things like you mentioned, the horsemen, with Royal Bloodlines being better than standard horsemen at the stage, or the arbitrary being the best crossbows in the game, or maybe even the return to French knights. Like this is where the game can get very scary for Voldemar.
Yeah, now he's trying to go for some raids with some horsemen. Issue is that, sure, he might be able to pick off a couple of villagers, but there are just so many great ways for French in Imperial Age now to be defensive here with the Red Palace emplacements, as long as it is in range, which it doesn't appear to be. So Sass is actually going to lose out on some villagers here. Does have some reinforcements out there, so will be able to beat those horsemen back. Good bit of delay here at the moment that Voldemar is able to do, as he is able to reinforce his sacred sites. And yeah, this is where it starts becoming actually a lot more dangerous for Sass. He's floating a lot of resources. He needs to get the units out.
Yeah. Look at the walls from Voldemar.
Oh, yeah.
I have mini games I play, and like he's one of the players for it. Like, guess the player based on the walling, right? Like, you know, you get players like Louis is very interesting by comparison. Like Louis, instead, it would be a linear wall, just start it at like the edges first, and then he'd make that kind of like crawl in with the little encampments. Whereas Voldemar, dude, I think this guy was actually secretly like the host for that Maze Runner show in a previous life. You know, like he seems to love building these puzzle mazes.
It definitely like looks like it at the moment. Like there's just a mad amount of walls here at the moment coming out from him. Sass, he is starting to get in some of his own bombards though.
Yeah, but look at the static bombards.
He's going to be able to deal with the... Yeah, he's very much hunkering down on that idea of trying to push back all of these, like reinforce all these sacred sites with just static defense. The question is if that's going to be too possible here now. Sass at the moment, he's only been raiding, or rather trying to decap with the horsemen. When he starts pulling the archers as well, it's going to become a lot more difficult. Voldemar is now starting to switch into horsemen as well, but we do have incendiaries in now at this point in time.
Oh my god. The positioning as well behind the stone wall is actually quite genius, just to slow down a bombard siege to clear them. Means you can't just dive in freely, right? Like, look, he's stacking right now, trying to go through. But can we talk about these archers? What's going on here, boys? All right, so backline horseman goes
they
down.
gotta fix
Army's
their stuff.
rotating. This is going to be painful, isn't it? You can just tell. So starts the decap. Horseman's just nearby. Good luck clearing these. There's still more being prepped also on the other sacred site now. And the army's wrapping. The backstab's coming in. Sass needs to leave. Can you afford to? They need to clear this cannons. Makes sense. There's a lot of spear, a lot of horsemen.
Great.
Especially since Voldemar stopped producing archers altogether. Needs more horsemen here, really. Breaking through gradually.
Now.
Archers are standing the ground against this. They're not even staggering away. We do have a keep drop coming in with the full production. New wave arrives from Voldemar. Sass pushed back further.
Sir Voldemar.
It's coming. It's not you didn't pay for next day delivery, Crackety.
Yes, that's really wishes though that he did at this point in time. Just having that Reboldican could shred all of these horsemen at the moment. Cannon still doing a decent job. Also doing a decent job against
the cannons.
Anything infantry-wise here.
I mean, I thought the horsemen would have reached them by now. Meanwhile, this Reboldican must have been ordered from AliExpress. It's probably going to arrive by the time the next series begins.
The
keep is up. I didn't realize we were in a US swamp. I thought we were in like a Dutch swamp here. Let's go for the garrison. I mean, it looks like Sass is semi-winning the fight, but it's like weird. The thing is, like, Voldemar, he's throwing away a lot of troops, but he has pushed his opponent really far back, and the timer is resumed. And now we've got Incinerators on the way.
So
I think
much time left.
I think, is he switching archers?
He's not.
Well, like, wait, he's going Incinerator arrows.
That's a good amount of gold. Yeah.
Definitely wouldn't build more cannons for those, right?
Dude, he's just so hunkering down on those sacred side.
I'm still confused why he got level 3 ranged up. Like, but also, why did he get ranged attack 3? The bombards are great at decapping, Crackety. They're fantastic at decapping.
Oh no, that is so expensive. What? And where's the Reboldican? Oh god, Zess must be getting hit somewhere else. That is so.
There's a small raid in the eastern corner, but
there.
That's it. That can't be your excuse on why the bombards went onto the sacred site. That's wild.
We do have the Reboldican in now. Reboldican only gets taken down by archers. Even crossbows don't have that much range on them. So you can still just run back with the Reboldican.
But what about hand cannoneers is my thought here right now, actually.
Hand cannoneers die to Reboldican. They just don't have the range there.
Got it. So one Reboldican will be all these hand cannoneers.
One Reboldican will not die to the hand cannoneers.
Well, that depends. Is he using it from a range? Or is he like using it to decap the sacred site? I'm pretty sure one Reboldican loses to triple cannon emplacement. This is ridiculous. He's diving it again.
Might be onto something there. Honestly, at this point, I would rather see something like Trebuchets. Oh, okay, it went in too deep.
Okay, so like everyone is just over-clicking on the sacred site. You know what'd be crazy? Voldemar can make this even better. Just pull the relics to these placements.
Yeah. 3 relics there. Ooh, that would be so tough to deal with. Sassy's starting to remass now onto the cannon front.
It's just more output.
Man.
Okay. Do you ever watch games at Age of Empires 4 and feel like I came to watch an RTS, not a tower defense game?
Honestly, in this situation, I feel like Sassy's got all the tools necessary in order to finally get that decap in. But Sass, I mean, Voldemar, he's making this so difficult here for Sass at the moment. We are getting a big mass of knights in, though. I wonder, though, what Sass's goal is here. Does he want to, like, decap while the bombard towers are shooting at the knights and while there's still just so many spearmen coming out from Voldemar? It's starting to become very difficult here for him.
I'm not seeing the way with the way these last few fights have been played. Sass, something has to drastically change. Cannon count is increasing. 3 minutes away from a win. Voldemar is just taking an insurance policy out on that central sacred side just in case Sass goes for a stroll.
Looks like he is. He's moving over to that side.
He is. And there's 28 knights now, which is interesting on the count. Voldemar may be over-indexing into eco at this stage.
And
also maybe overcommit.
Needs to stay up high. Yeah, he is moving over to the other sacred site now. That one is going to be much, much easier to take down as the bombard towers are not protected by the stone wall. So the cannons can just start one-shotting, one-tapping all of these outposts.
A few spears are coming just to block the decap. This is getting ridiculous. And on the other one, he's going to need to put some troops on top of this soon. The Culverins are trying to go for the sniper, but the Knights, they're waiting for him there. That gate is actually griefing him right now. The break's going to come through. Sass! He finally gets it. Definitely. He's going to be able to get the decap at least. Knights get in. The Culverins getting chased. And the Bombards are clearing the way to a victory here. Warlord comes out to buy some time from Voldemar. But it's still feeling futile at this stage. This was his gambit. This was his play. And it has failed.
Voldemar now in his base, starting to get overrun, but he is pumping out spearmen like there's no tomorrow, trying to get out more horsemen as well, but the army count, it just doesn't look like he has that many resources saved up for the horseman pump now. All these resources invested into these outposts down the drain within seconds, basically. And he's got 140 villagers almost. He needs more military out on the field, though. He's once again trying to reinvest into the Culverins, but honestly, with what economy? He doesn't have the gold.
It's full HRE brain, right? Yeah, it's just mass melee into this as well as like the other negative. The archers getting great trades. The cannons are also just great at taking out pristine, like the units one by one as they walk in. I think like Voldemar is just kind of in a trickle phase. He took a little bit of break here to max out. But you're maxing out spearmen into archers again. Warlord 10, look at that! He's a cannon to the face so hard he can't yell Warlord anymore. The Culverins that should be able to beat the cannons, not really, guys. There's an interesting interaction where, yes, more range for Culvs, but cannons very quick on the deploy to move up and faster than Culverins, so they can give pursuit. And I don't think there's going to be much pursuits left in this. We're about to go under 20 military for Voldemar, on the verge of reaching his base. I think Sass has done it.
Yeah, Sass managed to come back in this one. Voldemar, I mean, the Sacred Side play definitely was the correct one there for him. I think maybe just the investment into the siege and the hand cannons was a little bit overly ambitious. Also, going up to 140 villagers in a situation where you're going for an all-in play on the defense, where you need more troops in order to defend that Sacred Side. Just not working out for him here at this point in time now as the archers keep pushing forward. The infrastructure is starting to get taken down. 5 cannons moving forward here, and there's still so many knights in queue. 16 knights in queue. Sass also has a great resource bank, can always start reinvesting into horsemen as well.
He's got backup as well. Look at this, 34 archers in reserve, 18 knights as well. There's no doubt about it. Voldemar just can't hold a candle to this type of push anymore. You have to keep in mind, he went for a quantity-based approach here by going spearman, horseman. When has he ever had quantity in these fights? He's always outnumbered 2-1.
At this point in time, the incendiaries means that the archers can also do significant damage to the horsemen. There aren't that many, just 3 remaining here. Now all gone. Man, that's so like tough. It's Voldemar, his economy is still safe, but for how long?
Yeah, and I think from here you just start like targeting down the production buildings to really finish this off with the coup de grace. You can see that Voldemar does not want to give it over. He's even just started queuing up archers. I mean, curious, it could have actually been impactful a long time ago, but it feels too little too late. Like, you'd be trying to build a composition switch from 50 behind. And
where'd the main TC go? I don't see it anymore. It's gone.
It's underground now. It's hiding. Yeah, if he's not going to call GG, you got to force his hand.
Forward for the siege repair.
Smart.
That's true.
I mean, if you ever lose the cannons, you're going to have to do that long walk back, right? It just gives an extension to a game that I think Sass wants to have extend no further. And we said it about these two, right? Like, there's just something about the way they play where quite often one will take the lead, overextend, and then all of a sudden you find yourself in a hyper late game that probably never should have happened. And I think that's going to be what both of them look back on. I mean, a remarkable recovery from Sass, but it looked like this was Voldemar's to the taking. It looked like he was going to close this out in half of the time that we see here in Frisian. And now in the deep state of the game, Sass flexes that deep element that he normally finds himself in and shows you just how sufficient this comp can be for rolling HRE over.
Still just getting pulled to the mass repair, but there is no out repairing 5 cannons. And we're getting the Wololo from Sass as well, telling Voldemar, hey man, I think this game is over. And you know what? It might just be. Last landmark goes down. And with that, Voldemar, he's going to have to try again tomorrow.
An uncomfortable series in the end for him, and only one more shot to qualify. And I mean, then there's also that kind of like, it sticks in your mind. Okay, so like I fell here against Sass. And in this bracket area, Sass is not the boogeyman. That's meant to be Vortex, right? From this qualification slot route. So Voldemar, he's going to have to pat himself down, get the dust off, and make sure he comes back in his best form if he wants to try and make it back-to-back S-tier events qualified in the main event. Crazy. But what we're going to do now is I think we're going to prep quite swiftly into a break, because we have got a hype series coming up that's not very far away. Apparently, Puppy Paw and Corvinus is going to be our first final showdown for a qualification slot here in the EGC Summer Masters Qualifier. And Puppy Paw Corvinus is an intriguing one. I mean, Puppy Paw has been, I want to say, a little bit hit or miss compared to what we expect at the end of the year. Corvinus is always a crafty bugger. Somehow just pulls out weird strategies that you just don't expect. So I'm excited for that series. Let's get ready to hop into a break. When we come back, we'll be finally into the qualification series this Saturday. All right, screw that last call out. We ain't doing that series. We've got something much more interesting. A tight series, one that could go either way in the most unexpected of fashions. We had to check in on Crackety. We've got B and we've got Numidan. And I know people want to say B's got this, but you know as well as I do, Numidan is a wild and unpredictable beast.
Yeah, the dude is indeed a wild animal, so I wouldn't be surprised if this goes either way. Either way, though, we will have some very entertaining games. We're starting off with Frisian Marches N. KP, we talked about trade and the implications of that middle market, and we're getting the Abbasid from B. So we're already off to some probably spicy gameplay here in this one.
Hey, you know what? Like, here's a thought, though. Demi Lancers against Camel Traders.
Oh my god. Dude, imagine that. You do 8 damage. You do already less damage than a horseman. You're getting -1.5 to like 2, depending on how the math works out with the camel unease. Then they also get 3 armor. There's no bonus damage. They run at the same movement speed. That would be sad. That would actually just be sad. And you know what? You know what?
No, I don't want to know.
There's actually something on the line. I just got crucial information on the win rates for these two civilizations. So, House of Lancaster, 3rd highest win rate already at the moment, 87.5%. Abbasid, how many wins do you think they've gotten?
I'm gonna guess
0 wins.
0. Okay, I can make it even more impressive.
Lose rate.
Yeah, it's even better than that though. They actually got picked 4 times. That's the even bigger exclamation mark.
That's the more impressive part.
So yeah, things are a little bit rough.
Unfortunate souls.
The crazy part as well is, like, by the way, Lancaster's the most picked and played civ in the qualifier so far. So we've got 16 times played for the House of Lancaster. Rus has been played 12 times. And then we've got Japanese at 12 and HRE at 15, Shushi at 12. Those are the top leads. Lancaster is just the go-to right now, and I think for good reason. I think in a lot of ways it's still underexplored even after all this time. There's a lot of upcoming players that maybe don't just know how to address it. So for the more decorated players, I imagine that would feel like close to, a free win because you just have a lot more experience. I mean, Puppetball, for example, he in his GIF series used it on the opening of Dry Arabia. Looking down the results, like I think we had, what else we got here? Lucifron used it in his opening quarterfinals in the Relic River. Wham used it on Gorge in his first series of the day. It's come out quite a lot from like the expected top ranking players. The only time that it lost that I can see, one of them, I think it's twice, right? And one of them was Mio Micah versus Jean Do, which is just like a very big skill difference. I'm sure Jean might be saying. HRE is comical as well, by the way. 26.7% win rate after 15 games.
Yeah, I mean, that one's...
Thanks, Voldemar. You just contributed.
According to Gold players, HRE is like one of the worst civs in the game, so actually it definitely checks out, yeah. Now, it's very interesting the way that you can interpret these stats as well, is that maybe, like, in sets, they're, like, where there's, like, one player that's definitely a lot more favored than the other player, they're more likely to let them get access to the strongest civilizations because maybe they don't care about the set that much. That's mean to say. That is mean to say. Yeah, I just saw this one. But
you think this is OP? Here, have it.
It might have something to do with it.
Yeah, I feel like so. I think at the absolute highest level, if you're giving Rus HRE, like I don't know, I feel like more people want Rus right now. And then if you're a little bit lower rank, you see HRE, you're like, oh my god, he gave it to me. I'm gonna win the series. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna beat B. And then you realize, oh wait, it's kind of been figured out. I think like also, HRE is probably gonna have to go through this exploration phase again in comp play, where it has been banned for so long that it's almost like not walking for 5 years and then trying to walk. It sounds so basic, and then you just get up and you spaghetti down. Right? You need to start from scratch.
It's always the greed, I feel like. Like HRE,
yeah.
It's like that dark side. Come over here. You've got so many resources. Surely you can get Imperial and not die for it. Surely. And then they die.
It's almost like the buffed gathering rate is a big disadvantage for that, because you do something, then you look down. You know what I'm talking about, right? Where like when you have a fight and you look off, you go, "Whoa, I'm really close to Castle Age. I might just save up for it." H3 gets that more often because the gathering rates are so insane. Like you go and do something, you look back and go, like 20 seconds later, you look back and go, "Whoa, I've got 1,800 resources." I mean, my economy is broken, so yeah, I'll just tech up.
Nothing left. Yeah, and then you take up and you don't have any more sheep remaining. You got to do a farm transition, and you're like, "Oh my god, where's my income? It's gone. It's down the drain." But you know what's not down the drain? You know what just came up? It got regurgitated. It's our game number 1 between B and Numidan, and we're diving in. Frisian March, everyone. We got 3DB playing as the Abbasid Dynasty here, and his opponent in the color red playing as the House of Lancaster. It is Numidan.
And B, going out of his way here, he is aiming to improve the Abbasid Dynasty's performance by infinite percent here. 0 wins across 4 picks. If any player could do it, it should be B. If any map would feel feasible, fittable for it, you'd think it's Frisian. But this Frisian is different. It's not as defensive as it was. Your corner camp is still ridiculously defensive, but the trade is no longer safe. A civ like Lancaster could easily intercept you with some basic infantry if you try for it all willy-nilly.
You versus the Frisian, she tells you not to worry about. Almost.
I mean, I feel like, I don't know, I'd be more worried about the old Frisian, you know? When like, so who was this guy that you dated before? Oh, he's like, no, but like, you know, he's just like, he'd done a few things to me. He bought you a Lamborghini?
You know, he just has his court. He just has the markets in the corner. Nothing, no big deal.
Yeah, like, you know, he can just afford to buy me everything I ever needed in life. But like, I'm with you now, you know, in your rented apartment where you can maybe move out for some central resources, but there's always going to be life throwing things in your way in the way of your trade. But I love you, I really do. I never think of him again or that amazing life he'd give me with the 40 traders that could be harassed.
Oh man, now I'm just sad. I don't have a Lamborghini.
Oh, until you start winning with Abbasid's camels, you never will. But V is not going to take the bait. We've actually got an Eco Wing build. And Abbey of Kings from Numidan.
Yeah, looks like he wanted to make sure that if there's any trading coming out here, he's going to have something to deal with that. Actually, this is great, even if B doesn't go for the trade, right? Because in theory, if your opponent, as the Abbasid, like, just in general gets left alone, you just want to not leave them alone. You want to be up in their business as soon as possible, because if you leave them alone for a long time, it's sort of like black mold. At a certain point, it just doesn't go away.
And like, you know, what you have to really do to deal with black mold in this situation, the best way to deal with it is to actually construct a ram quite early on, and then just remove the entire wall. And I think like that's something you can do here. Yeah. Like, well, you could torches as well. They both work. Like, this is very resistant black mold, I remember. It's got 5 fire armor, which is dangerous against your burn. But there's like an interesting thing here with like Abbey of Kings I've noticed. Like, Abbey of Kings is so underrated, actually, for Lancaster. Like, why would you need a Lancaster castle against a civ that won't attack you? Right? Like, it sounds kind of dumb. Like, yeah, it's nice to get the mustard units, but if you get these kings early, you can stop good TC placements. Another thing that is like brokenly underrated is the effect that Lords of Lancaster have on RAM HP.
Yeah,
makes
getting
them
20%
so stupid.
bonus HP on everything as well, right? Like, it's so strong. Not just having it on your rams, but also like your cavalry early on. You get it on your backline, the archers, especially in the archers. Like, boot camp is nice, but this is like boot camp plus. It means that your opponent's archers are gonna need like 4 or 5 additional shots in order to kill your archers.
Yeah, and I think the other thing as well is like, you have to envision this just like you do the old English Abbey of Kings build. Like, it's something you do that can force a reaction. So even if he didn't build any extra units, B, if he wants to get good TCs, is going to have to do something about this, right? Because like, even beyond the units around it, the Lords of Lancaster's HP, their stats, especially in Feudal Age, are pretty insane.
They are. They immediately are. We do have B moving out for that second TC. Just needs to wait a little bit for Fertile Crescent to come in. And there it is, going to be going up on gold from the looks of it. Even plays it forward in order to protect the berries behind it,
Interesting.
maybe. Oh, is he lacking stone? I think he's lacking just a little bit of stone. Oh no, but the timing here, it's gonna be so awkward for him.
Okay, there we go.
PC now starts to be built, but the House of the Lord of
coming.
Lancaster is almost there.
Yeah, but he hasn't scouted it. He's looking for it. Like he's going to check because here's the thing. He's looking in this whole area. He doesn't see a TC at all. Yep, he sees it. He actually gets it.
Oh no!
And you can't shoot this guy down. It's hard. Look at the health.
Damage 16.
It's slower attack speed, but here's the thing: like you can't contest him.
No, it's not slow. It's not slow at all. It's not that slow compared to like the normal thing. Actually,
isn't it like 1.5,
oh, no, the
1.6?
first one was a charge into it.
Yeah, that's why you got baited.
A charge into it, so now it lasts longer. Yeah, I thought it was
but like this
normal,
is the thing.
Men at arms attack speed. I would have been crazy.
No, that would be broken. Like the thing here though, like if this was a spearman, you'd kill him, right? How do you kill that? How?
Not easily, but B managed to get the TC up in time. Grant, he did need to pull a lot of additional villagers for it, but most importantly, he did get that TC up, so now is also going to be able to harass that Lord of Lancaster a little bit, but we still have the Abbey of Kings. Now, you don't have the mobile healer out there, but you can still heal with the Abbey of Kings, but we're getting a stable in.
Yeah, that surprises me. I was there. We go. I was about to, that makes more sense because Yeoman is so good here. Think about the position of that TC, and then look at the buried locations. Right, you just all you need to do is control the stealth forest, and you weave the north side, and your opponent has no food. Like it's very easy to do with Yeoman that have the better range than standard archers, and also the ability to just disappear into the stealth forest again. Is that an outpost? That's an ambitious outpost. Did Numidan forget that like TCs can now see into stealth forest?
Yeah, they can. So B should be able to see this. Now we're also very, very quickly here getting these Hobolos and Yeoman also on the field, but Yeoman are quite expensive. B, he's starting us off now with a Camel Archer. Now, Camel Archers, they're very good if you have a large mass of them.
Yeah.
But they're really, really expensive. It's more like a support unit for the first 20 minutes, I want to say. Later on, they can start becoming...
Right, like I think it's not even just the cost; it's the speed at which they produce. It's so slow.
The production speed is knights. So they have the same production speed as knights, so it takes a while.
Well, we've got Triple Lord of Lancaster. Now click on that health. Good luck.
It's you know, we talked about the gilded men at arms earlier.
I was about to say that. Well, yeah,
they got more health.
Yeah, they're almost like you get the fourth one out, you're basically at like Castle Age Gilded Men at Arms level of health. Now your armor is low, it's 2-2. But like for feudal, that's not low at all. Like for castle, it is weird because castles where I think Lords of Lancaster feel odd because their armor doesn't increase, right? Like their health only slightly does. But at this stage, they're ridiculous.
Behind this. Yeah, but look at what Beast's doing behind us. He's just going for the Aja play, potentially. No, okay, never mind. Now he's just reinvesting. He just pulled a lot of villagers off food and onto wood. He realizes that this is not something that he can hold even with Castle Age. He needs to start prepping military right away.
Wait, this is sick, actually. Think about the ramifications of the Lords with a Hobbler build. One of the really big nerfing elements that sucks about Hobblers is they have so little health compared to standard horsemen. They have around the same health if you're being attacked by range, but if it's melee, you suck. But with the Lords, you've gotten yourself close to standard horseman health, only you're paying 2/3 the price. That's
how much health do they have, actually? Like with the Lords of Lancaster next to them. Can we select one of these Hobblers? And
look at that. Yeah, it's free shy of normal horsemen.
That's pretty decent. Yeah.
That's a sick build.
As long as we have the Camel Archers in, though, like, the already lackluster damage from the Hobblers gets lacked even lusterer. If that even is a word. Probably not.
I mean, sure, we'll allow it, just because it's that depressing of a number they get. But in fairness, they are great at dealing with the camels, is the idea. Like, Yeoman plus Hobbler is FU Camel Archer comp.
And this is starting to become incredibly difficult for B. Like, he's going to need a big mass of archers. Because, mind you, Yeoman, while they are stronger than normal archers, they are so expensive. It is just
really are.
very difficult to get a big, large mass of Yeoman out. Looks like we're also getting siege engineering in, but I'm not sure if if Numidan wants to wait for siege engineering. Yeah, he's just going straight into the fight now.
Yeah, I think you just torch like this because your boys are quite tanky, and then you start building siege. It's going to force a fight. Blacksmiths are coming in from B, but Undermesh is delayed, so these yeomen are quite scared at the moment because all he knows it could be Steeled Arrow. And we see the full picture, but like obviously B's not privy to that. And you can even now just peel away the very heavily injured Hobbler and hobble him back to base to get healed.
Yeah. In theory, even if B were to lose this forward TC, at this point in time, he's gotten enough villagers out of it to the point where it has definitely paid off for itself. And at the moment, it's just about getting military numbers in, getting the archer count up. He's just started making archers. We're getting even more horsemen. Right now, he just needs to flood more units, get maybe enough gold for one more blacksmith upgrade. After that, just flood units, and if the TC goes down, so be it. He's already at a 13 villager advantage. Right now, it's just about keeping that advantage going and getting.
There are manas though. Remember, there are manas. Like, so it's not a lot. It's only 3, but so it offsets some lead. And look at the health on that ram. This is what gets ridiculous. One ram, even when he tries to cheese it with the garrison trick, it's 450 HP on this thing. We're just starting to get collapsed. Cavalry's going to move in. Yeomen do try to target fire down the camel archers. The ram is still alive. The workers, very heavily injured here, actually. We'll get through it, though. So keeps the TC alive for the time being. Numidan will have to reset, but needs to be fast about this. Steeled Arrow is going to be a big buffer for the next push. But he needs this ram ASAP.
Yeah, B right now, he's pulling a lot of villagers in order to repair this TC as quickly as possible. That's a lot of wood investment into that as well, though. Yeah, it's about to run out of wood here, actually. The thing is, the more villagers you pull on the repair, the more wood you actually spend.
And also, just think of the idle implications. Like, do you want to be here much longer when this push is coming in again? Right? Like, you're going to have to vacate the area anyway. And he begins to do so. So double ram, that's gonna be a deal sealer. It's just B, I think he knows it. He just wants to try and drag this as long as possible to give himself the best chance to defend. But the military numbers do not look good right now.
They do not. We do have a large amount of horsemen here now at this point in time, but B not able to find that window to collapse onto those rams. Maybe if he's able to get this around on the rams, he could be able to take them down. Does have 3 horsemen.
Trying to snipe the lords.
Take that ram down, but it's just so much health.
No, and on top of that, like, actually, I thought he was going for the lords. He targeted the spearmen. So the yeomen, they're clearing that back line. There's a decent number of horsemen left over. The ram's going to get chased onto now. B, he's running out of military fast here, though. Like, yes, he's alive, but look at the yo count. Like, he needs to find a way of still addressing this. We're kind of close to critical mass, even against horsemen. Lords do go down. Now, that's a big tempo reset, remember. Numidan cannot rush up new production of lords.
The thing is now as well that all of these next fights will be much better trades here now for B, as Numidan just lost 20% of his entire military mass HP with the Lords gone.
And this is the thing, like, there's urgency, so Numidan can't wait to be back up to 4 Lords. I was a little bit worried because at first B was ignoring the Lords. He actually let them exist for a long time. Like, a fairly popular strat is to target fire them with intent because of the raw HP increase. But he valued the spearman kills a lot higher, and credit to him, he made it work. I am still worried about the yeomen. Spearmen are being built up in reserve again, and B, quite crafty. He's weaving his way into the stealth forest to try and cut reinforcements.
And Numidan doesn't have the outpost though, so he will have vision over the majority of where the forest, so he will somewhat know where B's army is. At this point in time, the economy advance from B, it should really, it's really showing here.
Yeah.
He's also pulled villagers out to the bottom of the map, just gathering resources down there. Has wheelbarrow for that, luckily, but means that he will always like have at least a little bit of food gathering, even from the map. And Numidan won't really expect it, just because there wasn't like this normal just progression outward from B space. Instead, he just immediately rallied to the entire end of the map. The little flat earth here.
I think like Numidan, I mean, the urgency sets in, like, you know how it is, right? When you go for a ram rush, you fail once, fail twice, alarm bell's going. And B's just made this so difficult to achieve the objective. Like, I've been impressed with the way that he was able to trade out. I mean, the camel archers, I'm so glad he moved off of it, right? I think the camel archers was going to kill him as an idea concept. You saw how well the yeoman traded. But now that it's just about raw horseman flood, which is just like, this is where I imagine Numidan has to be wondering how is he affording this? Like, Abbasids are efficient, but they must be gathering food somewhere else.
Yeah, we do have that single Hobbler right now, just looking around for any sort of economy. And, I mean, Numidan knows that B is a crafty fellow. So, yeah, he is definitely not out of his mind for scouting like this. And there he goes, find some villagers there at the bottom.
I've got a dagger and a horse. On guard. They're going to kill him,
the villagers got daggers as well, though.
We've got daggers, and we eat horse. Oh, no. Double ram in. I feel like we've been here before. And the army's coming.
Hello.
Oh, my God. Yeah. I think this was too soon by Numidan.
It's so many horsemen now as well. That's a crazy amount of horsemen.
Those kids have dreams of My Little Pony. Adults apparently have nightmares, because that's what's about to happen here. It's the worst My Little Pony nightmare you can imagine. 28 horsemen, 28 archers. Numidan, the spear count isn't exactly impressive against this.
Yeah, and only 14 spearmen. Like, there's so many archers out. These spearmen are just going to get evaporated as well. Numidan did a great job so far keeping his Yemen mass alive. If those go down once, it is immediately game over. Those guys are so expensive to remass. While they're so effective, they do come with a heavy, heavy cost. The Hobblers so far must have probably been the most underwhelming unit in this game, I want to say. Like, even with the Lords of Lancaster buffing them up, they just don't do enough damage as a frontline up against the horsemen. They need to really dive onto those archers to get any reasonable value in. But with these numbers now, it is just very easy to buddy block the Hobblers, and yeah, then they can't really get access onto those villagers. We do have Numidan still trying to go for some raids here, but the DPS on them is just so low. It feels like, even though he has like 4 of them here, the villagers are going to stay alive for quite a while.
The tricky part is, like, I think the Hobblers looked underwhelming because it was never really about them. There was this cool idea at the beginning, but, like, Numidan never followed through an execution. He switched very quickly off of them after, like, 6 or 7. So we never really saw the impact of Lords. And B, well, he's about to give a lesson on how to ram, apparently. He's going to cancel the... Okay, that's the lesson here in this matchup.
Don't.
And I think that tracks well with how much Numidan has struggled to break B here.
Yeah, behind this, I mean, B at the moment, he's got so much food income. These Hobblers are causing actually a significant amount of idle time. And for the first time, I feel like actually a good amount of villagers have gone down. Thing is, B at this point in time, he's 30 villagers ahead. He's almost at the end game number of villagers that he wants. Farm transition also done just courtesy of that Fertile Crescent. Getting those farms in for very cheap at this point in time means that his farm, like, food income is already very, very stable now. We are up once again to 3 Lords of Lancaster. Soon also going to be on the front line. 4th one also just now came out. Isn't going to be there in time though as the fight is happening. The Spearmen still alive for the moment. Lords of Lancaster providing with that really, really big HP buff here at the moment. But they're going down so quickly now.
Yeah, it's just like, it doesn't matter. There's just, I have more bodies. Let's just do full defensive Stalingrad strategy here. We don't ever need everyone to be armed to the teeth. We just need more boys. And the second wave comes in. He breaks from the yeoman, and this should be it. Numidan, losing the spear's one thing. Hobblers one thing. Ram's one thing. But one thing too many is the yeoman. Once that mass falls in feudal, your games are over.
Yeah, man, now down to 19, and there's still so many horsemen reinforcements coming in. And now behind, still constantly active production. Be able to click up to the castle age, while Numidan has been the entire time reinforcing out of so many production buildings. Now, with the last of the Yemen going down, there is no way back in this game. He's trying his best to escape with them, but all that's remaining, it's all going down now.
Yeah, I mean, he's losing completely and absolutely while his opponent is attacking, and the writing is on the wall. GG gets called. Numidan, a cool experiment, but a crazy outcome in the end as one of the most dominant civs of this qualifier thus far, with almost a 90% win rate, loses against a civ that had yet to score a single win.
Man. Yeah, I mean, B, he made it happen right now. We got the first win there with the Abbasid dynasty, and that just goes to show our Abbasid, the secret counter to the House of Lancaster. The answer is no. Was B. B was the answer all along.
You've done that wrong. The way is like, the answer may surprise you. No, the answer is no. Yeah, so I mean, it's interesting, like, as a thought experiment, though. I don't mind the idea of what Numidan was aiming for. It just felt like you see all the time, right? The first ram is always the tell point with these type of things. It feels so hard to early on go 2 free rams. Like, ideally, if you want to cleanly take out a TC, it's 3 rams. 3 rams is the golden number. But we never really saw that commitment point at a phase where it would have mattered. I mean, this was the stage where B had the camel archers. I think the camel archers were redundant. We saw the yeomen just dealing with them easily. But then just he was the one to adapt his strategy, and I think Numidan stuck to what he was doing the entire time at this point.
Yeah, I think the cavalry like the camel archers, they also just did exactly the job that they were meant to do, which is clear out that initial mass of spearmen where they do get just so much bonus damage up against them. They also attack faster than normal archers, so meaning that like with 4 camel archers, you're basically doing the job that 10 archers would do, but you do it more effectively because you attack much quicker. Also, a lot more health on them, meaning that yeomen, while in bulk, they are able to take down the camel archers quite quickly. By the time the camel archer goes down, like, so many volleys must have been pumped into them, meaning that, yeah, the volleys that could have been spent elsewhere kind of missed there on the camel archers. Next up, though, we are going to be seeing yet another civilization from the DLC. It looks like Numidan, he's got every single new civilization in here, as we're going to be seeing Knights Templar next up on Enlightened Horizon. And, you know, Japan at the moment also feels like a really, really strong civ. These two in general here on Enlightened Horizon, we've seen them time and time again, and I think both are just absolutely in their element here on this map when it comes to getting these couple of early spearmen out and trying to secure these caravan points of interest on the map. Just overall, a very nice synergy for these civilizations.
Yeah, I think that the interesting thing about Knights Templar here is they are surprisingly efficient with that racks drop on the merchant camp because of the villager dynamics, right? Like, most civs, they'll walk out, they'll build the racks, they'll build the house, and they walk home. Well, with Knights Templar, you can just leave the villager out there gathering wood, which is actually a really big boon to that initial spearman timing, and shrinks the gap of the advantage that the Japanese have, right? Because Japanese, of course, have the cheaper racks at 75 wood, which is very, very powerful. Now, what is going to make this interesting is, despite that edge for KT, Japanese have a unique edge themselves, which is they can build the house and then drop sheep off to keep the villager out there, right? So it seems very nitpicky, but like in the early game, when you're talking about 1 villager and you start with 6, yeah, that's like 15% of your economy. It's a big difference to not have to have them walk all the way back in the base. So I love these two civs.
Yeah.
There are a few matchups where you can't afford to build that racks out there. Like, I think Ottomans and Mongols would stop you. And that, by the way, is the most interesting detail to me. Mongols was available for B. Ottomans was available for Numidan. Logical picks, Ottomans especially, has been like the S tier pick for Enlightened Horizon, and it got ignored.
Honestly, Ottomans just also feel like such a great counter out to the Japanese overall, mainly because Japanese, if they want to go for mass on a Begeisha, they cannot. Up against the Ottomans, +2 melee armor with the matter just means that on a Begeisha just do not trade nearly as effectively as they usually do in most matchups. Also, cavalry-wise, well, good luck against Janissaries.
Yeah, it's like you mentioned, like the Begeisha, right? But there's just so many things that suck. Like the Ottoman timing just feels really good in the feudal age, where like Japanese are trying to compete now. And I think like the meta armor, I've seen it so many times, like with that Sapai I've mentioned, where you just dive them as they tech. It's like, I remember when Japanese first came out, and I sat there, I was like, oh, this isn't too bad for Japan. And the more that you watched it and thought about it, the more you realize like this actually might be the hardest counter to Japan that exists in the entire game. But we're not going to see it, man. I guess like maybe the thought process from Numidan is like, would you really want to play Knights Templar on any of these other maps?
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, this is probably, honestly, I think maybe Dry Arabia would have actually, or Carmel even, would have been better for Knights Templar, mainly because you have more Fallout options, like switching up the Pilgrim pattern, like pathing too. On Enlightened Horizon, there's one way and one way only those Pilgrims can walk, and it's straight forward out of your base. And if they get intercepted there, well, all the other ones are going to get intercepted as well. So it's more like it forces you to play aggressively. It forces you to play on the map. If you lose map control, then you're not going to be able to have that Pilgrim Golden Come. So we're going to see exactly how it's going to go. Just a couple of seconds, and we'll be jumping right into our game number 2 in B.
And here we go into the enlightened horizons for a showdown between Numidan's Knights Templar and B's Japanese. An interesting one. 2 civs that should be looking to aggro straight out onto the merchant camp. Numidan will be the first to make the move. B, he actually done this a little bit different, Crackety. He actually built the racks inside his base.
That's an interesting one. So we do see why players want to go for that barracks outside, because the villager here from Numidan has already started capturing up that merchant camp. So by the time that the first spearman comes out from B, Numidan already has the majority of that merchant camp captured up, and in theory, Numidan could also just send that villager out to that one straggler tree out there. Knights Templar don't need a drop-off building, and he can just start gathering there. Don't think he's going to do that, though. At the moment, he'll just, send them back, and he did a nice little twirl there for us. Said, okay, I did my job. I'm going to go back now, and at the moment, just going to be massing spearmen up from both sides, because this isn't the only point of interest here on this map. We do have those wolf dens, which are definitely something that you will want to contest, because they do give you 150 gold. And B knows about this, which is why he spent 50 food early on for his first upgrade from the farmhouse. He went for Tawar very early on to increase the efficiency of his villagers, because he knows, I'll get 150 gold from the wolf den. I can afford this and still be able to age up immediately upon getting that bounty in.
And it's interesting because it enables this play out into the berries, because what he done different, most Japanese players walk out just like the Knights Templar player did. They build the farmhouse as well. They drop off some sheep. Well, he realizes that there's a bit of a gambit there, right? Is that when you go for that wolf den, if your opponent goes for the racks area, you've got a lot of exposed things. So what he does instead is he walks towards the berries, drops the racks on the way, and then gets across the berry gathering rate, which now is better than the sheep gathering rate with that one tech. So really cool little detail there from B. Also means that he's exhausting his safe resources, the sheep, a little bit slower.
Wolves are now coming out for B. B did a little oopsie there with having the no spearman directly next to the opening of the wolf den. So the wolves are actually going to focus on different spearmen here. Is still going to be able to get the bounty in, though. There we go. That's an additional 150 gold right there for him. Numidan hasn't moved over to his wolf den yet. Instead, he's just rallying his spearmen over towards B space. And he is actually going to be able to decapture now that merchant camp.
This is awkward as well, because B's now got 2 heavily injured spearmen. It's not like you've got that one that you can sneak behind the group, right? Like, basically a third of your comp is dead. And Numidan already has military advantage in terms of numbers. So might be that B just has to kind of accept that merchant camp will no longer be his and choose the fast rush on the age now. Tricky part is your opponent's now generating 90 extra passive resources a minute. Space spam? Well, not the most ideal of beginnings here.
Yeah, reinforcements are coming in, but B does have the defender's advantage here. Definitely
we need to be careful.
The worst position for him.
It's a miracle he hasn't lost one of them yet.
Damage upgrade in. Yeah, he just got the first blacksmith upgrade in, because he can get it from his forge. So now all of his spears will do +1 damage. And Numidan, I think he noticed that.
It's a 15% damage buff.
Fire now.
Yeah, exactly. He has to back away. So Numidan tips the hat. Says, well played, sir. He has not gone for his own wolf den, but keep in mind at this stage, due to the double merchant camp plus a bit of active gold gathering, he's going to be able to tech up. And I believe this is going to be your standard way, the French way. Oh, wow. Look at that. Crackety, I'm so smart. I'm so intelligent. Kingdom of France. Could never have predicted this.
Yeah, I mean, we saw so many players trying the other one, the other options.
Yep. Antioch in particular here was like an idea, right? But people realize it's just not worth it.
I think Hospitaller used to be like the flavor of the week on release for a long time. And there are some funky strategies that you can go for with the Hospital Knights, just like out-healing everything that your opponent does. But you can realistically play around it rather easily, and they did get devalued quite a bit. I want to say like a month or so ago, maybe even 2 months ago. The Hospitaller did get nerfed, so they don't have that like crazy stat scaling anymore. Because it used to be that their stats scaling into like into Castle and Imperial Age were kind of insane. Like they were just way better than normal men at arms.
The problem is, like, I think even then, back then, Kingdom of France just felt too good to pass up, right? Because of the scale point, feudal into castle. I think that's the biggest conundrum you have. Is like Kingdom of France, even if you don't do Chevalier, it's the mini military academy. Like it's just too good to resist early on in the game. Like when we talk about like Hospitalier, even then being good in the late game, or the 10% increased damage being really good in the late game. These ideas are cool, but the late game means nothing if you can't get there.
Yeah, it also just played into player strength and what they were used to from other civilizations. Now, though, he's done a great job with keeping a Spearman mass alive, almost able to take down the barracks here from Numidan. Archers are now going to be coming in, though. B, he's going for it again, wants to set it on fire. Is going to be able to do so. No, he does fall back at the moment.
He has got hardened.
Hard upgrade.
So Numidan, well, you could try and brute force this, but for Archers now being here, I just don't think it's worth it for B. He got a little bit of time in the merchant camp. He done a really good job on that chase of just sniping down. I think the most key point in the success here wasn't even the melee tech. Like the point in this Dark Age clash that mattered most for B was pre that melee tech one. The fact that he had those 2 injured spears from the Wolf Den, but didn't lose them until after melee tech came in, is why Numidan lost that position entirely. It's actually so well executed.
We're actually seeing B now go into Samurai, interestingly enough. We've seen this before. Who was it? I'm not sure. I think it was CSO, who recently, during the qualifiers of Master of Steel, went for an army composition of mostly just mass samurai in feudal age, just powering through with them.
Yeah, that was also the Canadians done that a lot as well. Like when Enlightened Horizon first came out, I noticed they in particular were obsessed with the Japanese idea when a lot of the Europeans were looking at Ottomans and Knights Templar. It's a cool idea. It's very reminiscent of like an old school kind of like H3 men at arms sort of thing.
Numidan, he's already built up a great amount of archers behind us now, up to 13 very early on. And B, he's got to be careful about his wood axes here, as he is starting to mass up his own Yumi archers now as well. Now, they are a lot cheaper than normal archers, but Numidan does have the benefit of the Knight Templar bonus wood gathering.
Yeah, Yumi's pretty nice here as well. Like the Yumi flood is pretty insane. Ever since they buffed it, right? I got a 10% discount increase compared to where it used to be a few months ago, and I think since then we've been seeing Yumi as the backbone of most Japanese strategies.
Numidan, he's doing some great trades out here, is able to completely kill the remainders of the Spearman mass from B. I still have a good archer count, but not all the archers forward at the moment. B able to buy himself a little bit of breathing room, but it is closing in very quickly.
And the interesting thing here is actually going to be the gradual bannerman, which he should be able to get towards if he keeps scaling a few samurai, right, through the scaling stone. Oh, by the way, like, fun little thing about the bannerman. I've gutted we're probably not going to see it with this map rotation. There's certain maps that can allow for it. If you can get Daimyo in Dark Age, turns out Katana Bannerman doesn't have a Dark Age version. You just get the feudal version straight away. It's pretty broken.
I mean, is it broken, or is it just something that's not ideal anyways?
It's really like you know how we've had some maps to experiment with the Forgotten Ruins? It works there. It's really quite strong. But this is the depressing point. Yeah, you can't run away from this.
The remaining archers, they're trickling forward. Yeah, this is the issue with the Yumi archers. There's so much movement speed here. And Numidan, he didn't have all of his archers forward. We're getting the first Chevalier in now as well. So once he gets maybe the second one in, Numidan will be able to once again start taking these fights. What he does have, though, is he does have the Pilgrim. So that's already 130 gold per minute if they don't get disrupted at the moment. So Numidan can be very much happy here with just, you know, playing the slow game, letting the economy scale here for him at the moment. And yeah, he also did have control of the second caravan point there as well, the point of interest. So he did have like just a lot more scaling on his side here for quite a while.
And now the Chevalier are pretty nice into Yumi. It's just like, it doesn't seem like Numidan wants to scale it because of the Rax threat somewhat. And Chevalier versus Samurai is kind of an intriguing interaction. Like, Chevalier will win, but not as much as you'd think due to the deflective armor, offsetting your best hit, which is the initial lance charge, right? So I think Numidan just sees this as a raw archer blob fight. I think where that gets scary is I feel like Yumi's a lot more threatening if you both then move towards veterancies.
I mean, there's already a large amount of Yumi archers in, and we are now getting the ability to get that Yumi archer bannerman. There we go. And suddenly, these Yumi archers are going to be able to also do significant damage up against the Chevalier here. Numidan, he's trying for a different approach now from the other side, but he already able to wall that off.
And this short wall is really important, right? This is always the classic one that catches you off guard, especially with things like, for example, fast castle type builds into men arms. The Pilgrims being unharassed this long is kind of crazy, by the way. I feel like Knights Templar very rarely get this much safety. We have got him moving up the berries.
Okay,
So like
B now also moving up.
Yeah. He's got Takazaiku coming, and this is really nice for that kind of like food vomit. And I think he's going for that build you talked about now with the samurai. So like gradually try to scale to like what, 15, 20? Then you think about castle. The dream.
Both players just massing more and more units. I'm not sure what I like more here, the samurai or the chevalier. Honestly, I think the samurai, they add very similar value to the chevalier. But they're also cheaper. Then again, like gold is coming in passively for Numidan. I think just having this many Yumi archers at this point in time, it is insanely, insanely strong here. And we're going to see just how exactly that's going to play out, because these Yumi archers, yeah, you mentioned it earlier, it is just so difficult to get away from them, meaning that he's always going to be able to choose which fight is going to be taken and which one isn't. And we can tell, yeah, Numidan, he realized that. Yeah, Numidan realized that he is not able to really take these fights. Like the Chevalier, at least, they are going to get their charges off whenever they do charge, mainly because the archers by that point in time will already have taken down their deflective armor. We can tell, like, by the time these samurai get taken down, like, there's still such a large mass of Yumi archers. The Chevalier also taken down, and yeah, he's got so many more units here. Numidan, he's going to have to retreat, and hey, he's going to have to retreat quickly.
And this is the thing, right? The retreat once again hurts you. And, you know, this is the Yumi Bannerman effect kind of amplifying. Love the use of the Ronin. Don't see it often, but it's just another damage absorber for this charge. And you have got a remass into Chevalier, but, you know, the scary thing about Chevalier is a snowball comp, isn't it? Like, when you are reset down to 0, not very tanky, even against Yumi, especially when the count gets this high. And I love that. Just dives in, Merchant Cap, even intercepts the next Pilgrim, which is going to slow down Numidan. Remember, if he's scaling Chevalier, that's difficult in Light Horizon because you only have the small gold veins. So it looks like he's going to have to rebuttal this ASAP. Yumi just continue to stand their ground.
Behind this B, he's actually, look at what's B doing. He's even getting the point of interest, the samurai, the, what are they called again? The shinobi from the point of interest there as well.
The Ronin.
There we go, the Ronin, yeah.
And remember, like, there's unlock at 5 minutes. You can generate one every, I believe it's 2 minutes afterwards. So he could actually just spam out a few more right now. And it could actually just be worth it as the damage absorption.
They do cost a lot of gold, though. So I don't think it's the most cost-effective thing to go for. Something to take note of, by the way, as well. Numidan, his Wolf Den on his side is actually still alive. Like, you can still burn down his Wolf Den. There's still 150 gold to be had.
I don't think it's going to be going for it anytime soon. Actually, either of them, considering it's basically just archers. We will kill that wolf den. It's going to take a very long time. This is the difficult part, right? Like, now you see what happens and why it's not easy to just shut down Yumi at this stage. Is like, if B just keeps kiting, your archers are never in range for the trade because of the better movement speed. And then you just gradually lose your plastic knights. That being said, B has hung around a long time here.
Yeah.
What?
At this point in time, like, Numidan, he's got a lot of archers here. He's able to fight against the Yumi relatively effective here. There we go. Now he's focusing down the Bannerman as well. Now, the aura is still going to linger here for a little bit. But honestly, I think Numidan, yeah, now he can start really fighting. Some of these archers do no longer have the aura now as well. And Numidan's starting to trade a lot better now as well.
Yeah, I'm actually thinking, like, at this stage, as B just try to bypass the next stage gradually. He's rescaling for now. I mean, the thing is, you do have a lot of wood, but that goes both ways. And in some ways, it feels negative to make this just wood on wood, right? Like, it's good when you had the lead, but now you're talking about Knights Templar. Knights Templar are phenomenal at wood gathering. They don't have to worry about lumber camps. They get food along the way. Whereas, what do you get as Japan? Like, it's the discount, and that's kind of it. And I think what we saw is initial success from B off of that Yumi Bannerman timing, but it didn't keep pace. It didn't last.
We're seeing the rescaling into the Masked Samurai, though, and this is where Japanese get their bonus in, right? Like, with the berries, with the better food gathering, this is where they can mass up a lot of these samurai. Now, a lot of the Yumi archers at the moment aren't being buffed up by the Bannerman. That is going to change now, though, and Numidan, he didn't have that many armored units in here, and now he's going to be able to push back again, and we talk once again, with the bonus movement speed now, is going to be able to move up further and further and further, take down more of these archers, and this is so important. We are seeing reinforcements coming in, a lot more Chevalier coming in as well, but there's just so many of these samurai out here. Numidan doing a great job of just continually kiting back. Might be able
look
to
at the way he's playing this.
but the numbers.
The samurai detail there, the way he just pushed them beyond the Chevalier and essentially allowed them to kind of just kite him while also the Chevalier just get dented by the Yumi is why I think he won that fight. Like, it's very crafty the way he's doing this. And I think the other worry now for Nimi, we mentioned that Chevalier are less valuable than the Samurai if you go Castle. Well, that's now becoming a possibility here, right? The count is up to 11 and continues to scale. Numidan has to be cognizant of the risk ahead of him here. And I'm wondering at which stage you have to try and switch. Like, can you even switch here?
Ronin also blocking the Pilgrims here behind this. We're already up to 12 samurai here now at this point in time. Grant, a lot of them are on low HP. Numidan archer numbers are still looking very strong. Is Numidan able to hold this behind this? The caravan, the point of interest, also just playing a big role. Definitely do want to have that captured up. Yeah, Numidan for time is able to secure the spot now out on the map. Still reinvesting more and more into these archers. The thing is, you only have like so much wood in your base to play around with as well. At some point, Numidan is gonna definitely have to move out more. This is starting to still become really dangerous.
Crackety.
And gold is also an issue.
Look at the stone. There's something interesting here if it keeps going feudal. Katana Bannerman. Like, he's going to have a fully, like, balanced comp, right? Like, this is usually one of the weak points for Japanese, is, like, you have to make a choice. What is my edge and where do I buff? We're reaching the point where he'll be able to buff both. And it's pretty important for the Samurai in particular because, like, they actually see a significant upper on each of the individual damages compared to Yumi. So, pretty cool detail. I mean, it's not often you think of like, level 2 on the Daimyo in age 2. That's usually reserved for age 3.
Yeah, it does make a big difference. Looks like Numidan was trying to decapture that Ronin point of interest, but yeah, I mean, B notices that and just redeems the Ronin, is able to push that one Chevalier back. And Numidan, he's still struggling when it comes to the golden come at the moment. Just the Pilgrims getting stopped time and time again. And on this map, you do not have a lot of gold inside of your base. These were just the small gold veins there as well. So it is very difficult for Numidan to rely on those in order to master Chevalier. Let's not forget Samurai, they only cost 30 gold, so a lot easier here for B to just mass up these Samurai. And we're starting to get to a point where B, he's got the way stronger front line there.
Yeah, and just the annoying Ronin. Like, remember, Ronin also quicker than the Samurais. They're actually very good raiding type units. If you click on them, you see the stats. It's comparative to a Samurai, but they're a Zuma boy. It's like you mentioned earlier, it's very expensive on gold. In some ways, quite worth it. Right, 1.38 movement speed. It keeps them akin to kind of like a Yumi raiding type unit instead.
Yeah. Right now, I mean, Numidan, what he's doing at the moment, he's just massing more and more archers. The issue with that is that B's doing the same. He's massing more and more Yumi archers with the Bannerman now as well. We got 2 Yumi Bannermen, so it's going to be very hard to snipe those down. Actually, you don't want to snipe them down, KP, because at the moment, if there's a dead Bannerman and an alive Bannerman, B's getting double the buffs. They actually stack 2 times while there's 1 alive and 1 dead. Only on the infantry. It doesn't work for the cavalry. Don't ask me why. But that's the way it works at the moment, so you, in theory, don't want to snipe the Yumi Bannerman. It's
Got it.
horses.
So
I don't know.
I mean, it makes sense, I guess, the ghost of like past and present. I don't know. I'm trying to justify it. So now we reveal the secret reason why Yumi are OP. What? That's kind of crazy. And like you can exploit that, by the way. Like you say you don't want to kill the bannerman. Well, there's nothing to stop B from hitting the delete key on one of them.
Yeah, but then you just snipe down the other one, and when both are dead, then there's no double.
That's true.
Yeah.
But like, you know, if you want to be super micro about it, right? You keep him back.
Yeah.
Oh.
Behind us, though, Agent is coming in for B, and he's got the military lead.
And not just that, remember, it's flowing gate. If he drops a rack straight next to that flowing gate, garrisons it with the Yorishiro, the upgrade pace on this Samurai is going to be too quick. And Numidan, this is already looking bad. He's going to lose the archer lead.
Check out the damage on the Yumi. +3.
Balance Civ. I'm sorry, wasn't it just like a season ago that people were memeing on Japan? How times have changed. And B, he consistently knew this throughout like a long time. He valued this Civ. You remember like the early KPMM days through the entire 30-week circuit. He's made Japanese synonymous with him. And he's going to flex them here to show you why they can be so good. Veteran Civ Yumi is going to be rushed. Samurai upgrade coming in. He's mirroring it for 30-30. And Numidan has no leg to stand on in this game anymore.
There it is. Veterancy is in on the archers, and there's no way to hold this. 45 archers to 62. Better Yumi archers. B even splitting up his archers into different groups to kill more units at the same time. And GG gets called. Man, B takes it in style.
I'm impressed, man. That was an elegant execution and a reminder why this guy is lethal on so many unorthodox civs. And you know what the crazy thing is, Crackety? It's almost like his time has come to shine, right? Like unorthodox civs, we talk Ottomans, we talk Japanese, we talk Abbasids. We've seen 2 of those so far in this series. 1 we won't see for him. But the point is that it has come around to his time. In some weird ways, it's kind of reminiscent of when you discuss like StarCraft competitive, where oh, you know, he's the best Protoss player in the world, but it's just not his time, right? The game meta doesn't support Protoss being good right now, or Terran being good, whatever. And we've seen that with Japan, Ottomans, we've seen it with Abbasids. I think Abba's maybe got to wait a little bit more to cook, but Japan is, I think, at its highest peak in well over a year, dominating in comp. Like, it's incredible the robustness this Civ now has, when all of a sudden, a Civ which is full melee has the ability to play range, and as we can see in this game, play it well.
Yeah, but we are past the best of 3s now. These are qualifying sets at the moment. So whoever wins this set is going to be able to qualify for the main event. So players definitely do want to give it their all. There is still another chance for 6 players tomorrow. So players that don't make it today, do not fret. You still have a chance tomorrow here. But yeah, no more best of 3s. This is a best of 5. So Numidan not out yet. Next one is going to be JD against Byzantines. And man, we talked a lot about Byzantines on 1TC. I think they're favored in this matchup.
Yeah, so Byzantines, like, it's a very interesting one, actually. Like, French Byzantines, French have actually been winning quite a bit. But JD versus Biz is like, I think French is you can be a bit more casual, if that makes sense, in the way you scale. Whereas JD, you get forced to play with more urgency against Byzantines, right?
Yeah, you definitely are going to need urgency. Something that I would actually believe, something that B would do in this matchup is Dark Age rushing with JD, right? Like, get the outposts up a little bit quicker. Maybe you want to wait until Feudal Age, because then you get JD level 2, you get a villager that builds it faster, but I think you just want to rush it a little bit earlier. Yeah, I think honestly, like against Byzantines, you want to do as much pressure as early as possible, just because once those mercenaries really start coming in, it's only going to get harder from there. And if you don't do enough damage early on, you need to find that that damage in order to scale better than Byzantines. If you don't have that scaling factor against Byzantines, the 5-cistern play, it just means that their economy is so much better than yours, typically.
Mm-hmm. And, well, Sunken Lands, I'm trying to think about this like from a Byzantine perspective. I'm trying to remember where the berries are. It doesn't strike me as like a crazy Byzantine map, because you get less tree lines than like a dry Arabia, or at least the way they're scattered, because one's always behind your TC. So in theory, you have less natural terrain defense to kind of lock down behind, right? Like, Sunken Lands is, I describe it kind of like as a Carmel Light, which is usually a map that's good for raiding type civs.
Carmelite, yeah, I can see that. You got these like little sunken spots, as the name implies, in the corners where there's a lot of food. Then obviously you're also in a little sunken spot. Something that I like about the dynamic here is the way line of sight works with these when it comes to like indentations, elevation in the game. Is that when you're looking downhill, you actually get more line of sight. And with the base being downhill, it means that you get a lot more information potentially about what your opponent is doing, what they're going for unit-wise, just because you see more of their base there. Yeah, I mean, JD, I think she's going to have to play this very, very aggressively early on. We're about to find out as we will go into game number 3. Potential match point now for B up against Numidan here.
Yeah, and this is going to be interesting. I love what you're saying about the vision changes. I almost wish that the inclinations was even more extreme so we get a lot more blind spots. But that's a deep discussion for another day. Jeanne d'Arc versus Byzantines B. Looking for that clean 3-0. Numidan, nothing but perfection. We'll see him qualifying through on the first attempt for EGC Masters Summer. Now, he doesn't. There's always tomorrow to fall back to. That's not the mentality of a winner. And Numidan is definitely the type of player who can win against B. He's had some incredible performances. I think he 3-0'd like Dumu just the other week. We've seen him actually like being able to take 5-game series against B, even reverse sweepstakes in the weeklies. So don't write him off. And this pick in particular, Krakady, I rated this as Numidan's best civ at the start of the year. His Byzantines, his aggressive timing was crazy. I'd argue he was probably the player that got nerfed the hardest by this Merc timing change, where Byzantines is a little bit more defensive in the opening now.
I'm not sure if it really hurt him that much. It's definitely something that you have to get used to. The early Byzantine timing is kind of dead to a certain degree. Or not really dead, it's just shoved back a minute or two. But everything after that is just so much better at the end of the day for the Byzantines. So I don't think they can be really unhappy with that. What it does do, though, is it makes them very, very open to early aggression, which is something that JD will want to do here for sure. So that's definitely something that we'll have to look out for. Very nice early cistern placement here for Numidan is not only going to be able to buff up the food, the gold, but also the stone right next to, right inside of his base. And, you know, by the time he goes up to the Grand Wineries on the berries, he's already going to have enough stone for a second cistern there. So we'll have pretty much his entire economy with the second cistern completely covered here. Definitely very good for him.
Yeah, and it's interesting, like, you have to do it early if you're going to do it at all here, because you know that Jean's going to be coming in aggro the knights, and this type of spawn just wouldn't allow you to get stone later. So I like this. I think the cool thing about it as well is, like, especially if B decides he wants to go for pro scouts, you'll be able to hang out here for most of the system levels, if not all. Grand Winery is going to be coming in, though. And, you know, we're already seeing that first question I had is, like, the berries and whether it made sense for Byzantines. You see why it's a bit questionable, right? It's like you have these berries off in the corner, but you don't have that natural extension like Dry Arabia or Lipany would give you nice organic options to hop to, not too far away from your base. Here, it's the extreme. It's like, if you want the goodies, get ready to run a marathon.
Yeah, that's definitely something. I mean, it's one of the reasons why Byzantines can be really good if you do have the map control. It's similar for Japan in that sense. Like, if you have map control, there's just so much food in these corners, because not just the berries, it's also a boar, it's also deer. One of the reasons, actually, why Delhi or Abbasid, for example, aren't that great civilizations is because they can't have access to that boar. Sure, they do buff up the berries, but something that happens a lot of times is the enemy will just use a scout to pull the boar onto your villager. So you're gonna have to take that down. Might take might lose a villager, things like that.
I guess, like, in theory, if you do get to the mid game and you get out of Byzantines, it's probably going to be better than it was before because of the system change, right? Like, you wouldn't ever want to be building a system out there in the mid game because you'd already be level 5. But the nice thing about the Byzantine system change is it was clearly designed with the intent of allowing Biz to not just feel like they were SimCity civ, you know what I mean? Where, like, you build the first 5 systems and that's it. Like, never again. Right now, we have games where I've seen players like in the mid game, like Regions was a great example. They build 5 systems, and then you see them build like a 6th, a 7th, and 8th over on the berries.
Yeah, just spreading the influence a little bit does definitely do wonders there for your economy. Honestly, though, I think in most situations at that point in time, Byzantines probably already has gotten in their olive grove transition. So I think probably on this map, it would have to be quite the chaotic game. I think JD is definitely one of those civilizations that can get this game to become chaotic to that regard. I think other than that, you probably don't really want to move out that far as the Byzantines in this matchup on this map, just for the berries.
No, not anytime soon. Like, possibly in the mid game, but yeah, I guess the problem by then is you always have olive grove set up, right? Like, this is still, I'd say, the best civ for like a farm switch. Like, in some ways, even better than English because of the way you're able to use what you're getting, right? Like, olive oil is, it makes the world go round, is the easiest way to describe it. Like, if I always say, like, if you ever get into a 4-hour game where everything's removed from the map, Byzantines is technically the best civ in the game because everyone else won't be able to buy units, and you just still do so with olive oil.
Sean now coming in with Woman at Arms definitely makes a lot of sense, just because, like, range JD, she's kind of sad when you go range JD and suddenly your opponent comes around with Javelin first and they do bonus damage to JD.
You know what the weird part? Have you noticed as well? I've been seeing a lot of people go range JD against Byzantines in the last few weeks.
It's a gamble. It's a very big gamble when you think, okay, maybe your opponent, because like it forces your opponent to go into the javelin thrower mercenary path. I don't know why, but a lot of people don't like the. Oh, that's a brace.
Wait a second.
Oh, he's not focusing the knight. A lot of people don't like the javelin thrower mercenary path. I think it personally, like, it makes a lot of sense, right? Because like mass of javelin throwers doesn't feel nearly as impactful as a mass of longbows. They attack quicker. They overall just have a lot of more value up against spearmen, up against your, just up against pretty much anything. But then you also get the camel riders later on. But longbows just always feel better to have in mass than javelin throws. So I get why players typically prefer to have the longbows. I think that's like one of the main reasons why sometimes players go for range AD, because they think, oh yeah, my opponent might just prefer longbows over javelin throws, so I might get away with it.
The awkward thing is, like, if they do go longbows, I feel like Melee John hates life, right? Like, this was a classic one in the early days for JD where, like, they didn't like English picks because JD would show up in melee form and die before she could even reach the enemy. Like, it's something you have to be careful of. Not as threatening with Byzantines compared to English, right? Because, like, you can't scale the longbows as quickly. But right now, the big question is, like, well, what's the value point in the map? B, it's very clear the pro scouts he's just trying to contain. Numidan, now that it's got longbows, you'd think it's less likely that he's going to be marching out to contest pro scouts.
Yeah, longbows are a lot slower. It does slow down your military overall, but Numidan does have a good amount of Limithnae out at the moment, so looks like he feels confident enough with his current army count to want to move out. He also sees that B just has a lot of knights out already at this point in time. So I guess he believes that there might not be any archers out at this point in time, just because so many knights have been spotted at this point in time.
Mm-hmm. 5 already from B is pretty impressive. Archer switch is now coming in. Looking at the spread on deer, I mean, there's a lot of breadth here to cover, and I think that's actually good for B. With longbows in particular, Numidan doesn't have the capacity to block all pro scout locations. So you'd have to kind of punt, guessing where your opponent's going. The only other alternative is attacking directly into his base. Oh, Stealth Forest. He's got the scout here, which is something that a pro scouting player doesn't have. Yeah, and that was quick reaction from B. Like, keep in mind that was almost instantaneous for a guy who saw nothing. So great timing there to dodge.
Yeah. Also getting a little of these twirls in with JD, just making sure the Limithnae aren't going to be full HP. Makes it a lot easier if you have to pull your knights up against the Limithnae, because then just being able to kill a Limithnae one hit earlier just makes a big difference. Typically in fights, the Limithnae will have shield wall enabled on them, meaning that they attack a lot slower. So if you're able to kill them quicker, means that they're going to get less damage out, means that your knights can actually take reasonable engagements up against the Limithnae while shield wall is up.
Mm-hmm. Nimu, have we... He hasn't been adding groves, right? Okay, there we go. The first ones are dropping. I think this is how you actually measure Byzantine success in almost all matchups right now. How's the grove count? Like it's the be-all, end-all. It makes or breaks the Civ so many times. And I think, like, this is where Byzantines, like, I think this is the proof point that they were the biggest benefactors from the Pro Scout nerfs. It's like, all Pro Scouts, they couldn't get Groves up in time. They just die.
Numidan behind this, he now needs to find a way to age up. He did actually manage to get a good couple of deer away from Numidan's first... is that the first? No, his second deer spot as well. At the moment, Numidan, he's got a great army mass. He just wants to find a way out here at the moment.
Yeah, and he's sitting at what? Level 4 system, I think? Oh, there should be enough space there for 5 if he has the stone. Yeah, so he needs to add in the final one, which he just got enough stone for. So he should be getting that coming in soon. And then the tech up will complete, which is insane. Like, this is the other thing about the Hunker System 5 castle build is, like, the Golden Horn Tower pumps out at ridiculous pace straight away due to the maxed out level. We want to watch Pro Scouts. This is... I don't know if this is the most peaceful or most boring thing you can now watch in Aerie 4 because of the nerf on the movement speed. They're just so slow. Like, a scout leaves the base, you know, young, vibrant.
0.73.
But, like, he leaves...
It takes a while.
He spawns from the base, right? He's young, he's vibrant. He's looking forward to life. By the time he gets back, he's going to have a full beard down to his knees and full grey hair. But he'll get there.
Behind this, Numidan, in just a little bit, will be able to age up to Castle Age. He's got a pretty good army mass behind all of this going for himself. B, though, that's a lot of knights. Army value is looking sky high at the moment. Numidan not reacting immediately, not reacting at all. And just like that, 5 villagers, 6 villagers going down in the blink of an eye. Oh, that hurts. That hurts so badly. Golden Horn Tower now going up, but Numidan caught sleeping at the wheel there for just a second and loses dearly as his forward wood line just got harassed and 6 villagers got taken down.
Yeah, and well, he wanted to build a horn and didn't realize that he was going to get the bull because of it. And B is in a great position to now mirror tech. It's 16 knights. By the time he realizes the tech up's going to happen, close to 20. That's when you can easily pivot here. And why not, right? At 800 food income, 600 gold, like, you can definitely afford to just react like that. The other worry is, like, Numidan is still playing wide on the berries, between the tree lines, etc. And this is the thing that I said, there's like a kind of a light caramel effect. Like, you do get a bit more defensive tree lines to work with, but you still spread so wide. Like, how are you meant to protect all your economy here? Even an outpost out there doesn't feel substantial against this many knights.
Yeah, at this point in time, Numidan, he immediately needs to upgrade all of his units. Does at least have the high system level, so we'll get these upgrades in quite quickly. Veterancy on the longbows is coming in at lightning speed here behind us. There we go, already upgraded. Will want to get pierce damage level 2 in as well, or at the very least upgrade the Lemitne to veterancy as well behind us. There we go, Lemitne, now veterancy coming as well. Villagers moving forward to the next gold spot, but he's got to be so careful here.
Spinning coming.
Make sure those villagers stay alive.
Knights.
Poke in the wood line.
They're going to come here. Go for the charge in, but good timing there. Numidan, threaded the needle. Able to push him away. B is now going to follow suit. It is not going to be an all-in for the Royal Institute. He's going for the Guild Hall, so wants to have that leeway to play into the hyper late game here.
Yeah, it looks like B feels like he's done enough damage there with that raid in the wood line. Definitely did do a lot of damage. We do have 2 Limit Knight there trying to really hold off against the knights here. Actually, like, with veterancy, they're able to take one of these knights down. So, decent trade, I want to say, overall here for Numidan. Is getting idled out a little bit on the wood line. Did actually manage to take down JD here. She got forgotten. Did get bought back, though, by B. But, yeah, a little bit of a loss there here from B. He also lost a good couple of knights there for it. But is getting the transition behind this into Castle Age now.
So this is where the game gets awkward when you're Jean, right? Because, like, you don't have a crazy number of knights, and you've got a melee Jean. And remember what I said about, like, melee Jean used to hate playing against English? Historically accurate. Because the longbows, there's now 20 vet longbows, and you're made of plastic. And he's still got a long way to go until level 3. So I actually like Numidan's read to not just camp at home. I think that would be a very negligent play. He's posturing up, and it's smart. Look at the sacred sites. What's the most obvious way B can now get XP to fix this conundrum?
Yeah, the sacred sites are definitely the option there. JD can capture up those sacred sites, but Numidan already in the middle of the map is going to have easy access to them. I do say that, but mercenaries out of position here. be able to find not just the mercenaries, but also some reinforcement Limit. Definitely good trades here. Veterans now also coming in on those Royal Knights. And it's so important for B to keep the army count low
That's
here.
crazy.
But his archers are getting found out.
Yeah, look at the Knights. They just go into the base. The archers just bait out the force. He's going all the way through. It's Palau Town Central. And remember, there's enough Knights to spread out here and not enough garrison slots. So if B maybe goes like 2 different split groups here, surely we should be looking at worker kills.
Numidan does some good movement. Oh, no, never mind. All the villagers are at the same spot. But the Limit are going to be back in time. B, he's not going to get that many villagers here. 1, 2, actually, never mind. 3 villagers go down. 2 villagers go down.
It's kind of crazy, actually. Like, B, obviously, we have God Vision, so he didn't know what we knew, right? Like, ideally, you run, like, 6 past the Golden Horn Town on the left and the rest on the east side, right? And you catch something that way. But it's easy to say with 20/20 vision. Like, he's punting in the blind, and he even finds the barriers on the back. And the crazy thing is, like, he's doing this when Numidan sees it coming, right? He's got outpost vision. If you look at what Numu sees, he should, in theory, at least have plenty of time to react. But B is giving him information overload. He's trying to hit him at like 2, 3, 4 different locations at once.
Yeah, and these Knights just continually roaming around here means that they might find, once again, with the next charge cycle, another villager that does go down. And that's the thing, right? Like, Numidan, he's been hammered so many villagers now at this point in time. It's all starting to add up. Like, sure, he's getting an additional 26% gather speed through those cisterns, but he's already lost more than 20% of his economy. So that benefit is kind of down the drain. John did manage to capture up one of the sacred sites, but is going to get taken down here. Is she going to get bought back? She is immediately going to get bought back.
The one advantage of not having level 3 yet. She's dirt cheap. Just keep vomiting her out. I mean, it's only half your gold income per minute. Yeah, no. I mean, it's a rough position, but we do have to remember Numidan, like, he has got an inflated economy with assistance. The tricky part is, like, when you're pre-50, the percentage isn't, like, wild, right? It doesn't feel big. Like, at this stage, it's not actually making up the gap for him. And I said that Olive Grove count, it's how you measure success with Byzantines. Does that look like a successful Byzantine player?
In progress. Let's put it like that. Numidan did manage to secure up to 3 relics here, and 3 relics is going to be great because then at least he will be able to consistently pump out those mercenaries with the extra olive oil income that he's going to be getting. So he's still very much in this game, I want to say. Golden Horn Tower, great for unit production as well. And then on top of that, the relic advantage as well on his side. And military-wise, he's not looking bad. He just needs to find a way out of his base. The issue is, I don't think that's going to come until he adds in some walls, or he's going to need to keep a significant amount of units inside of his base just to be able to deal with any night raids.
Mm-hmm. I mean, the constant issue we've seen in this game is Numidan. He knows this map is about attack. Like, you see, this is the closest he keeps getting to B's base. And the moment he gets here, he has to turn around. So I'm a little bit worried because, like, what he's doing right now is he's trying to stop level 3 Jean instead of going in. And it's too late. She's got the XP. She's like, what, 10 away? And now, if you watch that mini-map, what you're going to start to see is the Knights are probably going to start to, like, move towards the enemy base again.
Okay, JD again, before she's able to get the level up in. So, will be cheap to buy back, but at this point in time, the buyback should be on cooldown.
Yeah, but the good news is at least you didn't, like, get level 3 there and then be in a situation where you might have to spend 500 gold. And the Knights are in again. They're diving the back.
Yeah.
It keeps happening.
Numidan behind this, he did the reasonable thing. He went for the painted shield upgrade. So now the Limit, take a look at their movement speed. They are crazy fast. The Knights won't be able to get that many pickoffs anymore. 1.8 while charging, 1.44 outside of the charge. They are very quick to reposition in order to deal with these night raids now.
That's the interesting thing, right? Like, I think B was completely aware of this timing and the threat of it. And that's why we haven't seen him dive in with the Knights as much. But, like you said, he's done so much damage, right? It's a 13 worker lead. And also remember, Guildhall's tickling towards that Imperial timing is inevitable. On a map that only has 2 sacred sites. So decap is really important. Love that Numidan done that. Otherwise, there's a risk you get down to like 5 minutes and you discover there's a red palace on a sacred site.
Yeah, we're getting a nice... We've gotten a lot of these in today. Another nice little value camp there from B on the gold. So he's going to be able to get some good gold income. That's the only thing that he needs in combination with the Guildhall in order to get to Imperial Age. He's also massed up a great number of archers behind this at the moment, so we should even be able to take up fights up against the longbowman mass here from Numidan. And Numidan, he's been pushed back all the way back inside of his base yet again. Not really feeling like he can move out at the moment. And yeah, I mean, this is the issue, right? Like, against an opponent with a very mobile army composition, you definitely do need walls. And on an open map like this, where it is hard to wall, we can see just how... Oh, look at that. Look at that. We got a little confetti there for the value mining camp. And there's the knights yet again.
Yeah, we should have had a confetti on the groves, because they just got dove again. 3 more worker kills. B just keeps going in. Oh, okay. So talk to me about this in-progress economy. Is it going to be complete in this series? Is it going to be complete today? Do we have to wait for tomorrow for the other groves to be complete? Like, what's the time frame here, Crackly? I need you to commit.
The time frame might need to be in the next game, as we do see the fight now happening between B and Numidan.
Oh, that
The longbows, they were just so... They got pinched between the spearmen and the knights. The knights just taking that fight. And yeah, there it is. GG comes in.
3-0, baby.
Take it with the 3-0 clean sweep. There we go again.
3-0. There you go. You got to put the emotion on it. I mean, what a way for Beatus as well. That was methodical, surgical execution to get the final point in this clean run. And I mean, it has been quite the clean run, right? I don't think B has dropped a single game, if I'm not mistaken. No, 2-0 KJJ. Started off with a 2-0 over Persistaltic. Not a player I'm familiar with, but just what I think in some ways we'd expect. B, especially when you have maps like Enlightened Horizon in there, we just saw how I think that was the memorable game of the series for sure. But I don't think this is like a besmirchment on Numidan's capability. I still see him as an obvious pick to make it tomorrow. But if you had to choose a player that he probably didn't want to go up against, I think this is the one. Like, there's a player actually happening in another series who I think he would have preferred, which is like maybe Dumu, because Numidan also likes the later phase of the game, right? He's very aggressive opening, but he likes to get to late game. And we know B, he's a weird, wonky, windy, crazy road all the way through a game. He never makes things simple. You know what I mean? Like, I've always heard this said by players about him, is that you'll see him do something and they'll go, yeah, he didn't plan that. There's no way that was planned from the get-go. He changed script midway.
Yeah, it is kind of crazy the way that B just kind of reads the flow of the game. Sometimes, like, there are strategies coming out of him on the spot that you would never, ever really expect to be an option. And it's kind of crazy. And it goes to show, like, he's also influenced just so many players when it comes to a playstyle. Like, namely, I want to say, like, Cat, Annotant, I'm not sure if Scatterbrain directly, but
he's
back
part
in
of
the
the
day
3D
as well.
clan. Like, he would have, like, indirectly, because, like, Scatterbrain and Anatan, I believe, practiced together a lot. But yeah, you're right. Like, it's been a lot. And by the way, I mentioned Dumu because, guys, we will be checking in on Dumu next. We'll be hopping in mid-series. I think they just finished game number 2, which was a crazy one. But we thought it was only right, Crack? I mean, we had a 3-0 here. It had some exciting games. But 3-0, that doesn't feel right to end the stream on.
Yeah, definitely not. We're getting more games in. Garneth as well is a name that comes to mind when I think about just players that were influenced by B quite a bit and his playstyle. And it really it led to just a lot of very interesting strategies, not just from B after that, but just his playstyle also influencing how other players look at the meta overall.
Oh,
so
you know who
definitely
else?
Just who else?
Koinu. Remember Koinu back when he scrimmed with him? Yeah, because they were religiously scrimming together back in the Red Bull Wallow days.
Dude, you're not gonna believe it, but I saw Lenok play today, and like you look at his account, last game played before he started playing again today was like from 2023, and he's played a couple of games today. Yeah,
you're pulling my leg.
No, I'm not pulling your neck. I'm not pulling. I'm serious. I saw Lenok play today on his main account, Age of Empires 4.
I just checked, and the last game was over a year ago. You're lying to me.
No, I saw him literally in game. No, I'm not lying. Maybe he was spectating. But he was
maybe
Age
scrimming.
Of Empires 4.
Ooh.
Maybe. But no, 100%.
All right, what we need brain power. We need like Lenok and Kiwian to come back and start a like Korean brainchild, the classic in RTSs. Remember Kiwian top? It was like I think it was him and Lenok were like the top ranking Korean. But that'd be sick though. I'd love to see more rep coming out there. And it feels possible, right? Like we're talking about China rising up. And now we're also talking about like the StarCraft Doom stack, right? Like I think StarCraft is very fortunate EWC was happening because we have people like a laser taking to the grind here in AE4. So who knows? You know, we keep hyping up the big DLC at the end of the year. with all the other things around it, pattern could be aligning for AB4 to be the big bastion for the future of RTSs. But it's time to hop in the future of this series. We are going to be going in for Carmel. Game number 3. A little bit of fast forward to catch up to live. We're mid-series, and we just missed out on an absurd game. Apparently, it was an hour and 20 minutes long in game number 2 between these two. And Crackety, do you know what my response was to that? Classic Demo.
Classic Demu. Honestly, like, yeah, Demu is a fighter in these games, and at the moment, like, a fighter we're getting in here, as we do have a 1-1 score right now between these two. As they are going to try and qualify for the EGC Masters Summer tournament. And honestly, both of these players very much, I want to say, like, favored overall to make it through to the main event.
Yeah. If one of them doesn't make it today, they'll make it tomorrow. And obviously, only one of them can make it today. There's a qualification slot, but there's 6 more on offer tomorrow. So someone is going to get an easy Sunday, and someone's not. And I feel bad for Dumu, actually, because tomorrow's Father's Day. So if he loses, are we going to spend the day together, Daddy? No. I've got to qualify.
I gotta grind, man. Wait a second. Oh, look at that Demu put. No, God,
Whoa, wait, what?
That's disgusting. Where are you gonna put it?
You take the gold and wait,
and
is
the
it
stone
the
there as
stone?
well?
I think you take the double. Yeah, okay, yeah, because Pro Scout's right on Carmel, so
No,
the food should be
He wants the
devalued.
berries as well.
Okay.
Yeah, he wants the berries as well.
Wait,
Berries-
wait. Check vision, CSO, please. If he sees that,
He should be seeing that.
he didn't
He
react
did
to it.
see it.
The ball was right there. If he reacted to that, that would have been a disaster.
Yeah, that would have been quite devastating here for Demu. Luckily for him, though, CSO did not react to that, and that is going to be a juicy meditation garden here for Demu.
And Shushi is an interesting one here. We talked about China for this reason, Roos as well. The Civs that tend to thrive here are ones that are gold lean, as in they have ways of sustaining the gold income without relying on the veins. Because if you look around the map, someone sucks here if you're a gold heavy Civ. They're little baby veins. The only big one is that bad boy in the center. I usually refer to this as a more dramatic regions for that reason, in that if you secure the 8k vein, usually you secure the game.
Yeah, the 8K, it's just so much gold that's provided to you there. It kind of like take all the other golds out on the map, and you add all of them up together, roughly even, to the 8K in the middle.
I'm actually wondering now if he did see the Medigarden, like, because it's
Might have
Shushi,
been
like,
close.
yeah, it's like Roos. It's crazy to think that Roos wouldn't be able to scout that, because you have 3 scouts, but it's never that simple. Because like if he already checked the area, then his brain is like, okay, I just need to find sheep. I need to check somewhere I haven't.
Yeah, it looks like we are getting Pro Scout once again. Big surprise. Pro Scout out on the menu.
I couldn't have imagined this on a map that only has just so few deer. Rather, it's only 58 deer on this map, Crackety. Like it's pathetic. 58 deer. I see more deer get ran over on the highways around London in a week. It's pathetic.
Oh, and look at that CSO. That's a big deer camp to push in.
That's sick. Yep.
Demu sees it. Demu sees it. Is he going to be able to deny it?
Shoo him away. Shoo.
He already has Pro Scout, so he's able to one-shot the deer.
Nice. But what you got to do right here... Yeah, like he's being shooed away. It's really important to do that when you're against Shushi.
Shoo.
She. Gesundheit.
Shoo sha.
Oh, yeah. Like, honestly, I'm not going to lie. Some of the maps I've been casting on recently, 100 resource meditation garden is pretty crap. Can we just get some Kawasan gamers?
Oh my god, Kawasan's disgusting when you get like 200 food per minute.
Oh, man. I've been enjoying watching the meta develop on that map of people solving the meditation garden issue. Like, I had an English pick in one of my tournaments.
Barracks. Yeah,
no, I had
pick, Dark Age Barracks, anything, like, just pull normal villagers, for God's sake. It's just too much value. You need to deny it.
But I laugh. So, like, we had a game where a guy picked English. You know the logic, right? You go out, you build your dock, you have 3 villages nearby. It seems genius until you look like an idiot because the person doesn't pull for the meditation garden, and you're like, oh.
Oh, no.
Oh. He's
Or
gonna
they
rush me
gather
now.
up enough wood in order to get an outpost right next to the meditation garden, rush it up with 5 villagers, and yeah, good
Don't
also.
get me started. So, this is where we wish we could fast forward more, because welcome to what Season 9 was. Do you ever feel like you're surprised you didn't clock out for a month or two in Season 9? I feel like I'm still surprised by that.
Season 9. Oh man, I was busy with the house, dude. I don't even remember Season 9. I think
I thought you were going to meme it and go, what was Season 9 again? Was that like 40? I don't remember that time in my life. Just like full black it out, right? You didn't miss anything, is what I'll say.
Honestly, like, building a house has kept me so busy. Like, the last... I feel like Season 9 and 10 are just a blur to me. That's a quick high trade house, though, from CSO. He didn't pro scout.
No.
Wait, did
he just done the dish shove, right? He did.
He got pro scout. He got pro scout, but still, that's very early then. That must have been a really, really highly optimized build order then for him at this point in time, because he only invested into 4 scouts as well.
This is the thing, though, is Roos, right? Like, a part of me is, like, desensitized to these tech timings because this Civ in particular. Any other Civ, I'd be like, wow, right? Maybe not HRE. But it's just, I think the thing that is subtly ridiculous with this Civ is just the gold generated off of the sheep gathering, right? Like, there is no other Civ in the game that can go 15 minutes without building a mining camp on gold from start to then, right? Like, it's such a powerful timing. And now that high trade house, get your numbers in. You think it's going to be low. It's never as low as you expect. That's like what? Probably going to be an 80 resource high trade house.
I think still probably like 100 gold at the very least.
And do you think Jimmy has enough scouts?
Yeah, it looks to go up to enough scouts. 10 scouts. Could use a couple more.
This used to be the meta in Season 9, and it died, right? Like, most of the time we see 3 to 6 scouts. But then there's Carmel. Carmel is like the one rare exception to this logic. Oh my god.
Oh man, yeah, it's a lot of scouts. CSO has added in 2 additional scouts now as well. And we are starting to see, look at that, like he knows what's going on in this game so well. He knows that his opponent also pro scouts, so it's probably not going to be any early military units out of the map.
Yeah.
I mean that he even started with the monastery. He didn't go straight for the archer range. He starts as his first production building with the monastery to get the relics in.
It's quite comical, actually, because like the idea is, you know, your opponent's probably got all his deer, right? He's coming for yours. But think about how long it's going to take him to run back. Do you need the horse archers now? Or is it much better to let him pick the deer up and then just kill him a few seconds afterwards? I like it. It's pretty cool. And Dimmu is just going to go standard lances as expected here. Nice thing as well is like CSO, you know, you can use these warrior monks as a nice damage buffer. Even scouts. Like, I've seen a few players return to that really old school Roost build. You remember the one from release where you'd build horse archers and then build like 10 scouts as a meat shield.
Oh man, yeah. That was crazy. That was such a crazy meta. It was like also like just really, really strong back when scouts still had like 4 base damage.
Yep, and they had, I think, slightly more health, and they definitely cost less. I think it was 50 food back in those days.
They definitely got created faster. Although, dodge that. Oh, imagine if he got the...
Good luck killing me. Wait, he's dropping it?
Yeah, I mean, he's got to run away, right? Like, there's a big burly dude called, like, Jaquise on his heel here right now, so...
Yeah, but...
I wouldn't want to talk with that guy.
I've got
when
a spear in a veil.
at me.
I have a spear in a veil. I've played enough, like, anime ARPGs recently to know if someone has a spear in a veil, they're probably, like, a secret optional boss that will kill you.
Fair, especially when they suddenly, like, start dancing in front of you and teleport from left to right.
You know my favorite part is, like, when you play this type of games and you hear the most epic, like, combat music that you've heard so far, like, oh yeah, for 2 seconds you go, oh wait, I'm screwed. This is the hardest fight, isn't it?
What is this attack pattern, dude? And they just, like, do all these kind of weird moves to throw you off, and the second you dodge too early, they just like, okay, yeah, instant hit.
Done with that crap. I've been, like, grinding the clay obscure like most people. I found the secret optional boss. I was determined to fully complete that game. And I saw the skill set. I was like, nope. It's going around as a meme right now. It's like, you know, you got like Dark Sword parrying, easy. And then there's that parrying. And it's almost just like you need to be cranked up on Red Bull 15 days straight, learning the sequence. It's,
well,
you know what?
Like fun.
Yeah, it's like playing against a master of mid, early, late game in AoE 4. Where you're like, okay, I'm going to need a lot of hours to manage to even get to an hour mark against this guy.
At the moment, though, CSO, like, he's getting in the relics. quite nicely. A lot of cavalry archers out at the moment as well. But damn it, he's got a great Knight Mass. He's got so much food. Imagine, like, right now pumping out, like, an additional 18 horsemen or something like that. That would be just the thing he needs at the moment, I feel like, against this many cavalry archers now. He's getting some good picks.
You usually do look for Chuk here, right? Like, I feel like you want to be on Chuk as your Shushi.
I don't think Jukes is really the best play here just because it delays you so much. We have a little Wololo there as well. Knights do get good picks here and there, but honestly, like, these aren't the most cost-effective fights just due to just how cheap these Cav Archers are. And honestly, I'm begging at the moment for the switch into just mass horsemen, mainly because Demu, he's got so much food in the bank, and he does already have the upgrade for the supervision, so he can get the horsemen out so quickly.
Do you think he was thinking about Yuan for pagodas?
He might have been, honestly. Like, that would be something that I could see Demu definitely think about, because, like, he's known for it, right? Like, he embraces the boldness of the bold monk more than any other player so far that he
is the
cosplays
bold
them
monk.
IRL.
Yeah. Well, are you sure it wasn't that the developers took inspiration from him?
You know, that's a very interesting and philosophical question. Like, which was there first, the bold monk or the bold man?
The problem is, I don't know if they really are inspired, because, like, the monks are celibate, right? They're not allowed to make lovin'. And Dumu does have a child. So, like, there's definitely a breaking of the celibacy here somewhere.
You know, there's always the thing with, like, not allowed and not doing it. Two very different things. But Demu, he's sticking with the mass knight play. He's definitely going for it. Behind the CSO has also started adding in his own knights.
Yeah, this is cool. So, like, the knight's detail, we said he needs some sort of front line. And the boy's fortitude, like, you're not going to do as much damage, especially if Shushi go for the attack speed buffer. But we talk a lot about this, right? Like, we both don't rate the attack speed buffer that highly for Shushi. It's 20%, but it never really feels like it because you do so much moving in a fight. It's more like a 7 to 10% buff in damage.
Yeah, you really have to, like, get the fight drawn out. We do finally get the horseman coming in now for Demu as well. Dali Horse is also coming in. Now, with such a nice army composition, like, if Demu goes up to, like, an additional 20 horsemen, he's going to be, like, in a very, very good spot here. He's going to have a very nice mobile unit to chase after the Cav Archers. His knights can beat CSO's knights. Maybe just, like, split off 3 knights as well for some raids in CSO space. At the moment, CSO's economy is looking very, very strong, though. Demu, he does have the resource for potential Yuan Dynasty play. Wondering if, like, he's the kind of guy to go for that. So I could definitely see him go for that, especially when you're up against Rus, which get a ton of crazy just economy from their landmark. Getting Yuan Dynasty in just gives you so much passive income to keep up with
This would be the time. Like, I think if you're going to do it, this would be the time. Any longer, I don't know. Any longer, and you should just commit to the Horseman, right? And the interesting thing is, like, I just realized it took us, like, 13 minutes in this game to start seeing CSO build knights, which I need to step up from the PC. That's not the CSO I know.
Yeah, CSO is that kind of knight enjoyer, but he is from team games, and in team games you also gotta enjoy Cav Archers, right? So does make a lot of sense. But look at how much food is still left underneath that TC from CSO. I think we're not gonna see a farm transition for like I mean we do already have farm, but there isn't gonna be a serious farm transition for the next 10 minutes, I want to say, at this point in time. Meanwhile, Demu, can we take a look at how many DR remaining inside of his space? Whether he still has a comfortable pack there. Oh no, those are starting to thin out.
I think he's got quite a few stacked on the north side. If we like rotate, you'll probably see like probably 6, maybe 7 there.
Maybe it's tough to judge with the mill there and all, but
yeah,
it's
because
definitely
like
not nearly
Chinese
as much food
mills.
as CSO has.
Chinese mills are weird as well. Have you noticed that you can just hide all the food in that side trunk?
I definitely notice when I'm having trouble to click them, but there's about
when you're panicking. Big clash?
Yeah, there is about to be a clash here, yeah. And he's still just invested so much more into knights than he has into horsemen.
Yeah, but I don't think Dumu wants this fight. Like, look at his macro. He's got 1,400 wood. He wants a farm transition.
Yeah, it does definitely feel like it, but for that farm transition, you will definitely also want to have Song Dynasty. So that could definitely be something to go for. But I feel like up against Cav Archers, you're gonna need walls if you want to go for that farm transition. A couple of knights are getting caught out there by CSO. Not really getting micro. Voice Fortune at this time is probably already in, I want to say. And yeah, now Demu wants to start posturing for a fight. He starts splitting up the army, wants to go for us around. Indeed, we do have Boyas Fortitude in, so these cavalry archers are going to be very, very tanky. Demu, he wants to take a fight where he surrounds CSO's army entirely.
Tricky. Very difficult to do when it's full cav like this. Another thing that's really underrated is at this stage, Saint's Blessing is actually quite substantial. When the army's this fat, like a +1, +2. Ridiculous with 45 horse archers. And to make even better, I love this. He's got the duration buff coming in, so he's actually buffing the monk deck.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be quite handy here. And we do actually have Song Dynasty now coming in for Demu, so we'll be able to go for his own farm transition at a heavy, heavy discount now. He is definitely going to want some walls, though, in order to be able to afford that. Looks like that. Yeah, you're going to need it, but looks like Demu is not quite able to get the complete surround and not quite the way he wanted to. Does at least want to commit for the charge now, but yeah, CSO, he's a cavalry connoisseur, is able to just get his own cav archers out in time with the charge from his knights. And now we're getting to the point in time where CSO has almost even knight count to Demu, but with the benefit of having so many cav archers that in this mess easily one-shot anything that Demu puts out.
Oh my god.
We got some raids!
He found him at the beginning. He just killed 4 workers doing that. There's a reaction coming in a few lances, but look at the army moving. He knows Demu has to come back to defend, and he's looking to oppress him here.
This is a tale as old as time. The easiest way to destroy both China and Zhuji's legacy in Age of Empires 4. Wait for the granaries to come in. Such an expensive farm transition. Meanwhile, CSO, can we just take a quick gander at his base again? I think it's still very far away from needing any farms at all.
It's the high trade house.
There's still like 10 live sheep. There's like a multiple deer alive and well inside of the base.
Yeah, they've been mating over this.
And people complain about taxes, but there's like 1,400 gold worth of bounty gathered up on top of high trade house as well.
I think the thing with taxes is, like, especially with China, it's more noticeable early on, but over time, Rus's passive income is insane. We've got him diving in. There is the surround that Demu's been waiting for. Has he got the numbers, though? Like, this is a huge skew of difference. Horse Archer's going to start to kite away. The Horsemen are sticking on top, but the Knights need to re-rally to defend and body block. He has got the Saint's Blessing on half of the formation. It's going to start her away now. The Knights are bogged down in a fight in a full melee, but it's a beneficial melee, so kind of just sacrificing the Horse Archers so his Knights can start to win out. And the herd is thinning. And this is looking like Demu's running out of steam. The farms are about to be exposed, and he throws in the towel. You cannot make it about mass cavalry against this particular Chinese player.
And the confetti comes out. CSO able to win game number 3 up against Demu. We're still in the best of 5, so this is not over yet for Demu, but CSO will now be on match point. And man, this is quite the tough one now for Demu. I mean, Zhuji's Legacy and Rus are both very, very strong civilizations on Carmel. It's just that CSO played this so cleanly and just he gained so much food. It was absolutely incredible. This man was not running out of food, I want to say, for like the next 20 minutes in this game.
And I think it's secretly CSO's most impressive civ, right? Like, was it? I think the first game where people started to take note, it might have been a tournament game against Marine Lord. It was a top player, and it was Rus on Dry Arabia. And he had this all-in timing in mind that was just mind-boggling. The execution level was so difficult to achieve. He's always been capable of these type of games, but I think the thing I've heard a lot of players say is CSO's consistency has been ramping up at a scary pace.
Yeah, it's all about just repetition, and now that CSO is starting to really embrace the 1v1, so to say, we do see him really just get in there and performing more often at like his peak performance, I want to say. Like, it's not just like the surprise games anymore, where sometimes he wins against a really good player, then next time he loses against a player that nobody would expect him to lose against. At the moment, he is, as he said, like way more consistent. He gets the results in time and time again that you would expect from him. And now we're going to be seeing him up against Demu on Dry Arabia with French up against Somalians. And we know CSO as a knight connoisseur. We talk about him as one of those players that does enjoy the occasional cavalry unit, and what better civilization to do it with than French? But Malians, they might have a bone to pick with the horsey boys, so to say.
Yeah, I think a big part of this matchup on Dry Arabia usually comes down to spawn, right? Like if Malians get awkward pit mine placements, life becomes really hard. Otherwise, I don't want to say smooth cruise mode, but it becomes a digestible matchup. I'm kind of cheering for a Game 5 Crackety. We haven't had a chance to cast Excavation today. I don't know if you've seen this map. It's quite funny. There are 8 Forgotten Ruins, which are the ones that generate stone when you put villagers inside. And there's been really creative builds. So, like, Byzantines is interesting for the system scaling. Abbasids for 2 TC play. The one that shocked me, though, was Mongols.
Yeah, I was about to say, Mongols. Yeah. It's crazy.
It's not for what you think as well, though, because I know, I think he's practiced this because Louis done it a few weeks ago, is most players, they've done this with Mongols to produce military units. Or you could just place your TC next to an Uvu, capture 4 Forgotten Ruins, and have a 2 TC build much more easily. It's crazy. Because, I think it's 125 stone for the extra villager.
It is weird, but it's 124.
Yeah, sorry, 24. Yeah, because I don't know if it's a rounding metric. It's weird. But if you generate 60 stone and you have the Uvu for 100 plus the 240 from having 3 of them, you have enough for almost like constant uptime of 2 TC production. So yeah, I hope we get it.
Oh, we crazy, but
I would love completely unbiased caster, completely unbiased
completely
caster.
Yeah, never seen.
Just saying he wants a Game 5, but completely anyone could take this. Kick his ass. Anyway, so French, how have they been looking actually since the Pro Scout nerf in this matchup? Like Malians have been a weird one to me since Season 9. I don't want to say that they got crippled. I don't know if that much changed. We've seen a lot more Farimbas, I want to say. The Farimbas has been maintained.
That's the main change there. And I do think overall, if you go Mass Manza Javelin throws, you should be in a pretty good spot up against Knights, right? You can just kite so effectively. You might not expect it, but 1.38 tiles compared to 1.25 tiles, it makes a pretty big difference when you're up against Knights. They're not as quick as Horsemen. And even against Horsemen, it just makes kiting so much more effective for your Manza Javelin throw. So you really need a big mass of Horsemen to get past that. And yeah, I think honestly, French, they do have pretty big benefits nowadays in a Pro Scout meta if Mali also go for Pro Scout, just because it's so much more expensive and Scouts are slower, and the discount just for French, it makes such a big difference there, just having to spend way less resource on that. It's difficult to call, honestly. I think just historically speaking, of course, Mali always feels like a strong civilization to pick up against French, and you always feel like you're in a good spot just having those Donzos, being able to pick a knight off here, being able to pick a knight off there. When a knight just gets away with low HP, and typically other civilizations are okay, yeah, this knight's just going to heal up. But then there's last Donzo spearman throw that gets the knight down. That's just this kind of situation that you don't get with any other civilization, that just make the Malians such a strong civilization up against the French.
Yeah, I like the robustness that they have as well. There's not many civs that can dawn an anti-armor unit in H2. It's weird with Malians where I don't want to say that they don't have options in castle, but it almost feels like a longer feudal when you have to pad yourself in different unit types. It's always quite cozy for them. And we're only 20 seconds away, so Dry Arabia into Excavation. Man, I really want that game. I don't think it's gonna be Knights Templar. I can't see a reason why you pick it there. I wonder if he could have used it on Dry Arabia actually. I wonder what kept him back from that.
Knights Templar into Fortress Spam
on Excavation. He could. I think we're half on the hopium, but let's see if we can even get there. It's time for game number 4. Dumu on the verge of elimination in the first qualifier for the EGC Masters Summer. CSO wins this, he's in. Dumu will have to come back tomorrow on Father's Day and spend the whole time trying to make it in. Both players, I think we can agree, Crackety, expected to make it. Just feels like it's a case of what's the order going to be.
Yeah, that's the main question. Like, both players just so good in Age of Empires 4, and we got still, like, 6 spots tomorrow for players to qualify, so they definitely have a chance still, even if they don't qualify today. So many spots still left, in fact. I mean, it's not like where there are these lands where you only have, like, 8 players, qualifying for the main event, where it is really slim pickings. With 16 players, that suddenly opens up a lot more room here for players to qualify, and that's typically where we even have, like, players that maybe haven't, had their, like, main debut yet, suddenly showing off. Like, for example, didn't we have, like, in the last EGC tournament as well, Hodo making it all the way to the top 16?
Yeah, I was really impressed. I think Mahodo's like been creeping up there quite well. He came to my attention about a year ago from a team tournament, and at the time, Matisse was considered to be like the #1 Polish player. Not the case anymore, right? Like Matisse has moved more into a coaching role, and Mahodo has been on the rise. I'd love to see that we're just getting this new birth of players. Like, I think a lot of people have had their eyes or heard rumors about, like, very known players from different games coming across, which is even the case with someone like Miyamaiku, who has a history in StarCraft 2. But I love the fact that we've got a new generation birthing in. I mean, Louis is the poster child for that, is that AoE 4 can create its own legacy, not just rely on, like, StarCraft 2 retirement home type stuff.
Yeah, I think overall, like, Age of Empires 4, this year is just going to be absolutely insane for it, just with, like, all the stuff that's on the horizon, as well as we did have confirmation after all that this year we already got one DLC, but there's going to be another. So very much excited for that. We haven't gotten any news yet on that, man. I'm itching. I want to get more news, but
I would like some marketing in Gamescom, maybe, but we'll have to see.
Nah, like, man, that budget is reserved for mobile games.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah.
And then we don't pay, right? So I feel like we're half and hoping that the amount of times, like, this is going to be the best year. It's like, we are. I think we are right in it, but we need to be careful. Kind of sound like we're trying to convince ourselves. Mansa coming in. We haven't talked about the spawn yet, by the way. Like, this is a bit of a weird spawn for Dimmu. He's got a good pit mine to start with, but then, like, the follow-up options are a bit uncomfortable, no?
I mean, there's another one far in the back. There's one far in the front. I don't mind the one in the back there, honestly. I think it's
you like
quite fine. Quite fine. Yeah, I think that one's quite fine to go for. Like, you can put another little gate in between, like a little wall in between the edge of the map and the wood line there at the back. So it is relatively easy for you to, like, send villagers back and forth and, like, hide them out, and makes it very tough to, like, use that angle to, like, go for raids, like sneaky raids, something like that.
And then I like the deer at the back, at least, right? Like, that's an easy shove in to remove, like, one from the equation, because this is a matchup where both civs do quite desire to get their hands on the deer.
Yeah, okay, looks like Demu, he's going for wheelbarrow. That makes me think that we're not going to see professional scouts from him, else he would want to keep that gold for professional scouts. So, looks like we're just going to get a good old, plain old Marley game here. Does already have a mill, though, so I'm guessing no professional scouts, but cattle. Professional cattle herding.
You said that with such enthusiasm.
Honestly, it's just something different. Like, I've seen so many Firimbas recently, and I, for one, I'm currently on a high-protein diet, so I prefer the cattle in this one.
Need our Kobe beef. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I'm getting a bit bored of the javelins. The javelineers are like, it's a very. Do you ever, like, watch javelineers, cast javelineers, and you can feel the frustration of the player on the other side. It feels very tilting even to just watch. It's almost like watching someone get surgery, right? Like and that you're gonna have at some point. You're like, no.
CSO, he's definitely not huffing the copium, though. He is fully embracing the meta. So pro scout it is. 3 scouts at the moment for him. Is now also trying to get a knight out just to... Because, like, knight's pretty good unit. If you get, like, a charge off on a villager, chances are you're going to kill him as well. So might as well go for that. Demu, he did close off, or rather is closing off that little gap there between the wood line and the edge of the map. So is already going to sort of like restrict the amount of movement that knights get around his base. And there's also a really, really nice wall that could be coming in for Demu to connect to the gold vein there and then like to the other wood lines. Granted, you don't typically want to wall to gold mines as the Malians because you do want that space for pit mines, but I think it's more important probably to just restrict the knight movement around your base.
Yeah. I'm kind of curious, like, because he's neglecting Pro Scouts altogether. I feel like when we saw back in Season 9, Malian players trying to not do Pro Scouts was really rough to watch. Like, Fulani was getting beaten by Pro Scout timings because you just got dove by French. But now with the nerfs, like, maybe it's been slowed down enough that, like, Fulani is fully back on the menu.
Yeah, and Demo, he's got enough Donzos at the moment, I want to say, to potentially move out and at least harass the Pro Scout play here from CSO. Getting Javelin throws right now in as well. I mean, that's kind of like the main benefit from the Malians, is that their big infantry mass is solid at dealing with just about anything that even the French, with their relatively strong feudal army, can put on. We do have first couple of spears getting thrown there. So CSO isn't really going to be able to find too much damage here on the wood line from Demu.
No, and the nice thing as well about being Mines in this matchup is, like, if you're not rushing gold, it's only really the wood, or they have to dive your TC. And there's no way a French player wants to dive your TC at 7 minutes.
Yeah. These deer spawn so far back here for Demu. Yeah, CSO in his wildest dreams, I don't think he can really pro scout those away. It looks like Demu also now
you doing here?
Finds one of the scouts there.
That's pretty wild.
Says hello.
Yeah, like, I'm quite surprised. Like, not many people would send Donzos out that far on a trickle, right? Because, like, this is where knights just come in and kill you. It's why, like, you never think to try and deer shove when there's knights coming.
Yeah, speaking of, there's the archer.
It was like, yes, I forced the counter. Checkmate. Now we build a million Donzos. Javelins. You know, it's interesting, actually. In this matchup, I wonder if, like, do you ever feel like Spears is worth it as French?
I think for Jean, certainly. For French, it's tough, man. It's tough. Like, to quote Boltune, making spearmen as French is illegal.
That's true,
so
but as Jean,
it feels very unnatural. Yeah, as Jean, it's definitely legal. As French, you certainly feel like you're committing some sort of crime against the very nature of your civilization when you're making spearmen.
It's a hate crime against horses. More than a hate crime would be charging all your knights into, like, spears. That's less of a hate crime. But, like, I agree. I think I've in the Byzantine matchup as well, with, like, the Javelin Limitana, I think, like, the cracker solution, like, you know, the one that smashes it, is to go for spears. Yeah, with French, you scale so nicely by comparison, I think, into French knights.
Yeah. We also got a little bit of deer luring now coming in for Demu. So he's still going to get a taste of that juicy venison over on his side. CSO at the moment, he's just in his element, you know, massing knights, massing archers, and looking around for any sort of opportunity to do damage. Meanwhile, like, the main army is just in his base. He's out there with a couple of knights, and if he finds a pick here and there, he's going to be very, very happy. And might actually find some villagers there on the gold vein. I'm not sure if Demu has any spearmen there. He does have a lot out overall, but I'm not sure if he's got any spearmen on his main gold vein there. He does not. He's got to be really careful here. Does he see it in time? Demu, is he going to see it? No reaction
CSO's
yet.
In. No, the charge is going to connect. And, gets two. Should be a third. That was beautifully done. He charged 3 different villages at the same time.
That was marvelous. And 3 villagers at this point in time. That's a heavy hit. Demu, he just lost 10% of his economy. Luckily, though, he does have some cattle to at least in part make up for it. But that's a heavy, heavy hit there. And, like, 3 villagers might not seem like a lot, but honestly, that is quite hefty. And just
especially with no
cost that happens. Yeah, it's one of those things that happens when you don't have, like, against a mobile civilization like the French, if you don't keep tabs on their raiding army, on like their main forces, because that's the thing that you got to do. You got to split up your spearmen on the sides of your, like, economy. You got to always protect them at some point, or at least have enough vision to know where you got to be.
And that's the tough one with Malians, is because the Donzos are more expensive, right? It's easy to find yourself in a position compared to like normal spear civs where you're like not filling out the gaps. Byzantines are the worst for this. The nice thing about Donzos at least is like if you do have some padding, you get that hybrid attack, which is really, really powerful at shutting these down early. But yeah, just unfortunate positioning. And now we have a second group of knights, and he's bait and switching him. It's now going to be the tree line. The Donzos are close by, but Dumu, there's no reaction again. CSO cycles in. Another 2 worker kills. And the lead continues to build.
He can't getting away with this, man. That is rough at this point in time. Demu's already lost a lot of villagers here. Both players now behind this, trying to find a way up to Castle Age, but CSO, just courtesy of all of the deer that he's got, he's going to find a lot earlier. And I feel like Demu, he's investing a little bit too much into the cattle at this point in time. Like we talked about it in previous tournaments as well, like the empty Fulani, sometimes it's a necessary thing that you just got to go for, right? Because you got to hit that age of time and you got to get those technologies in. Now, Mali, they don't feel too bad playing from a tech deficit. But it's not ideal at the end of the day still. And yeah, we do have CSO now going for the guild hall. So age up is going to be coming in now for CSO ahead of Demu. But if Demu just gets that Fulani in, he's at least going to be able to make up for his villager losses to a certain degree.
Yeah, this is, I mean, rough. Like, yeah, Fulani will make up for it, but you're already, what, 10 eco behind? Fulani's worth about 20 when full. And there's a guild hall looming. Like, the other thing is, like, with the map control, right? Like, CSO techs up. Nothing to stop him just dropping a monastery. Like, Dumu's not going to want to rush out with the God knows how many knights. And I think that's the other crafty thing. Like, Dumu lost his scout, never replaced it. So he's never been able to confirm how many knights it is, right? Like, if you played this game from Dumu's vision, it feels like you've been being attacked by a lot more than 9 heavy cav units, right? It feels like it's 15, 16 at least.
Looks like Demu is switching up now when it comes to Gold Vein. I'm not sure if he just pulled the Gold Vein villagers to build that age up. I think like he just built a mining camp on the bottom Gold Vein, so I think maybe he just wants to consolidate his economy a little bit more just to be able to get rid of these raids. I say that, but yeah, just at that moment in time.
Wait, he's going deeper.
Another villager goes down.
Okay, good reaction. I was a bit worried there. Like, CSO intentionally waited on the pit mine for a moment there after he accidentally attacked it, right? It's almost like that. Duma will look and go, okay, whatever, and look away sort of thing, but was paying attention that time. The lead continues to build. Fulani is at least going to offer up some solace for Benny Boy.
Yeah, age up now coming in, so these cheaper veterancy tags at least will help Demo out a bit here. Oh my god, like, CSO, he is relentless when it comes to these little, like, run-bys with the Knights. Just having these 2 separate groups here time and time again. Demo, he can just not move out with one big army here. Every single time he's getting pulled back on the other side, and if he doesn't react, well, CSO, he's just going to start burning houses.
Why not? Just force your opponent to kind of spread a little bit thin and then going for the multiple raid locations. And it's all just to keep them at home. The monks are on the way, which is going to be a monk-esque moment for Dimu, because all of a sudden that Fulani is not going to feel substantial enough if your opponent hoovers all these relics.
And the third archer range now also coming in. And CSO, once again, goes around with the Knight Gang there. First gold vein has expired for him, so CSO had to move out onto the map. He just doesn't have any mobile raiding units, no sofas in yet, and yeah, with that, CSO, as long as there aren't any sofas, he can freely expand out onto the map.
Yeah, it's not like you can rush over here with being rolled knights. That's a catastrophe waiting to happen. I mean, eventually maybe. It's just tricky. Like even 1 or 2 just to kind of raid would have been nice here.
Oh.
It's pro scouts. It's more than 2. Yeah, get the hell out of here. He's coming for more. Gets the charge in. There's no textiles. There's going to be additional kills.
Demo's running forward. With
the knights are sneaking as well. Oh, this is ridiculous. He keeps fighting these multifaceted raids. That is now almost a raw 20 worker lead, which is going to fully offset the Fulani, which isn't even a full Fulani.
Yeah, behind this, I mean, pit mines is also a little bit of additional passive income. Benefit to Demu is that, like, that is his farm transition pretty much done. And food is one of the most, if not the most important resource in the game. So he's still able to constantly produce military at this point. now it's all about like how does he trade it with his military. If he gets some damage in as well up against CSO, there's still a way for him to win this game. He just needs to make something happen soon. But the time is closing in on him. CSO now has enough resource for keep inside of his base, so very cheap units will also be on the menu for him.
And Dimu has to feel like this is a ticking time bomb that he's got to go. I like that he's trying to actually attack. This is the only option, but I don't really know if he's expecting 40 archers when he arrives here.
40 archers is quite a big number now at this point in time. And CSO, he's kept them hidden the entire time. He hasn't really shown his numbers once. Only now does Demu really get a glimpse at what CSO's army really consists of.
He's going to back up for now. Scale some more knights. I think that's a misclick on the horseman. I don't know if you really want to be going into that. And he has got some knights in the base again. He's on the gold vein, and he's also near the tree line. This is ridiculous. Demu knows this is do or die. Either wins the game with this or loses it because of the hemorrhaging.
Yeah, it needs to make something happen. Could potentially sniff out the villagers there at the gold vein. I'm not sure at the moment if he really knows where he can do damage. We're seeing an outpost getting rushed up now by CSO. That's a lot of villagers. If Demu finds those villagers and takes them down, he essentially resets the entire game yet again. Like, no villagers going down. Suddenly, Demu will be in a fine spot again.
You might need more than 12. It's happening again.
Oh my god. Every time, man. CSO and his knights, absolutely relentless when it comes to the harassment. Time and time again. Yeah, Demu, I mean, he's still messing up more units.
He's going to find the pitmine in the north as well. This is just ridiculous. Like, CSO, the fluidity with which he's rotating around this base is crazy. It's not one hit. It's 2 and then 3, and it just keeps scaling like this. No gate either, so good luck with that.
Ooh. Yeah, something needs to happen here soon now for Demu. At the moment, though, he still has like a pretty good military force, 83 to 66, and he's got the counter units. You always have to be so careful when you say counter units when you're up against French knights, but there aren't that many. It's mostly archers, and he's got 42 javelin throwers. I'm just not, like, he's just running around at the moment. He doesn't know where to really do damage, but then again, he hasn't really checked the gold veins. I'm not sure if he's just... what exactly he's waiting for.
He must have seen these gold veins in the south, right?
I think he's waiting for food to run out or something. No, he's adding his own second TC on
the knights again.
Just in time.
This is the worst possible time. He gets caught again. And the workers, where are they? They were running to build the TC, but after he cancelled it, they were still moving there. So more go down. There is some troops here to defend with, but just so many knights being punted in here. And Demu, I think this has to be your go point, right? Like, look at his army. It's just dancing around the middle of the map, not committing into the enemy base or to the defense.
Yeah, benefit for him is he does now know where CSO's knights aren't. They're not inside of his base. This is like his go signal now. He can still go for his own second TC. He still has a pretty strong food economy at this point in time. CSO does not have any farms at all at this point in time, and he just lost a good chunk of his knights at this point in time as well. Only thing really going for him is the keep there inside of his base. He's still on berries that he's rushing out to. He's chopping in the stealth forest just because he has no map presence whatsoever at the moment. Demu, he's just trying to choke CSO out at the moment, right? Like, this is also one of the benefits that we talked about in previous tournaments. The Malians, they don't need that much eco-population.
That's true.
Instead, he can push past the 100 military mark.
And this is the tricky part, right? It's like, to a point, you know, why would Demu not dive? It's that keep. He's putting so much respect on it. We already saw once today how much damage a French castle can do. And wow, okay, like, we are not far off. He's already hauled the gold, remember? He's sitting at 2.5k in reserve. Archers are going to start poking into the javelins, which is surprisingly effective when you get the armies this big on both sides. It's all about attack speed because everything just overkills. Knights are now in the main fight. This is maybe a bit premature from CSO. I guess he needs the space, and there it is. He gets it. The Red Palace is coming up. 6 workers on the south side, far away from this fight. This is intentional by CSO. He's trying to drive more attention on the opposite side of the map to where he's teching.
He's also pulling more villagers over there right now, securing 2 gold veins here for him. That's going to be essential. And once that age up comes in, it is going to be incredibly tough for Demus, mainly out of infantry consisting military force, to do anything up against what CSO has inside of his base. Mainly these Red Palace emplacements are going to do so much damage to the military here from Demu. And you never really feel great trying to torch down a keep ground. There is no boiling oil. but still, that doesn't make it much better for you
It's-
trying to take that keep down.
It's the double obelisk emplacement. You'll have to dive. That's going to feel horrible. And you know, it looks really slow right now, but the villagers only just arrived. So watch that bar accelerate now. Tech up's going to be coming through. Dumu's not into the base. And this is scary because elite archers have the capability of wiping everything that Dumu has. Knights. Oh my God, he's at it again? It's just never stopped. And this is why I refer to him as a Chinese Lucifron. He thrives on the raids.
Now the age up has come through. Demu just reinforcements at the moment. Oh no, the villagers, they're going back.
Yeah, because he thinks he was going to leave. Like, every time CSU usually just walks away. Instead, he saw there's no Donzos. Didn't really care. Like, 3 or 4 is not enough. And Elite Tech now on the way. So, 50 seconds until Dumu has a major problem. He needs a solution stat.
Still no solution to the Knights inside of his base. His entire army currently residing in the mid-map. Soldiers getting sent back once again. This time around, there should be enough Donzos to take down these couple of Knights there. CSO's Knight count is very, very low for, you know, what we typically see out of CSO.
Yeah, I don't think it's him playing.
Yeah. Demu still has a very large army here. He is at least potentially going to be able to block the university, so no immediate incendiary arrows.
Oh, God, the panic. Could have just split them both ways, but I don't think he had the gate on the south side, so nice little stab there. It's the start of something. But Dumu, it just feels like it needs a whole lot of something. Elite Tech just kicked in. Range damage free just got queued up. And now the feathery boys have arrived. The plumage on their heads, so fabulous they could be a peacock. That's going to make Dumu go a bit shy. He has to fight, though. Javelins start to poke. It's the Donzos, and that's going to be a rapid overkill. These archers capable of beating the javelins back. The Donzos have to charge in. They force the melee mode. Now, funnily enough, he's going to stand his ground. He's cycling around with the knights just to bait the Donzos to retreat. And the military numbers, like the gap is shrinking. CSO is about to take the lead and wipe what Demu has here.
Yeah, this is starting to become very, very desperate now for Demu. Javelin throw mass has just gone under 30, 40 archers still remaining here, and it's just such an easy unit to remass into as well at the end of the day for him. These mass archers don't really cost that much. Donzo's now getting thrown kind of away just as a meat shield here at the front side, and yeah, there's still a couple of knights remaining, more knights coming in as well. Javelins, they just don't have the attack speed. They need to constantly kite, but kiting just not really an option here with the APM. More raids happening at the same time here.
This one guy, like, it's just been ridiculous. Idling the farms, killing the workers alongside it. CSO now just winning the big clash that matters. A remax into the archers is on the way. More knights are coming, so we will eventually see Elite Tech. And why not when you've got 3,000 gold? The only thing that's missing here is he needs to recommit to that university he cancelled before. Incendiary Arrows just wins this game now.
Yeah, it 100% does. So many economy upgrades coming in as well. Instead, we're actually seeing a lead upgrade now on the Knights. You notice that he thinned out the Donzo mass so much now that just Elite Knights as well can definitely like win in the game. He even has enough resource to still go for both Incendiary Arrows and Royal Bloodlines if he so chooses.
Yeah. I mean, why stop there? There's probably even more techs you can get in with this amount of gold haul. And Dumu, oh, okay, I was about to say, is that misclick? He had herbal medicine queued up. I was like, ambitious? Haven't seen someone try that in this position before. His issue is food, which is crazy to say with a Fulani build.
Yeah, and he's got so many other resources actually, like going for him, right? Like wood, gold, Demu's floating a ton of. Just the food not quite going his way at the moment. Pretty big javelin mass still, like he remassed quite a bit, but now it doesn't really have that much when it comes to trying to deal with the knights.
CSO switched to stone on the guild hall. You don't see that often. Quite a while ago, they nerfed that. It used to be that it gave the same rate, and then they halved it, right? So you generate stone half as quickly as other resources.
Yeah, definitely not as good as trying to go for gold at the very least. Like gold, you just get so much very, very quickly. I believe it goes up to like 500 of a resource, and then only up to 250 stone per minute.
Yeah,
So
it was a heavy
feel
cripple.
as effective.
I think that was back when John in particular was just spamming keeps at a ridiculous pace. And sadly, even back then, we didn't get to see the mass champions builds. Thank God they made that change. We can produce them now. But Incendiary, not far away. Compilation coming in as well, which is going to offset the fact he switched to stone. Just gets a lot of gold to work with. I think like CSO, he's being respectful about this because obviously Dumu's not aging. He's making the right call. He needs to rescale. And that's why we're not seeing CSO hard commit. But it doesn't need to be a rush, right? Like, you know, he was age 4, now he's age 5. Incendiary shot is in.
Incendiary.
And that's going to be the wipe. Like, Javelins have to stand their grounds. But they are not trading favorably here. I mean, it's 80 resources on one side, 120 on the other. And you're meant to be the counter unit. That's the comical part here, right? We were talking earlier about French Knights. Oh, this is meant to be the counter. And then the archers are just doing the same. They're middle fingering these javs.
Yeah, now Royal Bloodline's also on the way. Demu, he's still remassing a lot. He's got a ton of resources overall. And his income, actually, like, is considerably better than CSO's to some regards, at least when it comes to the food and the, like, overall just the food. Like, there's so much food income for him at the moment. He just can't find that window at the moment to go for the age up now. If he's at least able to go for the fortress, then maybe he can just buy himself a little bit of time here, get his own upgrades, and then suddenly, like, his trading out with the army is going to be much more effective. Just finding that window is so difficult at the moment.
These knights as well, just headbutting into them feels horrific. And he gets baited all the way out of position with the Donzos. The archer's going to get the efficient trade. Knights aren't quite tanky enough to just ride by this. Like, in a weird way, CSO is just discarding all archers for mass knights, which is super sick because if you think about it, Dumu is now over ledge bridging into javelins. Javelins that just aren't going to feel that great, even once you get in.
Yeah. And the Sacred Sight's also locked in. It's a lot of passive gold going over.
Nice breaking
for
through.
CSO at the moment.
And he just got raw bloodlines. So the tankiness came in, and CSO has now decided javelins have really cool attack range, and he wants it too. Silk bowstrings, military academy. There's not much left, right? Like, soon he's going to be a critical threshold on what he can achieve here.
Ellie would have gotten all of those in for free by now.
That's true. Like, and this is
Just
why they should have used them. No, it's a fair point. They also would have had 12 elephants. Is there anything else I'm missing here? 15 keeps, probably, to produce more villages.
Just about.
Yeah,
okay, we are getting the Fort of the Huntress in now, finally, though. So there's still a way for Demu to potentially hold this. Now, he isn't getting any discounts or any quicker upgrades on his elite tags. He did get those on his veterancy tags. So this is going to be still a tough timing for him to hold out for those upgrades to come in.
Yeah, I mean, it's a miracle that he survived this long, but the press comes in.
Longer.
I think, like, CSO's looked at the count and says, okay, like, this seems like you're doing something. He's going to charge in. Knights are sweeping through this like a hot knife through butter. The javelin count going down. The Donzos are just non-existent. And you may be able to solve the archers. But as many people have experienced, there's no end solution for mass French knights.
And GG gets called. CSO, he's going to be able to qualify today. Damn, he's going to have to, you know, spend Father's Day tomorrow grinding in order to make his way through to the EGC Masters Summer Tournament. Congratulations to CSO, man, for being able to qualify here on the first day of the weekend.
Impressive as well. And, you know, it shows how quick the power rankings are changing. I don't think Dim will mind me saying he hasn't had, like, the big rubber dub wins that you'd expect from his legacy in AoE4. He had very great turnouts in the early days, but he's remained competitive. I think, like, even, you know, maybe at the start of this tournament, like for CSO, Dimu, people would have said, oh, CSO make it, we make it on the second qualifier. I think there's a wake-up call that, like, what we saw out of him in the last EGC tournament, his deep run, it wasn't a fluke, right? Like, 3-1 is very impressive over Dimu. And I think CSO, like, is getting to the point, another tournament or two, it's not just going to be us saying Louis MT #1, I think. I think CSO is going to be sharing that spot. He's become that much of a threat.
Yeah, especially like in the current meta, I want to say like CSO is thriving on the potential with like night raids and just the importance of map presence while also tacking up behind it. Such an important aspect here in this current meta, and that is just something that definitely plays into CSO's hands with his playstyle. So yeah, right now at the moment, this is his time to shine, I want to say.
Now, reminder to people who are Dimu fans, he's still got a shot here. Tomorrow, there is going to be another qualifier, 6 slots on offer. Dimu definitely amongst those front runner expected. But, you know, we can kind of like actually talk a little bit about who is or isn't going to make it. So, Poppy Ball versus Corvinus was actually a 3-0 there. Vortex made it against Sasa 3-0. Lucifron versus Kilyadi was a 3-1. Kilyadi's still an expected front runner. Myriad versus Wham was also 3-1. And then, of course, we've seen the other series. B Numidan was a 3-0, and we just saw a 3-1 result for CSO. So I think I'd say everything played out as what we would have anticipated here, Crackety. I don't think there was any upsets today.
Yeah, no real big upsets, I want to say, overall. But, these things tend to change a lot more on the second day in the qualifiers.
Oh, yes. That's where it's going to be intriguing because, the other thing is you can talk about the anticipated outcomes, but when you get to qualifying number 2, what you're also looking at is a realm where the guy that got beat may have read into something, right? He may have learned a lot more from that loss than the other way. And that's usually where we can see the reverse results. Like, for example, today we saw Voldemar SAS 2-1 for SAS. Tomorrow could easily be the other way around, with Voldemar on the verge of qualifying and maybe making it. So, yeah, exciting one, but I think that brings us to a close. So, reminder, folks, we've still got 6 more slots. And if you are going, once again, where's Marine Lord? Where's Anatan? Where's Louis? Where's BC? They already are there in the main event. They made it. They were that good in EGC's last tournament. They got automatically invited. But 6 more qualified tomorrow. The tears are not rolling down people's faces yet. But tomorrow is the last chance. So make sure you tune in at 3 p.m. GMT, 4 p.m. UK time. I hate time zones. Make sure you're here, same time as today, when the final qualifier kicks off and we see who is left in the dust on the sideline watching and who could be on the beginning of a route to a huge legacy being carved out here in EGC Masters Summer. See you all soon.
See you there.